Good morning, good morning. How is it going, Spraggles? It's good to be back with you today in the booth.
Yeah, it's so good to be here, man. I am very excited for this Pokemon Pocket Tournament. This is the second in our open series. We got to do this last time with Space Time Smackdown, and we are back here for kind of the second, or really kind of the first week of Triumphant Light, given how quickly that, first week happened with the release on, was it Friday? So this is going to be really exciting, seeing what the new meta is like for all of the new cards. We have over 1,000 people signed up for this tournament with over $1,000 in cash and prizing for this event. So it is going to be a banger, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm super excited. To my knowledge, this is the largest Pokemon Pocket Prize Pool tournament that we've ever had. We can kick things off today by talking about what our competitors are going to be playing for. We've got 600 USD in cash prizes, courtesy of the Hooglandia community whales, putting that up for our competitors to play for. And then we've got some awesome in-game prizing, courtesy of the Pokemon Company, Hook and Spraggles. I up with some creator codes that we're giving away as part of this tournament. We've got 2,400 Pokegold to our top 16, and then we're gonna have over 1,000 pack hourglasses today for people playing in the tournament.
Yeah, not only that, we also have some prizes for people watching as well. So as this goes on, we're going to try to create more and more elegant ways to do this. But Pokemon gave us some other creator codes that we're going to be able to deliver that will give you 12 pack hourglasses. So essentially, you get a pack. And what's going to happen is during our breaks, you'll have a screen that pops up where the codes will slowly load. Fastest fingers wins, and you can enter them with the links that we have in the chat over at what's it called? It's like Pokemon dot something dot
Gift
codes.
Pokemon
That's got to
TCG
be it.
something. Gift PokemonTCGpocket.com. Yep, there's a command in the chats for those, and the URL will be up on the screen. So in between every round, when we take those ad breaks to step away for a minute, we'll be giving away those codes. So make sure you don't go anywhere where during our breaks to miss that. We've got a lot of sweet cards to talk about today. Spraggles, what is your favorite for the tournament?
Well, I think everyone's going to be talking about Dialga Arceus is probably the deck that could win the whole thing. There's also the big counter to that deck, which we've seen a lot, which is the Rampardos deck, which is very, very good. But yeah, let's talk about Arceus. I mean, what a game-changing card. The ability is nice, not being able to be affected by any status conditions. 130 damage if your bench is full is pretty incredible. And a ton of really cool combinations with its Link ability, Jeff.
Yeah, the Link Pokemon are really impressive. I was surprised at just how many of these things are playable in so many different ways, shape, and form. I think my personal favorite is Heatran here that we have up on the screen. Gets that free retreat cost, one of my favorites to move in, out, and all around on the board with him, on top of just like being this solid wall and having a reasonable attack as well.
Yeah, that one's really cool. A Heatran deck is super fun. I think Carnivine is also really interesting because now you have another card that's very similar to Skarmory, right? It's kind of like it's the Arceus version of Skarmory. It is a grass type. It'll be swinging for 50, which is really cool when it has that link for just one energy. And oftentimes in Pocket, you really have to prioritize where you are putting your energy, right? You can't just start putting energy like, oh, power this one for 2 and this one for another 2. It's like, no, there's usually one kind of big hitter that you're putting a lot of energy on. So it's good to have something small like Carnivine where you only need one energy to start doing some serious damage.
Yeah, and that's also why, the kind of deck to beat going into this weekend, the breakout from our first little bit is that Dialga Arceus deck, because Dialga's kind of the answer to that question Spargles was asking a second ago is, well, where do you put your energies on to start? And it's like, well, Dialga lets you go, okay, you start here, but then you also get to spread them out across everything else on the board to have multiple attackers set up.
Dialga's a really interesting card because it didn't really have its day in the sun during Space Time Smackdown. It just it did all right, and it especially does well if you go second, right? But that's one of the tough things about getting deep into a tournament is you need cards that are good at, if you get a turn 1 or a turn 2. Dialga's amazing on turn 2, but it wasn't as good on turn 1. Now it has more options, once it can it has more options if you do get a turn one, and powering something like Arceus, which we've seen a ton of, really sets it up to win. Rather than doing 100 damage with heavy impact, you're setting something up to do 130 damage, which is pretty big.
Yeah, and one of the kind of evolutions we've seen with the Dialga Arceus decks is they play a little bit more sustained to kind of blunt that damage when they're going first and have the first energy advantage. We see Shaman from our Space Time Smackdown expansion with the Fragrant Flower Garden letting you heal up consistently, paired with giant capes and potions to give you a lot of sustain on these hefty EX Pokemon.
Yeah, both shamans are really cool. They're both cool for different reasons. You get two of these Spacetime Smackdown shamans, and that's a serious amount of healing every single turn. And it actually will negate some big Cyrus moments later in the game, which is like a card that everyone needs to play around, right? Cyrus is the ever-present threat where you just can't get your EX Pokemon out of there. It's never safe on the bench. But Shaman actually creates some situations where that isn't as devastating. Of course, Cyrus right here coming out in Spacetime Smackdown. Switch in one of your opponent's bench Pokemon that has damage into the active spot. So this is Sabrina, but it's more targeted, and the target has to have damage on it. Sabrina's still very viable, but Cyrus is like the game. It's like the checkmate. As soon as you Cyrus in most games, people click concede before the Pokemon even gets ripped from the bench, it feels like.
Yeah, this felt like it was the metagame defining card from our previous expansion. It's probably the card to blame for why the Pikachu and the Mewtwo EX decks got pushed out that were previous metagame powerhouses, and it's the one that really impacts your deck building in a very direct way. And I think it's part of the reason why the Dialga decks weren't really successful until Arceus came around, because you need to have EX into powerful EX Pokemon in a post-Cyrus world, because if you retreat a damaged Dialga back to your bench and then put up a 1 knockout point Pokemon, well, they clear that, and then they Cyrus your Dialga up, and then the game is over.
Yeah, Cyrus is such a game-changing card, and you're right. It's so funny how hard Mewtwo and Pikachu and stuff like that fell off, but a single supporter card that is run in pretty much every day. I would be curious to see how much this card is run, but it is run so frequently. There are some decks that don't need it, but it's run so frequently. A card I want to talk about, another sort of Cyrus counter, but also just an amazing card, is Irida from the new set. So Irida is a card that it's kind of like a team-wide Erica. As long as you have water energy on your card, you are healing that card for 40 damage. The amount of times this will protect you from a Cyrus play, from, like a KO, taking something even like Manaphy that just has some energy sitting on it and basically getting it back to full health. This is such a powerful card for not only water, but essentially colorless decks that have decided, well, we're water decks now because we can run this card.
All right, for a little tournament logistics things, it looks like our feature matches have been tagged in the Discord server, so make sure you file on into our Discord channels for that so we can get your games going. Everybody else, you're good to start your rounds on your Limitless dashboard, and round 1 being up means we have some metagame data we can talk about here while we wait for our feature matches to get situated, Spraggles.
Please, let's get into it. Pull it on up, Jeff. So now we know exactly what the makeup of this tournament's going to look like. And
well, let's check our player count really quick here. So that's
sure.
Relevant. Oh, hold on. Tournament, we have 867 competitors, it looks like, here today competing, and that accounts for 198 people. Number 1 with a bullet, that Dialga Arceus deck that we were talking about being the deck to beat going into this weekend.
Yeah, not super surprising to see that. And then not super surprising to kind of see the counter almost right after that, right? Rampardos Lucario, extremely powerful, really good into this deck. It can crack Arceus and take it down. If you've got Lucario Rampardos, even with a cape, there's not something that can be done about Rampardos, and it only requires the 1 energy. Interesting deck that is kind of like getting a lot of play. You and I were just talking about it off stream, and here it is as our 3rd most popular deck is the Palkia EX and Origin Form Palkia deck. This is sort of a new one that just broke onto the scene a few days ago.
Yeah, so this is really kind of leveraging what I think is the ideal formula for this Manaphy style deck, which is one of the downsides to leading on that Manaphy, that card that like gives you so many extra energies, is that you're basically giving up a free knockout point to gain this massive energy advantage. And an issue you run into is when you go Manaphy into an EX Pokemon directly is they only need to kill your 50 HP thing and then your 150 HP thing, and then they win the game. And then Origin Form Palkia is a new card in our expansion here that kind of lets you have this dynamic where you go Manaphy into the single knockout point Pokemon, and then you finish on an EX afterwards, meaning your opponent has to get through like 300 HP worth of things as opposed to just 200.
Yeah, you have to decide how you're giving your points out, right? You know, ideally, if you can, you want to lose by giving up 4 points rather than giving up 3. So it's either 2 big EXs, or like you said, you lose a Manaphy, you lose Origin Form Palkia, and then hopefully you don't lose. But then if you do lose, you're losing your final 2 points on an EX like Palkia. So we're seeing that here, which is pretty interesting. It looks like a couple of those decks may be running Articuno as well inside that deck, which is pretty cool. So those are the top 3 that we're looking at, but there are a lot of other decks here. We've got Leafeon Celebi, Darkrai Magnezone is still in the mix, Articuno 18 Trainer, boo! Arceus Carnivine, I love this deck, Jeff. I think it's so fun.
Yeah, I think this is actually one of my favorite Arceus builds that I've played so far. It's a very aggressively slanted build. If you're familiar with the Hitmonlee kind of fighting box style decks from our previous metagames, this feels like an Arceus version of that. The Carnivine and Rotom together kind of do this far-fetched / Hitmonlee impersonation where you have one really efficient attacker that hits your opponent's bench Pokemon. If that's good, they're hiding behind a Druddigon, and then you have Carnivine as a way to hit their lead. 150 damage adds up really quickly on an EX that only has 150 HP.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like this setup. Again, to me, it just feels like I love the aggression of something like Skarmory. I think that's so fun. And I think a lot of decks hate being attacked it's like why Farfetch was so good early, right? You hate something attacking you so aggressively, doing so much damage right away. Carnivine gives you that. And yeah, you also have that Hitmonlee bench sniping capability. You can pull those cards out with Cyrus at that point once you finally powered your Arceus EX to do 130. So there's some serious play here with this deck. I really enjoy this link.
And this deck kind of follows that same type of formula Spriggles and I have been talking about, which is, you have Carnivine and then either another Carnivine or a Rotom where they take 2 single knockout points, and then you finish on the Arceus as your EX finisher, meaning if your opponent's going to manage to beat you, they're going to have to take 4 points to do it effectively, making them do the most amount of work.
Yeah. Now, as we continue to take a look at the meta here, I'd love to scroll down and see some ones we don't expect. Infernape Arceus is an interesting one. I've been playing that a little bit with Heatran. That actually felt pretty good. We've got Arceus Abomasnow, Charizard Moltres, Arceus Crobat, Arceus Greninja. I mean, some really, really fun ones here. And then, of course, you always hope that a wild deck that people maybe don't expect or something makes a deep run in a tournament and kind of puts up some interesting results. It's one of the reasons I love a tournament format like this as opposed to necessarily just a ladder, because on a ladder you would see the same decks just win over and over again. But in a tournament like this, you'll have those moments where, a really exciting kind of like somewhat unknown deck goes real deep. In fact, sometimes they win just because a lot of the meta isn't prepared for it.
Yeah, tournaments really reward innovation more than a ladder type system does in a card game, because in a ladder, if you figure out something new and like basically broke it, before you get to first on the ladder, other people are going to see your deck and get to pick it up and start playing it. Whereas like if you crack the code and you enter a tournament like this one, you get to take first or make a deep run with that deck before anybody else has access to it, because they can't change their decks in the middle of the round. One of the other things I think is really sweet to point out here as our format's developing is we only have 2 deck lists today that have a double-digit metagame percentage, right? So like Arceus Dialga is number 1 with a bullet, and then Rampardos Lucario is number 2 because it's well positioned into this top deck. But past that, the spread of what you can expect to play against is really, really wide.
Is there a deck that kind of your heart is with? Obviously your head is probably with the numbers here. We've seen so many great finishes from Dialga, Lucario, things like that. But is there a deck or like one that you're just like, man, I would really love to see this one?
I would like to make it very clear to everyone at home, both based on my shirt and the card that's on the screen, that I am not an impartial observer in today's tournaments, and my heart is with my stomach here with my boy Garchomp. We are a dragon team here in Hooglandia.
That is very beautiful. I really like the new Garchomp card. I think linear attack is insanely good. Like this is like one of the best. It's the best snipe in the game. One energy to do 50 to any Pokemon on your opponent's side. Garchomp is finally at least somewhat decent, but I don't think it's had a great showing in a tournament yet, unfortunately. I think for me, I would love to see an Arceus Link do really well. So if it's the Crobat, if it's the Carnivine, if it's the Abomasnow, I'll freak. I just think that one's maybe not fully there, even though I do like that setup. I love the Arceus Links. I think it's such a cool addition, and it's kind of made this set feel like it has its own like special sort of niche carved out for it, which is really cool.
And you know what my absolute favorite part about running a tournament like this is, Spriggles?
Huh.
I get to leverage my incredible bias to put Garchomp on coverage for the first round. So we're gonna go ahead and dive on into our first match here, featuring some Garchomp action. I might have fished up some Garchomp gears. Like if you're playing Garchomp, you let me know because I need to start the day with the Chomp.
Beautiful here as we head into our first game. Thanks for joining us, everybody. This is going to be an amazing day of tournament ahead of us as we are watching from the perspective of our Garchomp player, putting out that beautiful promo Gibble, and they've already flared it, Jeff.
You know, when you're crushing the AI constantly, you got to let them know that your spoils of war are going to be used well.
We can see right here playing research, just grabbing some extra cards here. They have basically everything they need for their Garchomp in hand. It's always a little stressful to only have one Pokemon in that active spot. But when you run into a Dialga deck, you know exactly what they're up to. They're not swinging right now. They're not going to make a Leaf play into a Skarmory or something. It's very unlikely. So you're good.
Well, and so this particular Garchomp deck list that we were taking a look at here is actually very light on basic Pokemon. It's playing only Gibbles as its only basics. And then we see Old Amber here because it's following up with Aerodactyl. Again, kind of following that model that Spriggles was talking about earlier where you want to make your opponent get 4 knockout points. And in this case, those knockout points are an EX, a Garchomp, and then another Garchomp or an Aerodactyl.
Yeah. So we've done early damage here with Gabite. They've got Garchomp on curve, which is really nice. And they have Aerodactyl ready to go. Obviously, the Primeval Law doesn't look like it's going to take, you know, there's not going to be any effect into this Dialga deck. We saw that Primeval Law actually have a huge moment in our last tournament as multiple players forgot you could not evolve their active Pokemon. But this Dialga deck is not looking to do that. It's looking to power up the bench Dialga here with that Metallic Turbo.
Yep, and we see one copy of Cyrus in hand for our Garchomp player already. This works incredibly well with that linear attack, giving you a lot of control over which Pokemon are going to be in your opponent's active spot. We see second Garchomp building up here on the bench as well. So we'll see where this next energy go. Do they want to build up towards a 3 energy attack? It looks like it.
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing, right? Because there is a possibility that you just start putting energy on Aerodactyl. You threaten with Aerodactyl right there. But they don't go for it. Now this Dialga is in a scary spot. That 100 damage could hurt it. Of course, Potion or Cape could get them out of that danger zone here. They do have the Shaman healing them for 10.
Yeah, we see that Shaman we talked about earlier, just so much sustain in spots. And whoa, here's a big swing. Copy of Dawn pushing that energy to the active Dialga, allowing for their 100 damage ahead of time and the Cape to top all of it off, meaning they're... And the Potion, too, just for the runs.
And a Potion. Yeah, I mean, so this is what we were talking about, right? If they didn't have Cape, they wouldn't make this play. They had Cape and Potion. Now this Garchomp's in a lot of trouble. It has 2 energy on it. They can put a third, but of course, this Garchomp is going to be going down to this Dialga next turn. They're going to need to make a decision on how they want to play this. They can play Sabrina to move some cards around. However, with the energy on Dialga already and no energy on Shaman, it only needs 1. They could just retreat here.
The Potion here is interesting to me because you're dead to the 100 either way. I don't mind the energy for the Dragon Claw because knocking this down to 30 means that if you top deck your second Garchomp next turn, the linear attack can finish it off. So I think putting up that extra damage is very reasonable, but the sustain item here not being particularly useful, and that could have potentially saved a follow-up Garchomp from dying to 200 damage hits.
Yeah, that was an interesting call, right? I'm not sure what they were looking for with that Potion. It feels like... I don't know what breakpoint they were trying to play around, right? I didn't see it because it's not like Metal. I guess maybe they did. If the wow,
we didn't believe Spraggles. We didn't believe.
We didn't believe in
Oh,
the top deck.
I thought they were setting up for this line too, and now there's no X speed or Leaf for our Garchomp players, so we don't get to finish the Dialga this turn. And this hit's not going to knock out the Aerodactyl, but it means that our Garchomp player is exposed to a Cyrus at any point on a future turn now.
Yeah, and also after if they just decide to swing here for the 100, which I assume they do, they can easily take out Aerodactyl if it decides to fight. Of course, even if Aerodactyl peels back, like you said, Cyrus ends the game. They're just in a really tough spot right here. Obviously, just hoping for a top deck isn't going to get you too far in this game sometimes, but it may have been their only line to victory.
Yep. And we see here that linear attack's going to go ahead and take it out, but the fact that the other Dialga in the back now has been built up to 3 because of kind of the extra turn our bottom player gave means it's going to crack for 100, and then our potential mistake from earlier compounds a little bit because we no longer have the potion to survive 2 hits from a Dialga's 100-point attack.
Let's see what we end up doing right here. Obviously, Cyrus is game, and there it is. Cyrus's game, not a lot you could do about it. Again, hoping for a top deck is, if you're right, how amazing. But of course, it's also it's one of how many cards they had left. They maybe had 6 or 7 cards left in their deck. You're hoping you're going to pull that one out of it. But it may have been their only line. Unfortunately, Garchomp goes down there, Jeff.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where you think about, we talk about playing to win versus playing to not lose. It's like, well, putting the Aerodactyl up means you lose slower if you miss on the Garchomp, but like, are you actually really winning the game if you miss on the Garchomp there? So you kind of think, okay, this is my only out. I need to play to the line that lets me actually build a win from here.
I think with the crazy aggression from that Dawn play, the energy that they put on Garchomp, unfortunately, that second energy they put on it really put them in a position where they had to pray for that top deck. Starting Gible this time, which of course they always do, as we mentioned before, the only 2 basics in their deck. Their opponent here, starting Arceus, not exactly where they want to be, especially with this fighting Gible, able to do some extra weakness damage.
Yeah, also big difference this game is first energy advantage on the Garchomp side of the board. And one of the things I think makes Garchomp a really appealing card is it's one of the very few cards in Pokemon Pocket right now that is good when going first and good when going second. When you're going second with this Chomp, especially into a fighting weak thing, this Gible attacks for 40, the Gabite attacks for 50, and then the Chomp hits for 120, 1, 2, 3, right on up the curve.
Great start. I mean, when we're taking a look at the hand right here, they can absolutely play this Gible if they want to. They can also hold it for comms to possibly go ahead and grab their Aerodactyl at some point. In their hand, they've got everything they need to get Chomp online. We've got Gabite next turn, Garchomp the following. We're already dealing damage to Arceus. A much better start for our Garchomp player right here. Dialga hits the board. I don't know how many Leafs they're running, but you could easily see them using one to get Dialga in here if they do have it available.
And one other thing to note here, too, we saw our bottom player pause on putting that second Gible out. Not only does it potentially pitch to a communication like Spraggles alluded to, but not playing it out means that you don't get got by a copy of Sabrina, pulling it up and kind of tempoing your energy for the turn, because we see there's no copies of X-Speed or Leaf in hand for our bottom player. So if a Sabrina happened, it will put them an entire turn behind.
And now we can see they have the 2 energy on Gabite. So they're saying to their opponent right now, either I am bricking so insanely hard or Garchomp is coming right now. And I'm not too worried about even putting a bench. Like Jeff said, I don't want you to move my cards around. I am just going to start swinging here with the Garchomp EX next turn. Shaman hits the board, and our Dialga player, it looks like, possibly just has to give up their Arceus here. We could still see a Leaf play into Dialga.
I mean, even if we see the Leaf play, the leftmost card in our bottom player's hand here is just that copy of Cyrus we've talked a lot about. So this is one of those instances where it might be right. Ooh, are we going to see an X-Speed here? Or sometimes they play Sky Shaman in these Dialga decks as a way. I can't imagine you put an energy on this Arceus unless you're retreating it.
Yeah, you would have to, right? Because...
Oh, wow.
Oh, that was an unfortunate moment right there. I think they just had my brain wasn't working for a second. There is a possibility they're betting that they don't have Garchomp EX, but it seems so unlikely given how they are playing that. And here we go. They are going to linear attack the Arceus. They could do it either way with the weakness. That will go down. I think a misplay on the energy there. I would just want to have one more on my Dialga, even though I will be able to attack. with Dialga next turn, I still would just rather have that one extra energy.
Yeah, and I think with the Cyrus in hand for our Garchomp player, the writing is on the wall here at this point. We're going to get to go ahead and crack this Dialga for 100, which means that on the following turn, even if our Arceus player has Cape, Potion, and a Shaman activation, this Dialga is still going to end up going down in total. So we're going to need 2 Potions and a Cape next turn for this Cyrus not to be a game-winning play.
All right, let's take a look here. We have the Metallic Turbo. I'm wondering where they power. I'm guessing Arceus. Yeah, with the full bench, I was guessing Arceus right there. You can swing for the most damage, 130. We have more energy being put onto the Chomp. They are going to hit Shaman, which puts them in a really interesting spot. This is that linear attack. They've already taken 2 points here, Jeff.
So these are open deck lists. I need to grab the Dialga players. Is there a Giovanni in play? Did we miss on not having the Cape here?
I mean, this would be wild if we did. Oh,
no!
Gosh, you could have capes!
Chomp! Oh!
Not all heroes wear capes, and today Garchomp was such a villain!
No, Chomp!
Dude, obviously my jaw is on the floor because, Jeff, there's no way I thought they didn't have that game fully in the bag there.
That happens sometimes. Sometimes you're clicking real quick. You got to take a quick pause and think through what's going on there, and that's a very big punish for a very small mistake.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate. But you mentioned this before, and for a lot of people out there, maybe this is the first tournament you're watching, right? A tournament here for Pocket, most all of them, and this one included, is an open deck list. So you know what your opponents are running. You have a good idea of some of the plays they could make. It really did feel like, obviously we're not looking at the decks here, that our Dialga player didn't have many options available, but yes, they did. What a massive Giovanni to take that game. And just a super unfortunate misplay by our Garchomp player. There's no good reason not to use Cape there at all.
Yep. All right, we are going to just dive right into our next match. For those of you that haven't watched Hooglandia Spraggles Open before, we don't really believe in downtime unless we need to run some ads, and we don't need to do that yet.
That's
so
right.
We're going to go ahead and dive on in. I've got some Infernape for our next round 1 feature this morning. Some Arceus Infernape featuring Heatran.
I love me some Infernape. It never has really fully cracked into the meta and won big tournaments, but I do think it's a really cool card. I love the Heatran combo right here. So we were talking about this earlier. You get Heatran in that active spot. It kind of has an ability very similar to that first Primeape, right? Where if it takes damage, it's going to do more damage to your opponents. But you also pair this with Arceus, giving you this big wall with free retreat cost, which is pretty amazing. And this gives you the opportunity to set up the Infernape on your bench. As we can see, they are running into a grass deck Eevee, so I'm guessing we are going to be seeing a Leafeon EX here with some possible Celebi. You can see Eggs, Yanmega. There are a lot of different options with this Leafeon.
And this is just exactly what you want to see if you're on the Infernape side of the board, right? Like this Flare Blitz dealing 140, it comes up a little bit short when there's capes involved sometimes, but when there's a fire weakness to top it off, you are clearing through most things in this metagame in one shot.
Yeah, Infernape really powerful. Only 2 energy, which is pretty amazing right here. You've also got everything in hand perfectly. You got 2 comms. You definitely want your Arceus out here, but they also have Professors. This is just a really nice starting hand for our fire deck here. And we do see the Celebi on the other side. So this looks to be Leafeon EX Celebi. Powerful deck, you're able to attack with Leafeon while at the same time power Celebi, or you could just let Leafeon hang out in that active spot and just be an energy battery for the Celebi by itself.
Leafeon feels like a card that is really searching for its breakout partner. Like, this effect is so powerful every time I've played with it, but the other things you power up behind it just come up short a little bit in the current metagame in a couple of different ways. You know, we see Celebi as the kind of battery here that we're charging up in this particular game, but tried Yanmega and others, but this card's effectively a colorless attacker in a lot of ways because it provides its own grass energy.
Yeah, it definitely feels like we have more cards that are kind of coming into, you know, the meta that feel like that Magneton, Magnezone. They're able to be splashed into a bunch of different decks because they bring their own specific energy that they need. This needs grass. There we have the Leafeon hits the board. Now the question is, where do you power? I'm guessing they power Celebi here, just because attacking Heatran is no fun, but we'll see.
Not only is attacking Heatran no fun, but that Monferno on the bench and the free retreat from the Arceus on the Heatran means that our bottom player, Marty Punker here, is threatening to attack with an Infernape next turn, meaning if they spend time investing in this Leafeon, it could be going down right away.
All right, here we go. How do they want to play it? We have Infernape online. We've got energy being placed onto it once again. We have the free retreat available, and they are able to get a very, very lucky KO on Infernape if they bring Celebi in right away. The nice thing is with the Sabrina in hand, Jeff, they can make this 1-2 punch. They can take down Leafeon, and then if they can get enough energy, they can take down that other Eevee.
Yeah, the big question here is, do you want to put the Infernape up, let it take damage, and then need 2 more turns in order for it to attack again? Because this loses all of its energy when it does this. So you pick up your first 2 points, but then you're going to need to pull it back to safety and have time to build it back up, which the Celebi with 4 energy could high roll, but even just an average case roll from the Celebi in tandem with a Cyrus could spell disaster for our Infernape player.
Yeah, I mean, I think you definitely have to take this swing here, right? As the Celebi, you don't have a lot of options left. Professor looking to see what else they can pull right here. You could get another Leafeon EX out there to continue powering, but with how fast Infernape is, it's probably just time to start swinging. The cape makes no difference here against the Infernape specifically. It will still KO it in 1 hit, but we are going to swing. I mean, 4 heads right here would be massive.
Yep. Okay, exactly.
And average luck.
Exactly average variance here, and average is really all you need if you've got a copy of Cyrus lurking. It means that you're going to get to drag this Infernape back up next turn, and then you're only going to need 2 out of 5. So we see a brief pause here while we decide where is this energy supposed to go. Ape is unsurprisingly pivoting back out. And I think
this is a tough spot.
I think it's just energy on the monkey, because I don't think you can win the game if they Cyrus you back up. Because if they pull the monkey up, they're going to clear it, and then statistically they're going to clear the Heatran the following turn too.
Right. Yeah, I guess the question is, yeah, and you just don't have enough time to get Arceus online, right? There's just nothing you can do there. Another energy on Celebi. Sabrina. Okay.
Sabrina is not one you're concerned about. I think the game is over when it's Sabrina instead of Cyrus at this point. You get to put the Rotom up, and it gets cleared, and you pick up a point, but then the Fire Monkey is revved and ready to go here.
And they decide to not attack even, because now they're going to have to make sure that they can retreat this Rotom. This is really interesting plays right here. Energy onto Arceus. Now, maybe they're just waiting to try to pull this Cyrus, right? They're trying to find it in the deck somewhere, buying time. Rotom doesn't have the free retreat because we are running the Rotom that attacks and deals more damage to Pokemon with tools right now. Another energy on Celebi. And it looks like they don't have their cards still.
Okay, I feel like I would have wanted to energy the Rotom here, because then we would have won this following turn after they bricked on the Cyrus. The energy on the Arceus, maybe a little bit suspect here, and they we gave them we gave them the 1 turn window they needed to pull the Cyrus here because we put the energy on the Arceus.
Yeah, why did we power Arceus there? I mean, it feels like that it's just exactly what you talked about earlier here. It'd be extremely unlikely that they miss this. They only need 2 out of the 7. Powering the Arceus right there feels like playing to not... Oh, okay.
Okay,
yep. I was about to say, got a little scary. It felt like it was like playing to not lose as opposed to playing to win. I think they had to power the Infernape. Yep. Or the Rotom, like you said. Power Rotom, attack with it. There you go.
So we're technically not dead yet on the Arceus side of the board. We can energy this Arceus, and then if our Celebi player low rolls a little bit and they only deal 50 or 100 to the Heatran, the Arceus finishes the Celebi next turn. So there is technically still a line, but it does not involve... Well, I guess with the Dawn, that's fine.
Yeah, so we get Dawn here.
Oh, that's interesting.
We bring the energy up. We attack right now. We hit for 60. Obviously, they would love to just Sabrina in that Eevee, but we don't have it available with the Dawn as well. Interesting. Their comms, they're looking possibly for Leafeon right here, just to make sure that there's more HP on that Pokemon so it can't be brought in. And they do get Leafeon here.
Yeah, I think this might have been trying to play to a Sabrina out, but I think the line from our Arceus player side is, I think we should have powered up the Arceus so that way if the Heatran survives, the Rocky Helmet plus the Arceus for 130 is the guaranteed clear through healing like the Erica. Because now that we're committed to the Heatran, we don't win the game even if they brick here. And obviously they're not likely to brick, but if they did, we no longer have an out. Oh my gosh, they actually bricked and we'd have gotten it. Oh no.
They actually do brick here. They did enough healing that that's not going to matter with the Heatran. The Arceus has no energy. Infernape is not online. Wow. I mean, they didn't need to roll too many heads right there, Jeff, but they didn't hit it. Sabrina is a play, but you just retreat.
Yep. Yeah, I think
you can retreat. You can retreat right now into Arceus. It's your best shot at surviving, but then you don't have a way to get Arceus out.
You could Sabrina, even Sabrina in the Leafeon does technically as a tempo energy because of it. So now the line is you retreat to the Monferno, hope they brick all the coins, and then your monkey wins the following turn.
I guess so. It looks like they're going to try to stall as much as possible. So you bring in the Leafeon, retreat to Monferno, and then just hope and pray. Never mind. That's a no-win.
Yeah, I think this is I mean, you could technically hit 0 in a row, right? But outside of 0 in a row.
Yeah. Wait. Oh, okay. I was like, they put 2 energy on Celebi. Okay, no, they have XP.
They're just like, you know what? I only hit 2 out of 8. I'm gonna make sure we get at least 1 out of 10 here, right?
If this is 0 out of 10 right now, Jeff, this would be a massive moment. The Erica to heal the look. They're playing it out. This player saw the Garchomp Cape moment. They didn't literally, but this player saw the Garchomp Cape moment. And they said, we're not gonna make that mistake. I'm healing everything here.
Yep, running it all the way down here.
All right. I've hit a 0 out of 10 before with Celebi. It's not impossible.
Yep.
It's just very, very unlikely. And they do not hit that 0 out of 10.
All right. No tension there.
Wow.
Let's see if our Infernape player can rally for the second game. They had a couple of lines there. I would just like to set the tone, by the way, for folks in the chats. I'm gonna throw a couple timeouts on my channels for people that are being very hostile and rude to our competitors on the screen. And you are always welcome and encouraged to offer constructive criticism of whatever you see going on the broadcast. But like, let's not be rude to the people that are both playing in our tournaments and doing us the due diligence of sharing their screen so we can provide a broadcast here today.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. This is something I talk about a lot, especially with tournament coverage and things like that. It's so easy for us on the sidelines without any of the pressure on to be kind of analyzing the situation. You and I get to like talk back and forth as it goes. We get to see the chat's thoughts on it. These are the players out there competing in the Coliseum. They're the ones brave enough to do it. So yes, they will make some misplays. That does happen, but I do want us to make sure we're treating them with a lot of respect because they're the ones with the the game on the line. They're the ones out there putting their neck out there trying to play. So I fully agree with you, Jeff.
Yeah, so we're going to see our game 2 happen in here. We have first energy advantage for our Heatran player, and this is potentially a good spot to be in. I think this is one of the things that Heatran really does for this this deck is not only is it a wall that gives you time to set up your Infernape in spots, but in games like this where your baby monkey is nowhere to be found, that Rage and Mad Strike does a reasonable amount of damage.
It does, yeah. So the nice thing about this is you tell your opponent, like, look at everything on it. It says you will not be attacking me here. I have a Rocky Helm, and if you hit me, I am swinging for 80, which is really nice, just very threatening. If you look at the hand here for our Infernape player, it's pretty unfortunate, compared to last turn, right, where they had everything they needed to get Infernape online. We do have Arceus, which is something which will probably hit the board next turn, depending on what you just played on the other side. If it doesn't hit the board next turn, it's just simply because our opponent is powering and there's no reason to get Sabrina'd.
We're waiting for our Celebi player here.
Let's see. Celebi EX hits the board. A very similar start for this side. Energy onto Celebi. They were a turn 1 player, which means if their hand is, fortunate, they could have Leafeon EX right away. Leafeon EX, the really cool thing about that card, Jeff, is whether you're a turn 1 or a turn 2, both are pretty solid for Leafeon.
Yes, it's and that's something I think we've seen a lot more of designs of in this latest expansion is designs that are good when going first, which is something I hope we continue to see more and more of, because a complaint that I think was very reasonable in the past is that there were too many cards that were available to that preferred going second quite heavily with that first energy advantage.
One of those really unfortunate comms, you're looking to start getting something built for our Infernape player, they calms and pull another Infernape. There's a question in my mind as to whether or not you Sabrina here, right? You do bring in Celebi, you get to start swinging right away, you do 60 damage, and they're going to go for it here. Now, of course, they could always retreat this Celebi, but it's going to cost energy. So I think this play, I like this. I like being aggressive in a moment like this. I don't know if it's always the right call, especially into a deck with so much sustain, but we'll see.
And one of the upsides too is, remember, your supporter usage is a resource in Pokemon Pocket, so spending that Sabrina early means that you have that opportunity to play things like Professor's Research and others later when you might not have a window to use Sabrina because you need to be drawing cards or doing other things.
All right, let's see what they decide to do here. I mean, if you start flipping right now, you're going to take 20. The most you can do is 100 damage, so you can't KO Heatran, and then it comes right back and could KO you. The 50 heal is very big right here for Celebi.
Yeah, remember, if this Heatran gets any damage marked on it, that Rage and Mad Strike gets powered up, and it's going to kick up to 80, plus that weakness to deal 100. So on the Celebi player side, you have a real choice. Do I actually want to attack here and potentially take 40 extra while only dealing 50 to my opponent?
That cape really mattered, right? It got him the break point. So now, if they fully miss here, the Rocky Helm doesn't do anything. They don't give any additional damage over to the Heatran, and they do fully miss. So this is like, in a weird way, this 25% really isn't the worst 25% they can hit there, Jeff. At the same time, because they had that cape, even if they hit Heatran, they do survive one volley from Heatran here as Arceus hits the board for our Infernape player.
Yeah, this is one of those, I didn't want to use my card. I didn't want to attack you anyways. It's not a big deal.
Uh-huh. Rocky Helm onto the Arceus. They know that their opponent could start playing around this with something like Sabrina. We do another Rage and Mad Strike without the damage bonus because a coin did not hit for Celebi there, bringing Celebi down to 80.
All right, and statistically... Ooh, the Sabrina here would be very good, except we've got that copy of Dawn in hand for our bottom player here, which lets them get that energy up there ahead of time.
Dawn is a really cool card. We talked about it a lot in our Space-Time Smackdown Open Series tournament. Both of us are huge fans of this card. It sets up some really interesting plays that I think your opponent doesn't expect, right? You see that there's only one energy on Arceus. You're expecting they're not going to be able to swing on you next turn, but we do have that available. Unfortunately, they don't have a huge bench. So right now, actually, if Celebi attacks, it's worse for it unless it has more healing.
All right, yeah, we're going to take that Rocky Helmet hit, and I think this is just our Celebi player not expecting or not playing around the copy of Dawn. Get that.
It's not bad, but it's not enough. Even without a basic right here, Celebi does go down. So really nice stuff here. We have Rotom. This just adds more fuel to the fire. We have the energy onto Arceus. Dawn up the energy from our Heatran. And now we pick up our first KO here for the Infernape deck. 110 damage on a Celebi. Didn't even need that extra Rotom.
Yep, so we see a clean out here. It's worth noting that Leafeon attacks for 3 energy, so even with the extra energy, it's still not going to quite be able to get up to enough here to compete this turn. Now, this Eevee has continuous steps, which means if we hit 2 heads in a row here, they could clear out this Arceus.
Yeah, a lot of coin flips on the side of our Celebi deck, obviously, that are possible if they're running continuous steps. Unfortunately, with that Rocky Helm, Heatran would then come in and end the game. So, excuse me, without a giant cape, I guess, on the Eevee. So even if they hit those 2 heads in a row, they're still in a very, very dangerous spot.
I do have some. We're gonna actually cut away from this one for a minute here because I have an unfortunate technical thing for one of our players here. Apparently, there was a deck submission error that this long pause here from the opponent was sorting out, and they weren't playing
Oh.
around that Dawn because there was not a Dawn registered in Marty's deck list.
Well then, that's yeah. It's so funny. I mean, we talked about having an open deck list in this tournament, Jeff, and that is something you cannot do. So the reason you would not expect that Dawn is because you didn't know that Dawn was there. I would chalk something like this up, especially near the start of a tournament. I would chalk something like this up to a little inexperience on the side of our Infernape player. But you are not allowed to do that. You are not allowed to submit a deck list and then change it beforehand. I always err on the side of someone probably made a mistake as opposed to someone was trying to intentionally, swap a card and they just thought, oh, Dawn would actually be better here. But you cannot do that in a tournament like this. You have to play the deck list you submitted.
All right, and then we do have a third match we're going to cover here, and I
Great.
don't know that I can handle having my heart broken twice in round 1, but we are going to watch Garchomp again.
Okay,
And
great.
I need your energy, Spriggles. I need your energy for the Garchomp player because the first one was tough for me personally.
I want this to work out for you here, Jeff. I really want to see look, I want to see Garchomp go deep into this tournament. So we are starting with Garchomp. Looks like a similar deck. We've got Garchomp Aerodactyl, right? Which seems to be a really strong start for this. We do have the colorless Garchomp here, or I shouldn't say colorless. We have the dragon type Garchomp that uses colorless energy to attack. This has no weakness, so it may be something that you're interested in seeing, so that you don't have to deal with certain decks that would exploit that weakness. What is Garchomp weak to? Grass, right? Something like that?
It's a really interesting trade-off on your choice of Gibbles here. So the dragon one, as Spraggle said, it's a colorless energy, so you can play it in the fighting build, and it has no weakness, but it's also dragon type, so it's not super effective into anything, versus the fighting Gibble is going to be weak to that grass, but it gets that fighting weakness, which is a type advantage that matters into Arceus specifically.
Yeah, I personally like this Gibble, the fighting Gibble, specifically for that. So, like, yeah, you get a weakness, but you start dealing extra damage. And I feel like you run into so many Arceus decks that sometimes just happen to have to start in that active spot. So I like that early aggression, but there are definitely considerations made for both. We have the Pokeball right here, which will grab the Gibble. You see the multiple comms in the hand of our Garchomp player. They don't have Gabite here, but we have so many options to sort of start looking through our deck, and it's very likely we pull one here.
Yeah,
we could, of course, pull another Garchomp.
I believe this was 66% to pull the Gabite. There were 2 Gabites and second Garchomp in the deck as the only remaining Pokemon in this build, so incredibly likely that at least one of these communications hit. And they hit on the first one there, so they get to chill on the second. And we see this right on up the curve like we've talked about before, where we went 20 into 30, and then that Garchomp is going to get online to start attacking for 100, or potentially poking into the backline bench as well.
And here we go. Metallic Turbo does the 30 onto the Arceus, powering it up. We have Mew on the side of this Dialga Arceus deck. This is another variation that we've seen. Obviously, Mew, you can power that if you're looking to the other side and you see your opponents have something that does a huge amount of damage, like a Charizard or something like that. You can use Mew instead of the Arceus. We now have a decision for our Garchomp to make here. Do we swing for 100 in the active, or do we deal damage to the bench here?
The linear attack is interesting. I don't hate forcing this decision. I assume they're going to pivot into the Mew here, and that seems fine. And then I assume we want to linear attack the Arceus, so that way, yep, we see them reach for the linear attack here, because the Arceus is probably going to come up next turn, and then you want to be able to clean it with your deal 100 afterwards.
And there we go. We do hit the Arceus, so We are safe from Arceus's 130. We're not safe from Arceus and a bench Pokemon with Geo, as we saw earlier in this tournament, that 140
and that's
breakpoint.
one of the upsides to playing the Sabrina here is our Arceus player cannot Leaf and bench Pokemon and Geo all at the same time. They would need to have exactly X speed, which is unlikely.
And here we go. Arceus makes it to the active spot here. Another Arceus on the bench. We've got the energy, and we are going to do 130, which is massive.
We see we've got this other Pokemon communication here, and our draw step is going to be a big deal. Okay, there's an old Amber. So I assume we want a communication before we decide. Ooh, we're attaching the energy right away. I guess the guaranteed Aerodactyl's not. Oh,
I feel like
I'm surprised to not see the communication for the Gabite here. You
For-
need 50-50 to get it.
Yeah, for at least one of them, right? Just to see which direction you go and then see if you top deck the other Garchomp rather than putting Aerodactyl. I guess they're going with Bird in the Hand right now, even though Comms does give us like some opportunity to find what else is in our deck. Dialga to the active spot. This is an easy Metallic Turbo for a KO right here to power their other Arceus. And with the 1 energy on Old Amber, they know they're not too worried about Garchomp hitting the board right away.
Cape on Arceus is big, so the line you're looking to avoid on our Garchomp player's side is you need to avoid them having a bench Pokemon plus a Giovanni, because that would let Arceus clear this Aerodactyl in one. Sabrina is also scary with the Gibble on the bench, though, too. Could be a way to get cleaned out.
Here we go. 30 damage. They Metallic Turbo. They power Arceus. Arceus is now ready to fight with 160 HP. Dialga has 120. So it's not something that this Aerodactyl is going to be able to stop here. The old Amber goes into the active spot. They could start fighting here. Gabite. So we do have it. So we guarantee ourselves a Garchomp here if we comms.
Yep, we see we get to energy on here, and then the question is, can you duck the Sabrina next turn is the big one, because if you do manage to duck the Sabrina, the linear attack on the Garchomp clears this Dialga next turn, so you're just taking a breath and hoping that you're not going to get Sabrina, and then you've got a window to win this game.
Here we go, Jeff. We've got the 140 HP Aerodactyl in the active. I don't know if they have Geo.
Oh yeah, Geo
side.
plus bench would also, and there's the bench. So Geo and Sabrina are both lethal cards here that get a game 1 win over to our Dialga Arceus player.
Here's our Shaman. They're gonna go for the retreat. 1 less because of that Shaman Sky Support ability. Sabrina wins. Geo wins, and there's Geo for the win.
He's been
Giovanni.
He's been bullying Garchomp today, Spraggles. I'm starting to take it a little bit personally, if I'm being honest.
Heartbreaker game for the Garchomp. That was a really fun match. That was really great.
All right, remember our rounds, if those of you who are just joining us for tournaments, are best of 3. So we are going to be heading on into the second game here and see if our Garchomp player can get on the scoreboard and rally this back. They are playing against the biggest bad. This Dialga Arceus deck is a little over 20% of the registered decks in our tournament today, and it is definitely the deck to beat going into this weekend.
Yeah, no question. I mean, everything has to sort of build around it slightly, right? You at least have to know you are 1 in 5 to run into this deck in about any tournament you run into in the game right now. It is the thing to beat in Triumphant Light. It is the Darkrai Magnezone, the Druddigon Gyarados, the Mewtwo. You know, it is the big deck in this format.
So we're heading on in here. The starting coin is a very big deal in these games. First energy advantage is a big up, and it looks like it's going over to our Dialga Arceus player here.
Yeah, one of the worst things you could see, right? Dialga loves this. I would love to get data on this, Jeff. I've thought about it. How much more? Oh, but they don't actually start Dialga active. But how much more a Dialga deck wins with that turn 2? It's got to be like 20% more or something. It's so big.
Yep. This is, we were talking about decks that enjoy going first a lot, and this is definitely one of them. We see that old Amber coming out here. Aggressive use of Cape here, or defensive use of Cape, early use of Cape, either way.
Yeah, interesting. One nice thing about our Garchomp deck, right? If they do get Gabite here, they can swing. It's a card that doesn't mind going first, but obviously you don't like seeing a Dialga deck get that energy advantage. Right now, nothing on the side of, yeah, they just don't even want to let this possibly be Sabrina here. Okay,
Yeah, for
here we go.
first energy going on the Arceus is the absolute last thing you want to see as the Arceus Dialga player. So if this research finds a Gabite or even an Aerodactyl, I think you're in a pretty decent spot. And there is potentially both with the communication.
Yeah, this is really nice, right? Great start for them. They are going to comms this Gibble here,
Yep.
throw it into their deck. They could grab a Gabite. They could grab, but they don't. They grab Aerodactyl EX, exactly what they're looking for. Really, really nice start for Garchomp.
Yep, not only an ideal start for our Chomp player, everything going right for Chomp player except missing that first energy advantage, and nothing going right for the Dialga Arceus player here. They have an energy on an ideal lead. They're really looking for anything else here. Yep.
And here we go. They've got that Sky Shaman, the Giant Cape. They won't go down in one. The Potion.
Okay.
They still won't go down in one.
So we see, remember, linear attack does not apply weakness on the bench if they retreat out with the Sky Shaman, but it will apply in the active spot. So we can't quite use our big Dragon Claw attack yet because that needs 3 energy, but we get to crack this Arceus for 70, and we have a Rocky Helmet here.
I like this helm. Just a little extra, oomph that next time Arceus gets to attack. We go for the linear attack. We are going to throw it into that active spot to get the weakness, bringing Arceus down to 60 HP.
Yeah, and the really big deal about this game is the notable lack of Dialga means that if this Arceus EX goes down, there's no energy left on the board for our top player, meaning that they're just kind of in like this tempo black hole that they're not going to catch back up from before Garchomp claws them out.
Wow. And I mean, the way they played that leads me to believe that they just completely bricked on the other side. No bench, no anything here. So we don't even get top damage from Arceus. Just, it seems like a really unfortunate draw so far for our Dialga player. That's probably game.
Through the magic of time-shifted matches, we're going to go ahead and play this one up here a little bit quickly because in real time, our competitors are just getting ready to start round 2, and we don't want to be too far behind them. But we want to watch this one to completion, too. So let's see. This game looking pretty in the bag for our Garchomp player, and excited to see how Game 3 goes here in a moment.
Yeah, same. Just unfortunately, there's nothing they can do. Hey, Mars. Yeah, true. That's the time you could use Mars. They only got the one card. Arceus hits the bench. Funny enough, they did get Sabrina, which is insane. They actually got a card that they could play around. The Claw ends it for him.
All right, and that is Game 2 going over to our Garchomp player. We are going to go ahead and get them into the third game here and see who takes down this match before we head on into the second round of the tournament here today. Appreciate everybody hanging out. If you're just joining us, welcome to the second Hooglandia Spraggles Pokemon Pocket Tournament.
Yeah, this has been so much fun. We're seeing a lot of our favorite decks to start this thing out. We're going to be seeing a lot of Dialga Arceus today, it feels like, as we're starting off with another Garchomp here. Gibble in the active spot, Dialga in the active spot, opponent starting without the energy advantage, so this is a good situation to be in for our Garchomp player.
That Rocky Helmet on the Dialga, a really big deal, though. The Gibble into the Gabite, getting the chip shots early has a lot of value, and now in order to get those chip shots, you're going to have to take some damage back yourself. Absolute worst draw in the deck for our Chomp player there. You see, they actually only play one Pokeball because there's only one other basic, and they drew the second Gibble for their first draw step.
Yeah, very unfortunate here. Cyrus right now is a card they could play later. Looking to see if they do grab it. I mean, they're looking for Gabite right there. It's fortunate, but it still might not even be enough, Jeff. The rest of their hand is not good. 2 Cyruses and an Aerodactyl. Not at all what they're looking for, as Metallic Turbo is going to be able to swing for 30 right here, putting Gabite in an unfortunate spot.
All right, and we need that Chomp off the top here, or this is going to be a quick exit for our Garchomp player in Game 3. There it is.
Wow. Okay, we get it. We get to swing here.
Now, that Rocky Helmet we talked about a moment ago could be the make or break, though. Because we dealt 30 to this Dialga, we are at 120, and that's actually going to be all she wrote.
That is game right there. They retreat into Arceus. It swings for 130, and it's all over. Well, you didn't need Geo. I guess they're just
Listen,
they're just letting
Giovanni
them know.
just wanted to hurt me further, Spriggles. It is
Apparently.
deeply personal at this point what Giovanni has done to me and my Garchomps.
Yeah, apparently. And there we go. That is going to be the end of round 1 here in our tournament. Now, obviously, while these games were playing on broadcast, we had a ton of games going, and we're going to be heading into round 2 here very, very soon, as we're going to be seeing, I think, a lot more Dialga Arceus as the day goes on. That's
And
for
then,
sure.
as people have been asking, when are there going to be free Hourglass pack codes? Very momentarily. We're going to go ahead and throw to an advert break here. And as that's coming to a close, the codes are going to be going up on the screen. So grab that link from the chat, that gift at PokemonTCGPocket.com. Good luck, Godspeed. We'll see you back after the break for some more round 2 action here. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere.
Be right back.
Welcome back. We are heading on into round 2 of our second ever Hooglandia Spraggles Pokemon Pocket Open Series tournament. It's good to be here back in the booth once again with the man, the myth, the legend, Spraggles. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing good, man. It's so good to be casting alongside you, Jeff. We've had some exciting games so far. If you're just joining us, this tournament has over $1,000 in prizing with almost 1,000 players that have signed up for it. Also, in our breaks, we have a giveaway that is happening. You can do exclamation point giveaway in the chat to learn more about that. So some people are going to get some free packs just for watching today's stream. Compliments of TPCI, while they are not a sponsor of this tournament, and we're very clear about that, they are giving us some creator codes. So big shout out to them for helping us set up a really cool tournament here, Jeff.
And past our door prizes that were given out during the tournament today, the prizing for today's tournament for our over 800 competitors is the most prizing we've ever had in the Pokemon TCG Pocket space. The Hooglandia Whales have funded a 600 USD prize pool for our top 8 competitors. And past that, we've got 300 Pokegold for each of our top 16 competitors, and then over 1,000 hourglasses being distributed to folks with top finishes as well.
We got some really cool matches coming up here. So we just watched a few Garchomps on stream and Infernape on stream, and we're going to continue watching some of the more interesting decks as we move through this tournament. I guess interesting as opposed to what is the most meta, even though we're seeing that a ton, which is Arceus Dialga. What we have right here, Jeff, is a Luxray Manectric, which is a really cool new setup here. Obviously, this takes the Luxray from Space Time SmackDown and pairs it with the new Manectric. Manectric is a really cool card because it doesn't hate going first. On its turn 3, it can attack for 40 with that new powerful ability. I believe it's called Flash. There it is, Flash, which gives your opponent 50-50 to not be able to fight. So it's pretty strong.
Yeah, kind of a lightning version of Dugtrio, which is a card that we saw sporadically put up tournament results in the past. Just get this little bit of chip shot damage in, but also more importantly have this 50% or just blank your opponent's next turn. Maybe a little bit of an unfortunate pairing for our electric player this round, though. We see that Riolu in the active spot that's going to eventually evolve into a Lucario, meaning they're going to have some type advantage over these lightning Pokemon.
And here we go. You can see on the other side, yeah, it does have the Riolu. This is a Lucario Rampardos deck. You can see the skull fossils out right there, able to do some huge damage right away. And now, you know, as our lightning player here, you're going to need to make a decision. Even if you pull Manectric, do you start fighting with it right away?
Yep, we see that Pokeball happen first here. Important sequencing decision when you're looking for these stage 1 or specifically non-basic Pokemon. You want a Pokeball first. And then another decision point here for a Lightning player is, do you want to evolve this one that's already taken a chip shot damage, or would you rather build a second one on your bench to have it move in at full after the fact?
Yeah, the interesting thing is here, if this Riolu does evolve, I believe the Flash would cleanse, just like it would, if it was poison or something like that. So, that's not ideal. However, if you are playing this Luxray deck, you are looking for discarded energy regardless, right? So if these Pokemon are KO'd, that energy goes to the discard pile, and you can pull it up with Volkner.
Yeah, Volkner really the big payoff / support card for playing that Luxray. Lets you grab those discarded energies, which could be discarded from Pokemon with their attacks, but also just from retreats or being moved to the discard pile from being knocked out, like Spraggles was talking about. I think the only decision I don't love here from our bottom player is this Cape, unfortunately, does not save the Mancentric from any super meaningful breakpoints. This Cranidos here is going to hit for 70 due to that fighting weakness anyways, and the Lucario would have been cracking for 80, and wow, that is a Lucario as well, meaning this is a deal 90 for 1 to these weak Pokemon.
Boy, this is a really tough spot to be in. Not only do you have the Cranidos in the active spot if you're able to get rid of it somehow, but they have another one on the bench. They're posturing as if they have Rampardos, but even if they don't, these cards are swinging for 70 for a single energy. We do have Volkner that lets you make a play eventually right here. You could attack with this Farfetch'd, and it doesn't hurt you as far as getting this Luxray online. You don't need to comms right away because you're still going to be looking for Luxray for one more turn so you can draw and then try to comms next turn for it. But right now, you just feel like you are so far behind.
And this is the other upside to this Rampardos Cranidos deck is that these things only take a single energy to attack. So even if this Luxray gets built up and is able to take out this lead, there's just so many attackers ready to go in the back because the energy investment is super minimal here.
You know, this was a really interesting deck that did very, very well in Spacetime Smackdown. But the more Arceus you see, the more meta this deck has become, with really only one big addition to it, I feel like, in the new set, which is Pseudo Wudo, which is a really good fighting card, for sure.
Yep, not a particularly exciting one when you're playing against this Luxray deck, but as we're seeing here, a lot of your other bits are all coming together to make sure that you can clean this out anyways.
Luxray right now, they're looking for their card. They're going to have to use comms to try to find it in their deck. They've got a few options for it, right? We've got what? One Luxio, two Luxrays, and a Manectric, and they pull the Luxray.
Okay, so
they're about 50-50 there.
We get to get a knockout here, but I think this fighting matchup is tough for our Luxray player, not just because of the weakness damage that we're seeing, but also because a lot of the strength for Luxray as a card comes from the fact that you can reach back and clear EX Pokemon before they're ready to come up, and when you have to get 3 knockouts over the course of the game here, you're just in a tough spot when you have to give up all your energy to get each of those knockouts.
Yeah, this is a really nice deck for some of the decks that just want to sort of power up and stall, but this Lucario deck is not interested in that. The only thing they are waiting for is finding their cards. They decide to go into the full HP Cranidos right there. Rampardos in that active spot here will still swing and end the game. If they have it, it's over. Basically, they have a lot of cards too. So there's the Rampardos.
Yep, there is the big angry dino here. Has weakness, has Lucario, doesn't need either of them. Gets up to 170 damage, a little bit of overkill there.
Yeah, I mean, not the deck you want to run into with Luxray right here. I can definitely see how this is set up to play well into things like Dialga, Arceus, things like that. You know, the Manectric could stop the Metallic Turbo from even being able to fight. That is a great counter right there. I want to take a look at their matches right here. Their first match, interestingly enough, I was wondering what they were going to run into. Their first match, they ran into a Darkrai Weavile. So this deck, I do feel like, is set up pretty well to play into the meta, but the meta counter, boy, it just eats it pretty. Well, it eats it for lunch, Joe.
And something we talked about during the pre-show was how well the Dialga Arceus is the deck to beat. It's 20% of the metagame, but past Dialga Arceus and then like 10% Rampardos, everything else in the metagame was single-digit percentages, even sub 5%. I think was our third most played deck. And you can't just beat the best deck if you want to do well in a tournament. You got to be good into the spread of everything else too.
Taking a look here, we're going first for our lightning type player. Marshadow on the other side. Probably not the start that our other side's looking for, but not the end of the world either. It has 1 retreat cost. You usually want Marshadow to hang out on your bench so they can get a revenge KO. A lot of Pokemon cards on the side of our lightning player. Electrike hits the bench as well as Shinx.
Almost everything you're looking for, though. We obviously need that stage 1 for Luxray in the middle. Spraggles, you definitely know what its name is, and I certainly do as well, but I'm just quizzing you.
Luxio.
See, Spraggles is so smart, Chad. This is why he's my casting partner. So
I actually did know that one, but to be fair, I could have just went right over here and clicked out and pulled that deck list up. But to be fair, I actually did know it was Luxio.
All right, we see our fighting player, like Spraggles said, not ideal to have Marshadow in the lead. I wonder if we'll see an X speed come out here. Nope, just looks like it's going to go ahead and take a hit here from the Duck potentially.
Yeah, they also could just be stalling. I mean, if Lucario gets online, it's KOing a lot of stuff on the other side in one hit. If they're able to get their Fossil online, we saw how devastating that was. So we're going to see how they want to play this. Of course, you can put energy on the Duck here and start swinging. They decide to. They don't decide to evolve into Manectric, maybe convincing their opponents they don't have it, possibly.
And one of the things I really love about the Farfetch'd and Manectric inside of this Luxray deck is that because each of these take 1 energy, you can lead on each of them, let them get knocked out, and then Volkner that energy back up onto the Luxray. So basically those early knockouts that you're trading don't hinder your progress towards actually winning the game with your Luxray at the end.
And here we have our Cranidos. The nice thing about having this Farfetch'd out there is Cranidos cannot take it down without that Lucario. and also the energy was put earlier on Riolu, so they can't make a play like that yet. Using the Pokeball, just thinning their deck here. They absolutely don't need this Pokemon in their hand. That's okay. They're going to power Shinx, which is interesting, but also even powering Manectric doesn't make a difference, right? It is a 1 energy card, so it's kind of irrelevant. We're going to take the KO here with Farfetch'd. If we have Lucario ready to go here, the Cranidos will be able to take it in 1.
It's interesting to me that we did. I think I would be inclined to put the cape on the Farfetch'd. I was the bottom player here, kind of require the opponent to either evolve or have the Lucario here, because forcing the evolution would mean that they would have to take 50 damage in order to get the knockout, and more importantly, forcing the evolution out means they can't evolve to clear the penalty from the Manectric the following turn.
Here we go. They have not played Lucario yet. Lucario is absolutely what they are looking for in this moment, but they don't have it. So this means Farfetch survives the turn, and now we can make some interesting plays here. We have Volkner, but of course we don't have Luxio, so we can't, we can't make a big play with this. If they had Luxio online, they could retreat the Farfetch'd, bring in the Luxray, evolve into Luxray, bring it into the active spot, and then use Volkner to pull that 1 energy we lost from the Farfetch'd retreat and get a big KO. Unfortunately, they don't have that play available.
So we're going to long pause here, kind of trying to decide if they want to give up the Farfetch'd here or if they want to move in on the back line. I think I like giving up the Farfetch'd here overall. If they want to take this knockout, it gives you some time. You're 2 turns off of Luxray at a minimum anyway, so you're probably going to have to give up a knockout point. It might as well be on the thing that's already damaged.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. You still can make the Manectric play here at some point. Our fighting deck is bricking a little bit. They're playing Pokeball. This could give them their Sudowoodo. It gives them their other Riolu. Sudowoodo obviously not ideal into a deck like this. They do have the nice fighting weakness for almost all their cards except Farfetch, but no EXs on their side. Riolu getting powered with an energy. And boy, it just looks like we are not finding exactly what we want. No Lucarios.
And this is one of those spots where it's possible that there's a Rampardos lurking on the side for our fighting player, but there's just no reason to play it out at this point, right? Having that evolution means you can clear the penalty, and it means when you take this knockout, you don't take 50 damage back.
And here we go. We have Volkner here, so we are just bricking when it comes to this Luxio. This is one of the things that just happens with these stage 2 Pokemon. Sometimes you just absolutely brick. You can't pull them. Nice damage here, 40 plus the flash. However, if they are able to evolve into Rampardos, that doesn't matter. Should clear the flash. They could pick up the KO, and they basically trade in this moment.
And here's the Lucario, and the Lucario combined with the weakness means that even if there's not a Rampardos, a heads on the flip means the Mancentric goes down in a single blow.
Let's see what they decide to do. The tough thing about putting in Rampardos is you may want to hold Rampardos for your other fossil, but I don't see that fossil on the board right now, so it may just be time to pick up your next point here. They don't have Luxio on the side of our Lightning deck, so the aggression might matter here in a big way.
This long pause here, they do have the Rampardos. I think they were thinking about, do they want to take the damage versus have the coin flip to clear? And I think it's correct for them to take the evolution here for sure.
I agree. Yeah, I think that's the call. They take the Evo, they get the KO. They're only down 1 point. They're going to try to use this Shinx to possibly hide right now. Yeah, we have comms. We have comms.
This is incredibly likely to find us our stage 1. Important templating difference on Shinx versus Manectric here is that the hide, if you hit the heads, is... Oh, we broke down the stage 1.
Oh, it's so unfortunate. There's just nothing they can do right now. They could retreat. I mean, no, they have to hide.
Yep.
It's the only thing they can do is hide.
All right, and we need a heads here to get to continue playing a game.
Yeah, that's GG.
Yep, that's gonna unfortunately be a 2-0 for the fighting deck over our lightning one here. An unfortunate typing advantage there, making a tough matchup even harder. And I think it's important to point out that I don't think it's just the typing advantage that mattered there. I think it's the fact that
No.
all single knockout point Pokemon are tough for this Luxray build to go into.
Yeah, because it looks like it really is positioned to fight these EXs. Nectric specifically like deals with Dialga so well. You 50-50 Dialga into not being able to provide any energy at all. That is massive. And then Luxray is there to pick up an EX Pokemon. So ran into a little bit of a counter there, Jeff.
And if you're a Luxray enjoyer at home, they are down but not out. If you're just joining us, the structure of this tournament is after we play 7 rounds of Swiss that everybody plays all the way through. Players who have 6 or 7 wins will advance into our single elimination bracket. So our Luxray player is now 1-1 after winning 1 and losing 1. And if they rattle off the next 5, we could still see them again today.
All right. What are we heading into next here? We have a few exciting matchups in front of us.
I think we're going to take a peekaboo at some Infernape again here. We saw that in the first round, and it broke my heart a little bit. So we're going to see if it can rally it back here. It's going to be playing against Dialga Arceus here for our main villain.
Yeah, so we've got a Dialga Arceus against our Infernape player. We are looking at the perspective of the Dialga right here. Interestingly enough, in this Dialga deck, Jeff, we do have a Druddigon, which I feel like I have not seen run a ton. And we have the Shaman here that is not the Skyform Shaman. We just have the Healing Shaman.
We have not 1, but 2 copies of Mars here as well. Going to be interested to see if those look like they can be effective here. I will say, I think Mars is more effective against Infernape than a lot of other things because Infernape decks really want to hold that copy of Dawn a lot of the time. So they'll take a knockout and go to 2 points and then need to Dawn the following turn, and Mars is likely to get rid of it. Not guaranteed, but likely.
Interesting. We have an early Leaf bringing Dialga in. I wonder if we wait a turn on this Leaf, or they just think, look, we can only play 1 supporter turn. I'm going to get it in there right away. Running into our Infernape player, we can see their deck list. They do not have a Sabrina, so they actually are safe to make this play right now.
Yep, and with this kind of glut of supporters in hand for our Dialga player, they're very heavily incentivized to make this Leaf play ASAP, even if there was a Sabrina that you'd be looking to dodge on occasion.
Here we go, over to our Infernape player's side. Heatran active, which is really, I mean, that's scary for a Dialga, right? Metallic Turbo means you are powering up not only your bench, but you're also powering up that Heatran to do some extra damage here. We're going to see what they want to play. What I'm talking about is the attack Ragin' Mad Strike, able to do an additional 40 if Heatran has any damage on it at all. Pokeball could possibly give us the Arceus we are looking for, and it is Drud.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if this Druddigon does anything of note while we play this game here. It is a wall for you to build your Arceus up behind organically in the games where you don't lead on Dialga. There's some appeal from that, I suppose.
Taking a look at our fire side here, they don't have anything played on their bench. I wonder if... Okay. If they don't play anything now, I feel like you just have to Mars for the sake of it, right? I mean, look how many cards they have.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We're also kind of in a position where this Heatran's kind of looking like it could solo this Dialga, right? Like, with the weakness advantage, we're going to do 60, which puts them to 90. And then if they hit them with Metallic Turbo, they're going to get Ragin' Mad, which then does 100.
Here we go. They're using Pokemon Comms right now. If they're using Comms to find Arceus, that's one thing. If they use Comms to find other things they need for, Infernape in their hand, I think you just have to Mars this next turn. It's possible you Sabrina to get away from this Heatran damage. There's Arceus, and it is non-EX Arceus, interestingly enough. I didn't notice that. It is regular Arceus.
Baby Arceus is interesting because obviously you're not attacking with it, but the upside is similar to Heatran. It can just be this 1 knockout point wall that's got a reasonable amount of HP for you to build up your Infernape behind.
And here we go. Now that they played a lot of their cards, I think we're in a lot of trouble. on the side here for our Dialga. They do not have what they're looking for. We're going to heal up our Dialga right here. We could play Sabrina to make sure that we don't take the Rocky Helm damage as well as, and it looks like they are going to do that. So we don't take the Rocky Helm damage. I'm guessing you put Drud out here. You could power Drud so that you have the ability to hide behind it and then retreat without the cost of a leaf. You also could power Shaman. You don't get a lot of value out of that, though.
Yeah, and the other thing too is not only does getting Sabrinaing the Heatran get you out of the Rocky Helmet damage, but it more importantly just doesn't mark damage on the Heatran at all, meaning even if our player pivots back into it, they're only dealing 60 still instead of dealing 100, which means this Dialga gets to live for a turn, which gives the Shaman the chance to heal it up past a breakpoint.
And here we go. We do decide to put the energy on Shaman. I wonder if there is any thought to putting it on Drud right there. I mean, it's an option, right? Again, from the other side, we know that they are not playing a Sabrina. They're not going to be able to get that Shaman in.
Are there copies of Pokemon Communication in our bottom players deck?
Let me take a look here. We've got no comms.
Okay. Yeah. I think so, if you're not holding Druddigon for something like comms, I think I'd be inclined to agree with you. Getting it out so you can have energy on it to give you the option to pivot with it later is somewhat appealing. Although it's also worth noting that like Dialgaing onto Shaman and Druddigon, neither of those sound very good, so you're not super excited about it either way.
Agreed. Yeah, it's not good either way, and maybe they're just thinking it doesn't really make much of a difference here. Putting the Rocky Helm now on the Monferno. Heatran back in that active spot, swinging again, taking Dialga down to 40. They're just clicking their deck. They're saying, I need something, and there we have the Arceus. This does give them the opportunity to power with the Dialga and then bring Arceus in. We also could retreat into Drud here. They do have Cyrus, though, on the side of our Infernape player. Only 2 cards in their hand, however.
So Cyrusing the Monferno is a lot less appealing than Cyrusing up the Chimchar, because if there is an Infernape lurking, the Infernape has a free retreat cost. So when we Sabrinaed into the Chimchar the previous turn, it cost them a tempo of an energy to swap it back out. But now if they have an evolution, the Cyrus could have been used to greater effect later to possibly KO the Infernape.
We're going to see if they have it or not. It does have 20 HP, and this deck is only running 1 Cyrus, so they used it right here. That was their opportunity to bring it in.
We see a pause here. Do we not have the Infernape? If they don't have the Infernape, this Arceus has a chance to take things over. And I think the writing is on the wall for our Arceus player at this point. If they don't have a cape, they can't put anything else up here. Are there capes in this deck with these 2 copies of Mars?
Yes, two giant capes, actually.
So that's their definite. Now that's not even a guarantee. Well, it doesn't even guaranteed win the game. The cape's not even good enough, right? Because there's a Rocky Helmet on the Heatran.
That's right. Rocky Helmet on Heatran is going to take him down. So there's the giant cape. It's going to bring him up to 160. But yeah, again, this brings them to 140 here. We have Drud. That's not going to make a difference. We have Mars. I mean, this would be the most fruitless Mars of all time.
And this is the tough part about trying to play stalling Pokemon like Druddigon in a deck that's otherwise full of EXs, is that, well, you could pivot to Druddigon, but your opponent already took 2 knockout points from clearing your Dialga, so you can't even give up the Druddigon in a spot like this.
Yeah, and here we go, going down to 140. That's the exact amount of HP that Infernape loves to see. Going to head out to the active spot and finish this game. Possibly just playing it out to see if their opponent makes a mistake or something right here, but that is not going to happen. Infernape to the active, and that is going to be it.
All right, we see this Infernape Arceus build. Both builds making some unique card choices between the baby Arceus for our top player and the 2 copies of Mars for our bottom player. For you just joining us, these are best of 3 tournament rounds. So the Arceus Dialga player is down but not out, and we're gonna pop back up here while our players prepare to head into their second game.
Yeah, that was an interesting series. So if I'm taking a look at the Infernape deck right here, they only have 1 Arceus. They don't even have 2 baby Arceuses. They have 1 Arceus, 2 Heatrans, And, you know, from that last game, they actually loved having Heatran in the active spot. Heatran, again, a really strong counter for Dialga. Not only are you able to do weakness damage, but if they decide to attack with Metallic Turbo, you're doing even more. Does it clear it in two if you do that?
Assuming the Dialga hits the Heatran in the middle, you do 60 and then 100 with the weakness, and it's really clean.
Yeah, wow. That's pretty solid. A pretty solid counter right here as we're going to get ready for our next game. Infernape winning that first one. If we take a look at the Dialga deck, it is a little different from some of the other ones I've seen. Again, I don't often see this Drud, and it has 2 copies of Mars, which feels like, I mean, I like the idea of running Mars a little bit. It takes away some counter options from your opponent or some like game-winning options with Cyrus and stuff like that. 2 copies might be a little excessive.
All right, we're heading down on in to our game 2 here, where first energy advantage is going over to our Dialga player this time around, which is definitely where they want to be. This Pokeball has a wide range of things that it can hit, though. That extra copy of Druddigon and things like that means you're slightly less likely to find the Arceus that you really want to lead on putting your extra energy on to start.
And here we go. We got the Dialga in that active spot. Overall, not an amazing start, cards in hand, but looking decent. We have the Rotom on the side of our Infernape player, which I think is interesting. Again, they only have 1 Arceus in this deck, so both links on the Heatran and the Rotom link do not work unless they pull that single baby Arceus.
Yeah, I really like the inclusion of this Rotom for the Infernape deck in general, because one of the kind of downsides Infernape can have is that 140 damage doesn't quite get up to clear things when there's so many giant capes involved, and Rotom's dash attack being able to deal 20 to something on the bench lets you kind of hit that extra so Infernape can clear in a single go.
All right, we're going to see how they want to play this here. They have Arceus. They have Pokeball. Now, obviously, they don't need to play this bench here, but at the same time, there is no Sabrina on the side of our opponent. They may just want to not play the bench so Rotom can't snipe Arceus at all right now.
Yep, and we see here we're pausing for the Pokeball to tapping close to that end turn button, but not quite pressing it. I think it's fine to actually just pass here if you know the Infernape player is not going to get you with something like a Mars or a red card. Yep, it just leaves the Rotom unable to attack. And I actually really like the not playing the Pokeball in this instance because they're not going to do anything with a basic Pokemon that they find this turn. And ideally, they don't just want 1 more basic Pokemon, they want 2 more. So by waiting to play it for a turn, their next draw step is more likely to be a basic as well, kind of giving you the better chance to fill your bench in its entirety.
That's right. It feels like there are a lot of situations where you would not do that, right? Especially decks that are looking for stage 2s and things like that. However, in a situation like this, you're exactly right. You want all the opportunities you can get to get those basics so that your Arceus can do some serious stuff on the bench. We have a possibility of playing a Sabrina right here. We do decide to use our Pokeball. We find our second Arceus. And now the question is, how do they want to play this? Do they want a Sabrina to not take the Rocky Helm damage, or do they just want to attack the Rotom?
Yeah, and the Rocky Helm's a big deal here because this Dialga might be at 170, but it is weak to fire, meaning if you take even 10, the Infernape is going to clear you in 1. So I really like this Sabrina play from our bottom player. You want to make sure that you're not getting cleared by the Infernape next turn under ideal circumstances.
Here we go. They are bringing in the Monferno here. Arceus is going to hit the bench.
Not just 1, but 2 crown rare Arceus here for our bottom player.
I don't have a single one yet, Jeff. How dare they?
We see the energy powering up here. I like holding the extra Arceus in hand, kind of concealing how much damage you're going to output the following turn. We see the Infernape evolve, and it's going to be able to crack for 160 here, but that's not quite enough to finish on its own.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the reason that we saw that Sabrina play that we just saw a moment ago. It does protect our Dialga for an additional turn. Now, of course, even if it heads back to the bench, they have Rotom, they have Cyrus, they have ways that they can deal with this right here. Let's see how they want to play it.
One thing that is noteworthy is we don't currently have any healing on our Dialga player side. So if we crack this Dialga down to 10, the Rotom can finish it on the following turn.
Here comes Rotom into the active. They decide not to hit here.
Oh, and the Cyrus top deck is so punishing for taking this line here.
they are going to be able to swing at Infernape. They can't KO it, but they could do some serious damage to it. They do decide to power Arceus on the bench. Now, the question is, do they want this Arceus to go down in 1 to Infernape here?
See, if
Or
I'm
are they
on
going to hit with Metallic Turbo?
if I'm on the Dialga player side here, I think I'm inclined to simply power up a second copy of Arceus, because getting this extra 30 on the Infernape means your Arceus clears it next turn, and then even if your Rotom takes the Dialga, your Arceus then clears the Rotom on the backswing, giving you the 3rd point that you need.
Okay, no, we go for the retreat into Arceus, so we are going to trade here.
This is a really interesting
Why
choice.
retreat instead of Leaf?
Yeah, this isn't even. Yeah, first we should. Well, they Cyrus, so they couldn't Leaf.
Oh,
but,
sorry. Yes, they
but
Cyrus.
the strange part about this is both players are going down to 0 energy, and when both players are going down to 0 energy, it's definitely a position that favors the Infernape player, the card that recharges back up faster.
Infernape is going to swing, take out Arceus, and now on the other side, you can't hit him yet. You get a free retreat, and in fact, with Dawn, I mean, they're in a pretty great spot, which they are running 1 in their deck. Very interesting.
All right, here's a copy of research, but again, like, no energy anywhere means that this Infernape is not getting cleared this turn. Shaman is not quite good enough a lot of the time, right? Because if there's a Dawn, we're cracking for 160, and that still doesn't get the Dialga outside of Rotom range.
Yeah, and I mean, a Dawn feels like it ends this game essentially right here. Let's see what they have. They don't have it yet. They retreat into Chimchar. Energy onto Chimchar. Okay. The energy on Chimchar makes me believe that they are setting up a Dawn play. It feels like a weird way to do it. I guess they're possibly just playing around Cyrus right here. So they say, like, look, if you decide to Cyrus the Infernape, that's fine. We already put the energy on Chimchar. We're looking for Dawn regardless.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this by putting the damage on the Dialga, you're kind of making it so, okay, I'm guaranteed to kill you with clear you with Infernape plus Dawn next turn anyways, and this way, if a Cyrus happens, I'm insulated from that.
Yeah.
I see some of my chatters commenting that they think this is a mistake, but I think this is actually really heads up, because if you have the Dawn anyways, it plays around the Cyrus and gives you the extra energy on the Chimchar should you get Cyrus on the next turn.
Yeah, you can retreat the Chimchar for 1, right? Bring Infernape up, Dawn it up. But it's possible they just are bricking on it. They don't have it.
Yeah, if there's not a Dawn in hand, I don't know that I agree with this sequence.
Well, they also could be searching for 1, right? And they just say, like, look, if they Cyrus me and I'm putting energy on Infernape, it's completely useless regardless. So I might as well just put it on. You could literally put it on anything else, I guess. Comms, possibly looking to grab Monferno here to do some extra damage.
Seems like it would be fine here.
Okay. We do have Monferno, so we're able to do a little extra damage to the Dialga. Still no Dawn play.
The Arceus in the back is rearing and ready to go at this point, though. If we don't have a Dawn, the Infernape really needed that energy on the previous turn. I feel like it was only heads up if we had the Dawn, and we don't. So I think this Dialga Arceus player actually has a window to win this now.
Yeah, possibly here, huh? Let's see. We have the Pokeball. We're going to heal up. They can retreat here essentially for free with Leaf and swing on to Monferno. Pokeball can fill the bench. They can do that with Drud or with the Dialga. We go for the Leaf here. We have 1 Cyrus on the side of our Infernape player. Have they used it already?
Our Infernape player has not used Cyrus, so if there's a Cyrus in hand, Infernape can still take them down the following turn.
So maybe they were literally bricking on both. They were bricking on Dawn and Cyrus, and they go, look, there are 2 cards I need to pull here. I need to pull either Dawn or Cyrus. Either one can give me a game win, but I have to be able to pull it. They prioritize the energy on the Chimchar because if they put it on Infernape and they get Cyrus, it doesn't help them at all. Let's see. They could be top decking their win condition right here, which would be Cyrus.
There's the energy up front, and I have to imagine if our energy is going on the Infernape here, we've got, yes, cool. So it looks like a pretty clean 2-0 win for our Infernape player over a variation of the best deck in the metagame.
Yeah, there we go. Boom. Infernape takes down the Dialga. And yeah, I have to assume that's what they were going for. In my mind, they didn't have Dawn and they didn't have Cyrus. And they were trying to make a play where either one they grab on the next turn could possibly give them a game win. While at the same time, if you put energy on the active Chimchar, you maybe evolve it into Monferno. Maybe there's some reality your opponent decides to retreat into something. You get a second Infernape on the board. I don't think that part was too relevant, but they just recognized energy onto that Infernape kind of means nothing if Cyrus is in play.
All right, and it looks like for our participants, round 3 has just paired as of a couple of minutes ago, so make sure you check in for your matches. We are going to go ahead and throw to a few-minute break here on the stream while our feature matches get picked and queued up and ready for that. We'll be back in just a little bit. Appreciate everybody hanging out today for our second ever Hooglandia Spraggles Pokemon Pocket Open.
Codes are coming!
Yes, stick around. The giveaway codes are going up now. How are we doing, folks? Welcome back. We are heading on into round 3 of our second ever Hooglandia Spraggles Open Series event for Pokemon Pocket. If you're new here, I am Jeff Hoogland. I am joined by my co-host, the man, the myth, the legend, Spraggles. It's good to be here with you this morning.
Yeah, man, this is just always such a great time. I love kind of seeing the meta develop when a new set releases in Pocket. We got to see it with Spacetime Smackdown, and now here we are in Triumphant Light, seeing a lot of really interesting decks. We got some great matches coming up for you, but I know, Jeff, you wanted to talk a little bit about the meta game and how this tournament is shaping up as we before we head into those. So let's bring it on up here for the chat. The top 4 decks in the tournament are doing very, very well. Dialga Arceus at 57% win rate, Rampardos Lucario 57, Palkia EX with Origin Form Palkia at almost 60%, and just Palkia EX all by its lonesome with 18 trainers at 56%.
Yeah, I think the biggest fall from grace this season is definitely the grass decks. You know, that Executor Celebi, kind of the deck to beat in a big way last season, and we don't even see it here in the top most played decks. And the one kind of replacing it a little bit, Leafeon Celebi, having a real struggle in this tournament and a lot of the other ones that have been happening so far.
You know, if you start to scroll down a little bit here, Jeff, I want to bring up some kind of like highlights and lowlights as we go. Obviously, Glade having a really rough showing, only 36% win rate so far. But a really interesting one, we've got the Palkia Articuno, these water decks kind of crushing it, another 60%er. As we go even further down the list, we've got a 70% outlier with Gyarados, Druddigon, and we talked a little earlier about the Arceus Carnivine. That's also sitting at 58%.
Yeah, so big range of things being successful, while also some of the usual suspects at the top performing how we expect them to perform. What I would like to call out that's been quietly chugging along right about the middle is their Darkrai Magnezone, another one of the ones from the previous format, still doing all right here through the first couple of rounds of our tournament.
I know one that I've really got my eye on, and I think a lot of us are excited to see it, is that Palkia Origin Form Palkia, and we should have one of those matches on deck coming up here. As I scroll a little further down those, oh yeah, let's take a look at it right here. So this is 2 Manaphy, 2 Palkia EX, 2 Origin Form Palkia, only one player running one of the, that's a Baby Articuno, in that deck, right? This is Origin Form Palkia. We talked about this earlier today. 60 damage for 3 energy with the possibility of 50-50 of it doing 120. The nice thing about this is you are giving up only 1 point if this goes down. So if your Manaphy goes down, that's 1 point. If Palkia goes down, that's 1 point. All the while, you could be powering up that very powerful EX Palkia on your bench. And I think that's a lot of what you're looking at here. But if this thing gets online and gets some energy, it really can swing for some serious damage.
Yeah, I mean, an expected value of 90 damage with those big swings up and down. The notable breakpoint on this card being that 1 heads and 1 tails gets you 180, and 180, that clears Dialga with a cape. It clears an Arceus that's wearing a cape and even had a potion put into it. Like, that is a big swing on a 1 knockout point Pokemon, with the typical downside being that it takes a lot of energy to attack with, but Manaphy kind of stepping in and being like, oh, you need a lot of energy, I'm going to serve that right on up for you.
Yeah, Manaphy, just that really powerful card. We saw this kind of combination in Spacetime Smackdown with Manaphy and the Vaporeon from Mythical Island, as well as Palkia EX. But now it really feels like the Vaporeon has sort of been dropped. You know, it's 2 cards. It's a stage 1 that you have to get online. It's not doing as much damage possibly as the Palkia. So now we've got that basic Palkia in these decks. And the rest of it just, you know, pretty solid additions that you would normally see in a lot of these. Of course, you also have the new healing factor with Irida, which is pretty powerful.
Yeah, Irida is very, very strong. Being able to spread that healing out across everything on your board is so potent when you have enough energy to shuffle your things around. One other thing to talk about here today is what our competitors are playing for. This is one of the largest prize pool tournaments Pokemon Pocket has ever had. We have 600 USD in cash prizes funded by the Hooglandia whale community, distributed to our top 8 players. And then the Pokemon Company International hooked Spraggles and I up with some awesome creator codes for in-game goodies that we've we've chosen to put up for our tournament today. We've got 2,400 Pokegold to our top 16 competitors, and over 1,000 pack hourglasses being distributed to players outside of the top 16 for various records and conditions.
And of course, we also have some codes that we are using as giveaways to you all in the community. It's the fastest fingers wins with these things. We have them coming up during each break. Exclamation point giveaway in the chat shows you exactly how to enter to get one of those. Big shout out to Pokemon for all the support. I really hope to see them continue to support creators, and hopefully the next time we have a tournament like this, we have even better ways for you to get some free goodies by watching. That would be really cool.
All right.
Do we have an idea of what we want to start with here, Jeff? I know we've got a few great options on board, obviously. The Palkia deck looks very exciting. I don't want to give anything away, but we have some other really cool decks also.
We will definitely be watching the Origin Form Palkia deck, but it looks like they're taking a little bit of a minute to get set up here. So we're going to dive on into some Leafeon versus Dialga here for our first round 3 feature. As always, we're going to cover more than one match every single round, so don't worry, Palkia enjoyers. That's going to be coming up next.
And here we go. We're watching this from the perspective of our Leafeon Celebi player. This is Leafeon Celebi. It also has Shaman, Arceus EX, and Rotom. So this is kind of a different variation than you would see, right? Everyone seems to just be running Leafeon Celebi, and that's it. This has more going on in that deck. What they are running into is Dialga, Arceus with Mew and Shaman.
Yeah, pretty far from ideal starts for both of our players here. If you're on the Dialga side, you don't really want Mew to begin with, and if you're on the Leafeon side, you don't really want your Sky Shaman to begin with. However, the setup afterwards for our Dialga player is quite good, getting both Arceus and Dialga out of their Pokeballs and researches here to start the game.
So we're deciding what we want to do here. Obviously, they want to get this Pokeball out. Celebi hits the board. The question is, do you even worry about powering your Shaman here? You do need energy on it to retreat, but at the same time, it may just be the sacrificial lamb here. There's really not much they can do with it currently. Taking a look at the rest of their deck here, they do have another Shaman, so they could have the ability to retreat it for free if they end up pulling it.
We have a copy of Dawn there in our bottom player's hand here as well, really trying to get the sneaky amount of extra energy onto the Celebi ASAP in a way that's difficult to predict.
We have Eevee. This can set them up to get Leafeon out at some point. Again, you could put energy onto Shaman here. You don't have to. We start to power Eevee. This means next turn, if we want, we could retreat the Shaman and bring Eevee up. But even still, we would have to use our Dawn at that point to bring the energy and start attacking with Leafeon. But it's a play we can make.
So I like the energy on that Leafeon for the reasons Spraggles just said. We see a Leaf come out of our top player. Definitely an ideal setup for them, not getting put behind at all by leading on this Mew. The Dialga is going to take a crack here, and then this Arceus is going to be ready and rearing to go. Unless we have a cape for our Leafeon player, that full benched Arceus is going to be able to clear most things in one shot.
Yeah, and here we go. 30 damage onto the Shaman. The energy over to the Arceus right now. We're going to head back to our Grass player, and they're going to need to make a decision. They pull Celebi here. Probably not exactly what we're looking for. It would be nice to get that Shaman and get a free retreat if we possibly could. We don't get it. We could let Shaman go down. We could power our bench. We could just power Celebi right here. As Jeff mentioned, 130 damage. Very, very scary from the side here of our Arceus if they decide to bring it in. And our Arceus player is running Geo, so they could get the 140 in one hit.
Notable in the templating of the Sky Shaman here for our bottom player, it does reduce those energy costs to retreat, but it notably only works for basic Pokemon that it is reducing.
And here we go. We decide to put more energy onto Dialga here. It's possible they don't have enough to take down Leafeon in one, or they want to keep it in that active spot for a minute. Metallic Turbo, 30 damage, putting some energy onto Arceus. Nope, they decided to put it onto Mew so that they could, play a copy of their opponent's move here, which I guess is going to be Celebi. Not exactly what you're looking for.
And powering up this Mew in the face of Celebi is actually really appealing because the more energies you put on that Mew when you get to copy that Celebi attack, the more coins you're going to be getting to flip as the Mew player. So even potentially overcharging it is really appealing from the Dialga side of the board.
Now, it's possible that they're baiting a moment like this. Obviously, the 140 HP does go down to Arceus with that Geo here. So if we decide to retreat Dialga, fill the bench, Geo, we take down Leafeon with all this energy attached to it. There is the Shaman, so this play is possible. We have a giant cape coming out for Dialga, which kind of makes you think maybe they're not retreating this card right now. We're going to see what they want to do.
Yeah, on the
They're just gonna
Dialga player side of the
swing.
board, I think you kind of want to try and take your first knockout with the Dialga from this spot, so that way the Celebi has to come up and clear the Dialga, and then your Arceus can threaten to finish the Celebi in one shot, so long as there's not a cape here, because you don't want your Arceus in the active spot when the Celebi comes up and risk the Celebi one-shotting it before it can take the lethal on the crackback.
We should mention there is one giant cape on the side of our Celebi player. They don't have it yet. They comms and they pull out a Sky Shaman.
So I assume we're going to see the Celebi continue to charge here on the back. With a little bit of a high roll, the Leafeon could retreat. And, well, I suppose with the Dawn, it wouldn't even be a high roll, huh? But you risk losing that Celebi on the backswing to any other bench Pokemon, even if you clear the Dialga.
And I think they are sort of clicking their deck there, kind of saying like, man, if I had Cape right here, this is such a safe play. Without Cape, it's, you're very unsafe because that Arceus is very threatening. There are a lot of cards in your opponent's hand. They easily could get another basic onto their bench. Dialga is in a scary spot for the Celebi, but then Celebi is in a scary spot to just, get the revenge KO right away. And then at that point, that Arceus is ready to go, and there's really not much you can do to stop it.
Yep, you're basically
7 seconds left.
Basically trying to decide, do I want to wait one more draw for my cape? And that's what we're going for here. We're saying, okay, I'm pretty confident you have another bench Pokemon. You're going to take the Leafeon knockout this turn. I'm hoping I draw my cape next turn so that way I can put the Celebi up. I clear the Dialga, we cape the Celebi so it doesn't go down in the backswing, and then we're able to overcome your Arceus afterwards.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for here. We're looking for that possibility. They're just saying, like, look, there's nothing else I can do right here. I know if I put the Celebi in, that Arceus is very likely to KO me. We have Mew with 3 energy on it right here that can make some interesting plays. We, of course, have the heavy impact, getting the 100. Celebi is going to have to move in right here. As I take a look at our Dialga player's deck, they do have a copy of Sabrina here, which is, pretty scary, obviously. That makes this cape irrelevant, and they pull Celebi regardless. They got 7 cards left in their deck. They're saying, I didn't pull a single Professor, and I didn't pull my cape.
Yep. So the line at this point is just hope that your opponent does not have the extra bench Pokemon. It's obviously fairly likely that they do at this stage in the game. There are many, many cards into their deck, but they took lines trying to play around them having it, and at this point it's okay. We just got to hope you don't have it because we no longer have the play around it available to us.
We have Celebi on the bench. This is just to play around Sabrina. So now we are just hoping they don't have a basic. If they do have a basic, it's all over for our grass type player. They're going to take the KO on Dialga. And here comes possibly Arceus. Now, if Arceus doesn't hit that active spot, that is, huge. But if it does, it kind of signals that they're ready to go here.
Even if they brick on the basic Pokemon here, it's worth noting that that Mew EX has 3 energies and could go up to 4. So if the bench Pokemon is missing, we could see this Mew slide into the active and go for 3 coins. And I assume this means we have a bench Pokemon about to slam down with the energy on the Arceus.
We're going to find out. Looking for it. They have Cyrus to pull up the Shaman.
Is also lethal. Yep, we have 2 knockout points already up top. And it looks like we're heading to a game 2 here with our Celebi player down a game.
A lot of ways that could have gone poorly for our Celebi player. They were looking for Cape, but Cape wouldn't have mattered right there. Cyrus takes down superheroes all day. Cape would have saved it possibly from a 130, but it didn't matter. They had a Cyrus, they had Geo in their deck, they had Sabrina in their deck. They had a lot of options in that moment.
Speaking of heroes, Spriggles, I have an important philosophical question for you here. Who is the hero in this matchup? We have the current best deck of the existing format, and we have the Celebi deck that's demonized us for many months now in Pokemon Pocket.
I think the hero in this matchup, strangely enough, it has to be the Celebi, But it's also because I think this Celebi deck is one of the more interesting ones I've seen, given that it has Rotom, it has Arceus, like it has a lot of interesting things in it that some of the other decks don't have. If this is just a standard, you're putting coins on Celebi, I mean, we can let it go.
We can let it go. See, I personally would prefer to what we're witnessing is it's a Batman situation. There aren't really any
Oh,
heroes when you think about it, but there is a billionaire in spandex you could root for if you're into that sort of thing.
I knew it was a trick question, dang it. As we start with Shaman on both sides, actually, you can tell neither player is happy with this start at all. This is not very fun for anyone. This is their second Sky Shaman start, right? They pulled it both times.
Yeah,
It's
and
unfortunate.
on the Celebi player side, you're a little bit less upset with this lead because you do have the second Sky Shaman that could let you shuffle it for free. You know, this finds an Eevee, you find the other Sky Shaman next turn, maybe you're in a pretty serviceable spot.
Yeah. Now the question is, what would you like to do here? I think you are going to bench this Celebi and start powering it. I just think it's too valuable to put that energy down. And you could still comms possibly for the other Shaman. Just wait for it to hit the board, kind of like you were waiting for it last time. We'll see.
And there's just not a whole lot going on in the hand for our bottom player. They're kind of just like, we're powering up Celebi until we have something else to do. And the thing that I think is going to be a struggle for our Celebi player is getting that first knockout point before they move into Celebi. The Leafeon is just not as durable and doesn't hit quite as hard or as efficiently as Executor that we saw in previous formats. And against this high HP basic Pokemon, I think we're kind of seeing this play out as why the grass decks have kind of fallen off a bit in this new metagame.
Here we go. Arceus hits the board. We also could possibly be seeing Dialga hit the board here, but we just see Arceus and energy attached to it. Right on over to our player here in the bottom spot. They do find the Shaman. We were just talking about this. This could be like let's go time. You retreat right into Celebi and you start swinging, and I like this play.
I think this is the start you need when you're on the Celebi player side. There's no Dialga in sight. You're hitting for an average of at least 50 points of damage here. If they high roll even a little bit on this and hit the two heads, I think they're in a really good spot. And I think even missing, especially with this cape in hand, they're still going to be in a very serviceable position overall here.
All right, and here we go. Shaman at 10 HP. We're going to see how our opponents want to react. We don't have Eevee online. Another Arceus has hit the board. We can continue powering the bench here. They will come out and possibly swing for 130. However, they've got that cape in hand. So they're actually in a really good spot here. Much better than our previous game.
The question's going to be, what's the follow-up after the Celebi, right? Because, like, even assume our Arceus player only has, like, one more Pokemon for the bench. That's going to be 110 twice, and 110 twice is enough to clear this Celebi on the Cape through a single copy of Erica. So you're going to need a massive high roll on the Celebi to get through the Arceus, or I think you're going to be pretty far behind.
Okay. Let's see how we want to handle this here. I mean, we're going to comms. We're going to try to throw Rotom in the deck, possibly look for our Eevee here.
Yep, I think it's
The
really...
two
rough.
Yeah.
I think it's really important that our Celebi player find a second thing that can attack to get online here, because I think it's incredibly unlikely that Celebi actually finished this game on its own, and you're going to need...
Oh, now what are you rooting for, Jeff, you monster?
I mean, it's not my fault Batman just, like, tripped over his cape there. He got what he deserved.
Oh, no. Oh, no. The unlikely 3 tails from Celebi put it in such a tough spot here. We have the Leaf play. Here comes the Arceus. Arceus is now going to be able to swing. And unfortunately, without that point, this does mean that even once they take down or possibly take down Arceus, yeah, Cape doesn't make that any better either. We do have a Cape Crusader on the other side. This puts them outside of range for 3 heads now. It has to be 4.
Yeah, and I suppose... with the Sky Shamans, we could shuffle the Celebi around and try and heal it up, but there's Cyrus is lurking as well, so that doesn't seem particularly appealing for our bottom player.
Wow. I mean, you can power other Celebi. Rotom is useless. Uh,
Yeah, I think the line here is second Celebi, put an energy on it, attack with this active one, and you just need to hit 4 heads out of 5 coins.
yeah.
You could put the
Well,
energy on the active Celebi and try and hit 4 out of 4 this turn, but you're statistically slightly more likely to build the second Celebi because then you only need 4 out of 5 instead of 4 out of 4.
well, I mean, here we go. Either way, this is going to be tough. I don't know if Batman's winning or losing, but either way, this is like one of those. Ooh. So we're looking to flip 5 then in one turn, and we're saying we think they're not going to Cyrus us and put the energy on Celebi. Is that
I suppose if you're assuming
okay?
there's no Cyrus and you're assuming there's no
A
extra
big
bench
assumption.
Pokemon, it
Yeah.
is a really big assumption. I guess this line means that you still need 4 out of 5, but if you win the 4 out of 5, you have a Celebi with 5 energy left. Oh, okay, we're done.
Yeah.
We're done here.
I mean, yeah. What are you gonna do, man? Look, I actually, as Jeff was kind of, kind of explaining Batman's thought process right there. I think you're right because if you do hit that 4 out of 5, you have more energy on Celebi, and they're behind. You get the KO in 1, and then the next turn you're flipping 6 if they can't take you. So I get it. They were playing to their outs there. I liked their attempt, but they were taken down by a variant of a pretty meta deck right now.
All right, it looks like we've got our Origin Form Palkia deck coming up next here. Let's get this started.
Now, this is something I know I've been looking forward to all day. This is kind of one of the new breakout decks in the scene right now. We've talked about it a lot on stream, but if you're just joining us, this is 2 Palkia EX, 2 Manaphy, and 2 of the new Origin Form Palkia. This deck also runs things like Irida, Sabrina, Cyrus, Pokeballs, Giant Capes, Misties, of course, a couple of Leafs, and Professor's Research. Something I love about this deck also is, this Origin Form Palkia has a 2 retreat cost. A lot of it reminds me of Drudagon. If you are able to, get this deck set up and ready to go, you can pull back the Origin Form for the Palkia EX. As we're taking a look, we're in this match right now. Palkia getting some energy placed on it here, and it looks like they are going to swing for a big 150, taking out Riolu.
Yeah, we're coming in a little bit into game 1 here, and we'll have the continuation of the match for there. We are now tied 1 match point to 1 match point fighting versus the Palkia. And it looks like our Palkia player's in a pretty reasonable spot overall here, having another Palkia EX charged up and ready to go on their bench.
Yeah, they do have the 1 point already taken off of them. It could have been the Origin Form, or it could have been another Manaphy here. 120 damage. They are living on 10 right now. They have to get this Palkia out. We do have Arita.
We actually have lethal for our bottom player now, right? We're coming in right at the end of this game, it looks like.
Oh,
we'll be able to follow the rest from there. They missed discarding the fossil from the bench here, so a small mishap from our top player means that they are going to give up 2 knockout points there for the bottom because the fossil gets cleaned out.
Yeah, you're right. GG. That was interesting. They didn't pull the fossil out. I wonder why they didn't do that.
I think it's just one of those things. It's really, really easy to miss when you're not thinking about it.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, that Crimson Storm able to do 150 damage to the active, but also 20 to everything on the bench there. They had to pull that fossil, but they were not able to do so as we're going to get ready for our second game. They are running into, we just saw it, Lucario, Rampardos. Both of these players are 2-0 in our tournament so far, heading into round number 3, and now our Palkia deck is up 1-0 in this matchup.
So we've got kind of the number 2 deck in our turn. I'm actually curious to see if the fighting deck can pull this out because the Rampardos deck is kind of the anti-meta to the number 1 deck in the format, but it's the real question mark is, okay, can it be good into the number 1 while still keeping up with other things that are going on?
The nice thing is Rampardos cracks for a lot of damage. Once you have Lucario out there, you are able to KO essentially everything on the other side outside of when they have capes, which they do have a couple of capes. We have the Cape Crusaders back in this once again. Giant Cape just giving so many Pokemon that nice 20-point buffer. That's huge.
We see the Pokeball there picking up the EX Palkia for our bottom player, which is kind of an ideal start here, except the Manaphy is not in the active spot. We need a Leaf or something to be able to position that around potentially.
All right, we get nothing on that flip. Palkia hits the board. We're going to have to see if they also would like to play Manaphy, and they do.
We'll see where our first energy goes here. Energy onto the back Palkia EX makes me believe that this lead origin form Palkia is probably just going to be a punching bag while things get charged up behind it.
Yeah, that's one nice thing you can do. And with 2 Leafs in this deck, you're able to get this out. You also, of course, could get a very lucky Misty flip on it if you decide to. But after the Misty didn't go the way you wanted originally, it looks like we're just going to see Lucario powered up. Misty once again, however. And you could make a big play. If Misty happens to get you 2 heads, there's a possibility Lucario goes down in 1 with a coin flip. So a lot of coins are going to decide what happens to Luca right here. We get 1, 2, 2
okay.
right away. They can swing, Jeff.
I'm going for 3 here if I'm our bottom player. Let's
Absolutely.
Giddy up, Cowboy.
All right, here's the heads that could be huge for this game. They flip. Oh, it's a tails.
So this is obviously not ideal for our Palkia player, but thinking about how the energies line up on the back and forth here, something that's noteworthy is that even though we're not taking the knockout till next turn, this Lucario needs a second energy to be able to attack here, which means that Marshadow is not going to be ready to go, and it's going to require a Rampardos to clear out this origin form Palkia on the backswing.
And we can see here, it also needs an additional energy to retreat, right? So you probably power Marshadow and then hope you get Rampardos. We're going to see what they're able to grab here.
Yeah, we saw Pokemon.
There is a... Oh, go ahead.
We saw Pokemon Communication come out here with the energy going on the Marshadow, choosing not to build the origin form Palkia, but this seems kind of tough for our fighting player here, because once the Lucario goes down, that Marshadow only attacks for 100 with its Revenge, which is not enough to knock out this 120 HP origin form Palkia.
Now, there is a possibility to play Sabrina here. They're probably just going to give up Marshadow, and I think that's not what you're looking for. So you do take down the stage 1, I've got to assume. We'll see if they decide to take Lucario out of the equation. They would be taking a stage 1, something that powers up Rampardos, and at the same time, they would be taking out something with energy on it. So it feels like a great play. Obviously, that Misty generating 2 energy was massive for them.
Yeah, I really like sitting on the Sabrina here. I think taking the Lucario out is really important because Lucario on the board means Rampardos can clear EX Palkia in a single attack, which is a breakpoint you're really looking to avoid if you're our bottom player.
This coin flip obviously means nothing, but they would have loved it last turn. Here they get it now. This is going to deal 120 damage to Lucario. The question is, what do you bring in? If Rampardos is in hand, you can pick up a KO with it. And you don't yet have enough energy on the Palkia on the bench. It is Marshadow, though, which leads me to believe they have no Rampardos yet. And this feels like I think things are almost done for our fighting deck here.
Yeah, Irida in hand for our bottom player going to be exceedingly relevant here when this Origin Form Palkia does not get knocked out, because Revenge is only active for a single turn on that Marshadow, which means even if our bottom player flips Tails here, Irida means that it survives another Revenge hit next turn, meaning you have enough time to build your EX Palkia as your finisher in the backline.
Now there's a question as to whether they want to Sabrina here to go after the Cranidos, and they do decide to go for it right here. So they're worried that Rampardos is kind of really the only threat on the board, only 80 HP on Marshadow right here. They would rather make sure that this, monster that can swing for 130 damage is gone. They decide to not Irida at all. They don't care about it, and they get the KO.
Yeah, and I think that that's basically done at this point. When we pick up this knockout, the Marshadow can come in and pick up a point on the Origin Form Palkia, but everything in this fighting deck, even the Rampardos, gets cleared in one big shot from the Palkia on the bench, so I think the rating is on the wall.
Yeah, I think you just have to. I mean, you don't have to concede. You can play it out, of course, but I think that's just it. Origin form Palkia with the extra energy from Misty, able to take that game in a pretty big way. They didn't need that flip right there. They probably get it regardless, but still very strong. Very, very strong.
Right, what is our next one here? I've got, looks like another Rampardos deck versus something playing Magnezone. Let's go ahead and
That's
dive on into
right.
that one.
We've got ourselves a Darkrai Magnezone, Jeff, versus this Rampardos deck, and we're going to be watching from the perspective of our Darkrai player here. They are running the Lightning Energy Magnemite, which is an interesting call.
Yes,
Not a huge issue, but
maybe a card availability, or perhaps they just wanted to show off their promo, knowing they were never attacking with it anyway, Spriggles.
fair enough. One unfortunate thing is Sudowoodo does a little extra damage to it. So it's not exactly where you want to be in a situation like this. Sudowoodo is in the active spot, but they are turn one, so they're not going to be swinging right away. Setting up their bench, we've got the Skull Fossil being set up, and no other Pokemon. We don't have a Riolu or anything like that. As we start to take a look at Sudowoodo here and in our highlight spot, Fighting Headbutt, 20 damage, but if they have an EX on the other side, this does an additional 30, Jeff, plus Arceus is weak to this. This thing is just an Arceus destroyer, able to hit for 70 if they happen to have that in that active spot, like turn one.
And the more I think about Sudowoodo as a card and I see it line up in the different things in this metagame, it's actually really kind of incredible how many of the non-EX Pokemon that are seeing play happen to be weak to fighting. Because you're like, well, what happens in my matchups where they're not playing EX Pokemon? It's like, well, a lot of these things like Magnemites and Magnetons, and we saw Luxray and Mancentric earlier, all these things, it's like, oh, well, we're still hitting for 40 in a lot of these spots.
Now we can see the energy being placed on Magnemite. We have the retreat into Drud, a classic Drudagon wall, as our deck is just looking very unfortunate for the side of our Darkrai Magnezone player. We see Magnezone, but we have no Magneton, we have no Darkrai, we have two Cyruses and a Leaf. Hopefully they can get something going here pretty soon.
You've got a little bit of breathing room, though. That Drudagon's got, a helmet on it, so it's going to deal 40 back to the Sudowoodo. We see Hitmonlee hit the bench for our fighting player, though, but noteworthy drawback to Sudowoodo is that it needs 2 energy to get out of that active spot.
Yeah, it feels like Pseudo could definitely swing here, but every time it does, it's going to take 40. Drud with Rocky Helm is absolutely disgusting. It already has rough skin, and now it's got the Rocky Helm. And it's just a very rough thing to be fighting, as they do put the 1 energy on it, and they decide to not do anything. The nice thing about this fighting deck, Jeff, is almost nothing except for Lucario needs more than 1 energy to attack, right?
Yeah.
You've got Lucario, and then you've got a possible revenge with Marshadow. Let me see if they're running it here. They are running one of the Marshadows as well.
So Professor's Research, probably the best non-Darkrai draw for our bottom player. They're looking for that basic to start getting these dark energy on to get their chip shots in while they hide behind this dragon, or a copy of Magneton so they can get their Magnemite evolved and start working towards Magnezone's big blasts.
Wow. I mean, they've been through both professors here and they have pulled nothing. It does sort of look like our top player is also slightly bricking. We're going to have to see, though. They have a lot of cards in their hand. At this point, we definitely could see Cranidos. We could see a Calms to possibly move something around. They are running 1 Pokemon communication in their deck. They decide to Sabrina here and bring in the Magnemite.
I like getting the punch in here because dealing 40 to this Magnemite means if it retreats out again on the following turn and doesn't evolve, the Hitmonlee is going to get to clean it up with this deal 30.
We have Darkrai, finally. I mean, they have been laying a lot of bricks on the side of our Magnemite player. They could retreat here. It's probably your best bet. At least your opponents would have to burn Cyrus to do something about this. We're going to see if they want to, though.
Well, they could just burn their energy too, right? The Sudowoodo has 1 set up on it already, so we could see second energy attached to Sudowoodo, and then Hitmonlee hit the active next turn, which is the most likely line, I would wager.
Yeah, that's true. That's better. And considering Sudowoodo only needs 1 energy to attack, you could easily see that play being made. We already have the energy on Hitmonlee. No reason to put on the Skull Fossil. That only needs 1 energy at all times, whether it's at stage 1 or stage 2. So you power that as soon as you need it on your turn. And we're going to see if they want to do anything else here.
We see this long pause with the Leaf and the Sabrina highlighted. You definitely do not want to Sabrina this turn, and we just
No.
retreated, so I can't imagine you want to do anything with the Leaf as well. Maybe our Darkrai player just kind of thinking through their future turns. Something that you want to be doing in pocket is you have the same amount of timer every single turn, but ideally you want to map out your next 3 to 4 how things are going to go, and using your time to think about that early can have a lot of value late.
Yeah, that's really important, right? I mean, things get chaotic and stressful as the match goes on. So it's a good idea to start thinking, if I pull this, how do I play it? Magnemite probably goes down. If it doesn't and I get Magneton, what's our line here? Marshadow hits the bench. It's another card that they could power, and they actually decide to. They are not going for the play right here.
Oh,
Yes, they are. They're using Leaf.
They have Leaf. Leaf makes a lot of sense. And Leaf makes notably these copies of Cyrus in hand significantly worse for this Darkrai player. If they had to spend energy to retreat, Cyrus would be able to yank it back up and then potentially keep it in that active spot, giving them time. But now there's a lot of pressure here. We were talking about our bottom player perhaps thinking through the back and forth here, and something you want to kind of count through is how does this Hitmonlee into the Darkrai line up? So first energy goes on Darkrai, Hitmonlee goes to 60, Hitmonlee kicks the Darkrai to 110, and you kind of see the back and forth where, okay, I'm going to win against this Hitmonlee, but how low is my Darkrai going to be? Is it enough that it can get through things like Sudowoodo and Marshadow, which I think the answer is a resounding no.
Here we go. We comms. We get Magneton, which is not exactly what you're looking for, obviously. You're looking for another basic to hit that bench. They do have 2 Darkrai's. They also have 2, of course, Magnemites. They have a Kangaskhan as well. Only 1 Druddigon. But they get the Magneton, something that they would have loved before, of course.
Mars shuffling away our 6-card hand into a 3, but honestly, I think this could only help our Darkrai player. Like, their 6-card hand was really, really bad, and now they have the Magneton line with a Pokeball to perhaps find a Magneton. I don't know that this is going to be enough to get them out of this because they're pretty far behind at this point, but this is definitely better. These 3 cards are better than the 6 they had before.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is like really interesting too. They have Leaf, which is amazing. They have Pokeball, which could give them that Magnemite. I guess they're excuse me, sorry. I guess they're thinking, do I Pokeball now or do I wait until Hitmonlee is gone? Right? I guess that's kind of the line they're going through. They could Leaf right now, get rid of Hitmonlee, take the revenge damage from Marshadow, but then of course Rampardos is always on the horizon also.
Yeah, I think our Darkrai player is just kind of checkmated from here, unfortunately. They get to clear the Hitmonlee out with this line, but then Marshadow and Sudowoodo clear the Darkrai, which is enough to get them the game win. So they essentially are going to have to retreat this Darkrai back to the bench on 10 HP and hope that that never gets Cyrused up for the rest of the game, which is incredibly unlikely.
If they are going,
Rampardos and we're done.
Yeah, the Rampardos just ends it right here, right? And it looks like that is what's happening. Rampardos comes out. That head smash able to do 130 damage. Yes, they take 50 recoil, but at 150 HP means a little bit of nothing. Darkrai goes down here, and one of the kings of the last set, Darkrai Magnezone, getting beat here by a deck that actually played pretty well into Darkrai Magnezone.
Yeah,
previously.
The Hitmonlee being super instrumental there, being able to reach past that Druddigon was so important. I think that pressure is part of why we saw them move that Darkrai up. Like, obviously, they lose in a spot like that, but as the game goes on, they're going to be more likely to lose because their opponent is more and more likely to have things like Cyrus.
Yeah, it's that was a tough one. That was a really tough one for Darkrai. That was only game 1, right?
I am looking to see what's going on here with that really quick. I think we might have had, I believe that was actually game 3. It looks like our players had a small mishap that caused them to miss the first 2 games. So I'll have to check and see what happened with that so it doesn't happen again for the future. It looks like round 4 is getting underway momentarily, so we're going to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. Once those are rolled out, we'll have some more code giveaways on the screen if you want your chance to win 10 or 12 hourglasses, an entire booster pack for free. Make sure you're hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, gamers.
See you in 1 sec.
How are we doing, folks? Welcome, welcome, welcome back. We are going to be heading on in to round 4 of the Hooglandia Spraggles Open here in just a couple of minutes. If you're new, welcome. My name is Jeff Hoogland. I am joined by the man, the myth, the legend, Spraggles, hanging out with me here today. How are you doing on this fine afternoon?
I'm doing great, my friend. Yeehaw to you and yours. I realized I didn't say my catchphrase, and legally, if I don't do that, it's not an official broadcast. This is now an official Hooglandia Spraggles Open broadcast. It's been a really exciting tournament so far. We've seen a lot of decks run into what was expected to be the meta. Some did well, some are getting beat by it, as we would expect, right? The Dialga Arceus EX meta is just pretty intense. We're going to take a look at this metagame here in 1 second, because we do have some interesting shifts that have happened, and the counter to that meta is actually not performing super well. Or I guess it's not crushing it right now, which is something to talk about, right? We also, of course, should mention that we have $1,000 plus in prizing for this event. We have codes that are going out in our breaks. So huge shout out to the whales in the Hooglandia community for surprisingly providing a huge amount of cash for this tournament. But also shout out to TPCI for hooking Jeff and I up with some creator codes that we're trying to give to all of you in the community. Jeff, let's look at the meta.
So we've got Dialga Arceus here is number 1 with a bullet. Normally, in my experience tracking these tournaments, you're going to see these win rates kind of go up, down, and all around. If you were with us in between the round 2 into 3, all 4 of these top performers were above 55% in terms of win rates. And we see as this sample size grows, Rampardos, Lucario, and the 18-trainer Palkia deck have kind of come crashing back down to reality. Anecdotally, usually you have to be about 5 to 6 rounds in before you expect these win rates to really stabilize, in my experience.
Yeah, we see Leafeon, Celebi not having a really great time here. Again, Dialga, Arceus, like you said, the number 1 deck in the tournament, having a great win rate. As we scroll down a little, Jeff, we see some holdouts from some of the older sets. We've got the Darkrai Magnezone, Articuno EX still battling it out. A deck that I've got my eye on in a big way is Arceus EX Carnivine. I think this is a really solid one. And Glade Sudowoodo not having a fun time, but there actually is another Glade that's doing okay in the tournament.
Which one is that, Spraggles?
I think it's Glade and Hitmonlee.
Yeah, the kind of fighting box package one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
this one's got a lot of variation on what's going on in it here.
It does, yeah. Of course, the constants are 2 Hitmonlees, 2 Glades, 2 Kirlias, a little bit of a mix-up on the routes. And then after that, the question is, do they have the Sudowoodo? Do they go with the Marshadow right here? A few constants in this deck. And you know what? Everyone running Professor's Research. Surprised.
Not too surprising there. I think the thing that's really stands out to me among these more consistent Glade decks is that there's 2 copies of Pokemon Communication in most of them, and we see 2 copies of Cyrus and also all of them as well, which this is really important in tandem with Hitmonlee. One of the potential downsides that Glade has is that it doesn't deal as big of a burst as some of the other finishers in the game. So a lot of the times you'll set up this gameplay where you Hitmonlee, kick something in the back once or twice, and then you Cyrus it up to the active spot ahead of time so Glade can go ahead and knock it out before it really gets going.
Yeah, and as we can see, I see in the chat saying surprise to a draw 2 is crazy. We're still downloading sarcasm. I think we're at about 75% right now. So we should have that by the end of the stream. But right now, I'm excited to see more Professor's Research in these decks, because I didn't think we'd see a lot of people playing it right now. Looking at the rest of our list here, Jeff, you did tell me, and I don't want to get everyone excited for something that may not happen, but we have kind of a lone berry deck that is still in the tournament. Is that correct?
Take a look at the stage. I was told there was a berry deck at 3-0. And there's a Snorlax here on my thing. So let's take a peekaboo and see. Yes, so we have a copy of Berry Magnezone. Is this Healing Shaman here? Sure is.
Yeah.
Rocking at the 3-0 here. I'm looking at my players, and it looks like we will have them on feature for this round. So I don't know that I'll necessarily be on first one. The timing will depend, but we are going to get to witness some Snorlax Magnezone action. What are their matchups been so far in this tournament? They
took down Arceus Abomasnow. They went into I mean, they played into meta decks right here. They played Lucario Rampardos. They played Dialga Arceus. So they're running into real stuff. This isn't just like a buy and they ran into Mewtwo or something.
Yep, and you see here, they're actually going to we're going to see two decks that we've been waiting for. We wanted to see some of that Arceus Carnivine, so we're going to get to see sweet decks on both sides of the board for this matchup in our 4th round here as well. Is there any other surprises hiding out in our 3-0s? We go through a lot of the usual suspects here. Dialga, Arceus right down. We've got some Weavile Darkrai at 3-0. That could be a good one to maybe get on in the next round.
I would say that one's a little surprising, right? Like it did okay in Space-Time Smackdown. It had some decent tournaments. We haven't seen too much of it lately. We have a Celebi Carnivine. It's got to be Celebi Carnivine Arceus. Yeah.
Okay. There's an interesting one at 3-0. I'm gonna grab a couple of these for our coverage folks to be able to fish on up for us here. Oh, there's another Glade gamer at 3-0 as well. Is that a Regirock?
Pizza Rat with the Regirock. You love to see it. This is running a single route. Oh no, it's 2 different routes. Excuse me. Kirlia, Glade X, 2 Regirocks, and a Shaman. Is that the Healing Shaman? No, right? That's the new one.
Is that the? Nope. Yep.
Oh no, it is. It is. Okay.
We got 2 Rocky Helmet along with that and Regirock. Kind of a build your own bulkier Drudagon out front, if you would.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. That's a really cool one. You love seeing the outliers because obviously, as you are all watching Jeff scroll here, you can see how many of the meta decks are still doing very well in this tournament. Lots of Lucario Rampardos, tons of Dialga and Arceus here. Scrolling down, we've got the Aerodactyl, Crobat hanging in there, 3-0 still.
That's a good one. Who are we pairing with Crobat? Sometimes it's Darkrai. This is a Heatran Arceus Crobat. I'm going to grab that one as well so we can maybe get them up in the next round. Let's go ahead.
I was just playing this on stream yesterday, I want to say. I was playing it. You play no dark energy, right? So this is a fire deck. You have the fire energy for Heatran and Arceus, while at the same time, if you can get Crobat out there, it is helping you swing for 30 damage to the active. Plus, if you're running those early versions of Zubat and Golbat, both of those attack for colorless energy. So you only have one card that wants dark energy and just doesn't get it, and that is the Crobat. It's a pretty cool deck setup for sure. There are a lot of exciting ones still in the tournament. And then, of course, as we've talked about, the meta is doing well. Dialga Arceus, 58% so far on the day, continuing to push through a lot of the rest of this field here.
You know, speaking of the meta, one meta that I've seen develop that's really interesting is that Twitch chat thinks that YouTube has an advantage getting those free pack codes, and YouTube chat seems to think that Twitch chat has an advantage as well. So a little bit of the grass is always greener in the other chat.
Yeah, everyone is convinced that one of the streams is faster than the other, and it isn't anything to do with how they have loaded the streams or anything like that. It is interesting because I see people from both chats getting codes. There also is a meta breaking out with how people are getting codes. I don't want to spoil it, but you'll see people talking about it in the chat. It's getting very exciting. We have 2 meta games developing at once, with a third meta game being Professor's Research, which may actually have a really high play rate today.
All right, we're going to go ahead and we've got the Berry Magnezone deck. We're going to watch a fat man take a nap live on stream here, and it won't be me for a change. So let's go ahead and dive on into our 3-0 competitors here. We've got Arceus, Carnivine versus Magnezone Snorlax duking it out in round 4 here of the Hooglandia Open.
Yeah, let me go ahead and pull it up here. Trying to find the decks while you're taking a look at. There we go. Awesome. Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. We have a Magnemite start here. Obviously, you can play any energy you want in this deck. These are colorless, so they've decided to play the Lightning energy with the Lightning Magnemite. On the other side, we have that Arceus in the active spot. Not really what you're looking for when your deck has Carnivine and Rotom and Shaman in it, but at least that Shaman could possibly help Arceus retreat.
I'm going to pull Barry up here on screen because we haven't talked about him at all here, and he's a really powerful effect. So makes your Heracross, Staraptor, and Snorlax attacks cost 2 less colorless energy on the turn that you play him, with Snorlax being the one of these 3 that's being leveraged inside of here. And Snorlax has a really potent attack. We're going to see him come on up here in just a moment for our bottom player, the Collapse puts Snorlax to sleep, but it deals 100 points of damage, which is a lot of damage for a 2 energy attack when Barry is involved.
Yeah, now we can see here from our bottom player, they are deciding to attack with Magnemite. I want to take a look at their deck really quick here. They do have a Cyrus on it, so putting some damage onto this Arceus is definitely valuable. And yeah, Barry, as you talked about, Jeff, it is essentially it is 2 colorless energy, right? That is what we're looking at, a supporter that gives you a temporary 2 colorless energy, which is pretty massive for these 3 Pokemon. Snorlax being massive himself, 140 HP, and yeah, 100 damage. Nothing to sneeze at here. Another chip onto the Arceus here, and Snorlax could take it out in 1.
Yeah, and one thing here, we see not just 1, but 2 copies of Barry here in hand for our bottom player. And this card works really well with Snorlax when used in tandem like this, because it kind of lets you curve out with your Snorlax attacks. It means you attach your 2nd energy to the Snorlax, you use Barry, you hit for 100, you attach your 3rd energy, you Barry again, you hit for 100, and then at that point you have your 4th energy and you're just collapsing every single turn, assuming you can manage to wake up, of course.
Now we can see our Arceus is able to retreat here for the side of our Carnivine player. They decide not to get Carnivine in that active spot. Instead, go with Rotom. They're going to Sabrina the Snorlax here, which may have been exactly what they wanted. We're going to see. Now, of course, the nice thing is they could put Carnivine in and start swinging for some damage. This way, they just didn't have to use any energy to retreat Magnemite, but maybe they just want to put the damage on Snorlax and they really don't care. They don't want them to put any more of their bench down and avoid the damage here. Rotom will retreat for free and Carnivine can start swinging for 50. We also can power Arceus right away, and we decide to go with Carnivine.
I really like the decision of our bottom player to hold the Shaman in hand, because there's some uncertainty about which basics they pulled from those Pokeballs, and this way the kind of breakpoints that the Arceus player is going to have to hit are a little bit concealed, because now the Shaman comes down this turn, and that Snorlax is going to get back up to 110 before Carnivines can run it down, and the berries actually mean we go down, the Carnivine just disappears here off the board.
Yeah, that's right. Carnivine goes down here in 1 big attack from Snorlax. It will put itself to sleep, so there is a possibility it won't be able to attack next turn, kind of on curve as you were talking about with the 2 berries. We'll see what happens there as they do take our first point. And now the question is, who do we put in that active spot? Rotom, an easy choice. It's free retreat with Arceus on the bench.
And we see the Snorlax wake up on the first heads here, but it's noteworthy that this putting to sleep on your turn before you pass means you get 2 shots at this. So while there is a potential downside if you miss, you're 75% to wake back up with this card.
Now our Snorlax player has a decision to make. Do they bury, take out the Rotom, and just have to worry about, you know, this Arceus once it comes in? We're going to Calms, get rid of Magnemite. Obviously, we're looking for Magneton right here. If we get Magneton, this is huge.
Yeah, I think that might actually just be the entire game at this point. The Shaman gets to keep healing. The Magneton is now self-sustaining for its energy, so you can put an energy on Snorlax this turn, Barry take the knockout, and the Arceus is still 2 turns off of attacking the first time. And that only gets through the Snorlax, and then there's still the Magnezone as the follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just a really great setup right here. Both berries back to back. As Jeff mentioned before, if that Arceus is not able to take it down, which only has 1 energy on it right now, you wouldn't go down unless you had another Pokemon on the bench here for Arceus. Snorlax could attack again now that it would get 4 energy. It is asleep, but with Magnezone in that in hand, it looks like it's just pretty much over. Oh, plus they have Sabrina. I mean, this is just a great, great start of this series for our berry player.
Yeah, the Sabrina means we don't just need the Arceus to get going. We need another Arceus in the back. Even if the Snorlax fails to wake up, our Arceus player is between a fat man and a giant magnet.
Yeah, and here we go. The classic saying, of course. As we decide to get Carnivine to the bench, I'm not sure if they have Leaf in their deck. Let me take a look here. They don't have a Leaf to get this out. They could put another energy on it.
Okay.
They decided to keep it in.
I am very surprised to see the Carnivine pivot happen here. Now we're just cleaned by waking up here, guaranteed.
Yeah, this is interesting. I guess they're thinking if they don't wake up, which they don't, we get 1 more turn of damage, but also we lost our energy on Arceus, so
Yeah,
I
the
don't know.
Arceus is now 3 turns off from attacking through all of this. I like the energy on Shaman just in case, just because the Magnezone is actually just that self-sufficient.
Yeah. And you don't need anything on Snorlax yet. You know, it's awake now. So what do you do? What's to be done here? We have the free retreat on Carnivine. There's no
You're
point in keeping it in. You lose.
you're obligated to pivot to an Arceus, but the Arceus is 3 turns off from attacking.
Cape it. Okay. There's no good reason to put the other Arceus in at this point. I mean, you have to get energy on one of these guys. It can swing for 130. I mean, it just feels like no matter what you do,
I
even if you hit for 100 and then the Magneton hits, even if you don't have Magnezone, it's just kind of over, right?
Yeah, I feel. Oh, and there's the Cyrus. Yeah. I guess the Cyrus isn't technically lethal yet. Probably just collapsing here. Yeah. So that way you have an Arceus where Cyrus is lethal in the future.
Yeah, looking at the chat here, people are calling out Dawn as a possibility, and I do have to report they do have a Dawn in their deck.
Okay.
It's not going to make much of a difference here, I don't think, but Snorlax
Dawn
stays asleep.
Unfortunately, without a potion or anything like that, this Arceus at 60 is dead to even the Magnezones being fully bricked, right? Because the Magneton is dealing 60 just coming up to the active, and there's no knockout points for our top player at this point. So they gotta overcome the Snorlax, but they also need 2 more knockouts past that.
Yeah, and that's the game. Really nothing they could do there. A great start for our berry deck. They had, 2 berries in a row they were able to swing with on Snorlax, and then they got Magnezone powered up there, or still Magneton on the bench, but it was ready to become a Magnezone at any point. Really solid start for a deck that you're not seeing a ton of in this tournament, but it's doing pretty well.
Yeah, being all 1 knockout point things, especially ones that they're not just 1 knockout point things, they are 1 knockout point things that have 140 HP and hit for triple digits worth of damage.
Really solid stuff.
We're heading on in here. First energy advantage going to the Arceus Carnivine deck, and I think this is a matchup where that first energy advantage is a pretty big deal. We're looking for Carnivine on the lead for our top player to have a perfect start.
Yeah, here we go. They would love that. Carnivine active, and then they start Arceus active again. So, to me, that says they do not have any of their other basics that they're interested in, right? I mean,
yep.
I guess
this is such a tough beat for the Arceus Carnivine deck because they usually play 8 basic Pokemon. So, like, not only did they have Arceus in their opener, but they also didn't have any of their 7 other basic Pokemon to be able to play one of them out as the lead instead.
Yeah, we Pokeball. We're looking for something here. Right now, you're hoping to grab your Shaman so you can get that Arceus out, but you need other cards as well. There is the Shaman. We have the ability to pull Arceus here at some point. We can put the energy on it. No need to do it right away, though. Obviously, there's no energy on our opponent's side. They also don't have Magnemite. They do have Magneton, but they're not able to get that started. So that's one positive for our Carnivine player.
We have double berry in hand for the Snorlax player again, meaning that unless this Arceus player has a full bench, is there a Giovanni lurking on their side of the board? On their side of the deck list?
Yes, there is.
Okay, Giovanni's a big deal for this Arceus player because it means with a full bench, these Arceuses can jump up and clear Snorlaxes and Magnezones in one hit. And our berry player is a little bit all in at this point on the Snorlax plan without a Magnezone building up for them.
All right, we've got the Rotom on the bench. One more bench Pokemon and Geo, and that's pretty big. We've got Barry. Oh, well.
We do have a Cape. Cape's a big deal, and the Professor's Research is a little unfortunate here for our berry player this turn because you need to berry to attack, so you can't use your supporter to draw cards.
That's right, yeah. It's a very powerful card, but at the same time, you are not able to get the rest of your deck. You would really like to get Magnemite online, so you can get Magneton the following turn. Snorlax is now asleep, and they are staying asleep. This is a possibly nice situation for Arceus. Also, they don't know if they have another berry or not. So,
waiting to see what happens here. That Cape means that extra basic plus Geo is not quite enough. If there's like a Carnivine and another Arceus, perhaps we could be in an okay spot here. Here's the big hit for 110, which would imply that there's not another bench Pokemon. Whew, that's a huge coin to lose for a second time in a row.
Yeah, that's interesting. They do get Magnemite though, which is something. They can start getting this online. Pokeball and Magnezone. So they have a lot of what
This
they
is this
need.
is
Pokeball is going to grab
50% to
them.
be other
Other
Snorlax.
Snorlax?
Other
Yeah.
Snorlax is a big draw here. It means you could put the energy on that and then be ready to clear this Arceus next turn.
Yeah, and I think that's what you do, right? You there's no reason to give any more energy to this active spot. You have Barry, you're ready to fight. You Sky Shaman or you Shaman just for the sake of it, and you flip, you end up waking up, but you're gonna wake up to a pretty bad situation, which is Arceus smacking you in the face
So
there.
the 10 points from Shaman's actually super relevant here because it means if there's a Carnivine for our top player, it can't pivot in and clear the Snorlax without a copy of Giovanni.
Correct. Which would be a great play. Carnivine hitting the board, you retreat for 1 because of Sky Shaman
Yep.
into Carnivine Geo. That's really nice, and then you are protected from Snorlax hitting you for 100 on your Arceus. That's definitely a possibility. We go for a Sabrina, which I think they're gonna bring in.
I think you just put in the other Snorlax, yeah? Oh, I was going to say, because we can't bench
You
and
can't
Geo.
Geo. Yeah. So.
Interesting.
Yeah, I guess they just don't have the cards. I mean, because if you had a bench here, you'd play it. You'd take the extra 20 damage. There's no way you wouldn't, right?
I like the berry sliding up from our bottom player's hand before they even draw their card for the turn. Like, there's no card in my deck that is making me not roll over with this giant Snorlax.
Uh-huh. Volt charge is happening. Fragrant Flower Garden. Arceus is going down. This is not great for our Arc player, but it's awesome to see Barry doing well in this tournament. Especially when you draw them and you have, I think they were in their starting hand. At least one of them was in both starting hands, and then they had the second one very fast.
Yeah, both of these players are 3-0. So if you're a Carnivine enjoyer, don't worry, they're still going to be live for top cut. All the 6-1s and better make it. But if you're a berry enjoyer, if our berry player pulls this out, and it's looking very good for them. They're only going to need to win 2 of the next 3 to be someone in our top cut here today.
All right, we have Rotom in the active spot. Shaman getting some energy put on it. It looks like we're running out of options here.
Now,
They have a lot of cards in their hand, but apparently none of them are any good. I guess they could have Dawn, Comms.
Yeah, it could be more than one Calm and Bricked on no basics, because if they had basics, they would have put
Yeah.
extra damage up on these Snorlax. So it must be a bunch of non-Pokemon cards, because all of their Pokemon are basics. Rocky Helmet is one of them for sure, I suppose. Although that must have been a top deck, right? Otherwise, you would have put that on Arceus earlier, I imagine.
Yeah, you would. Well, I mean, probably, I guess. You can snipe the bench here. Not really what you're looking to do.
Yep, poor Rotom tagging the Shaman here. Just like none of your Rotom options are very good with Shaman because it effectively only does 10 per turn. And at this point, the Snorlax is threatening to collapse and get the 3rd point. And if the Snorlax goes down to like a Carnivine or something like that, the Magnezone comes up from the back and also gets the 3rd point. So I believe we've hit checkmate for our berry player at this point.
Yeah. Here we go.
All right, and that is Barry, Snorlax, Magnezone moving on to 4-0 in today's tournament for us.
There we go. Very, very nice. Sorry, just dealing with something in my chat real quick. I apologize. Thank you very much to the chat for chilling out. Sometimes you got to tell the chat to chill out.
Take a brief. But you know what we're not going to do, Spriggles? We are not going to chill here on stream. We are heading right on into our next match. And we caught that that Regirock Glade deck in the 3-0s, and it looks like we've got them up as our next feature match here today, and they are going to be playing against a Manaphy Arceus deck here on the bottom.
Yeah, let me take a look at the the Manaphy Arceus. I got the Glade pulled up here. Glade Regirock, and let me see.
We see Hitmonlee as the start for our fighting player, which I assume means we might see a delay on which cards we play out for the Arceus side. waiting to play those bench Pokemon, given that Hitmonlee doesn't quite have a target. Glade lines up really well into Arceus specifically, dealing 70 damage plus 20 more per energy on it, which gets you to 130 against a 3 energy Arceus, but worth the mention that Arceus is also weak to fighting, meaning without a cape, a fully charged Arceus goes down in 1 to a Glade attack.
Yeah, which is really nice, right? Only 2 energy to be able to take that down. A lot of resources have to be put in to make Arceus happen. Obviously, not playing their bench here. They don't want to get sniped by Hitmonlee without the ability to pull back with one of these Manaphy's to charge right away. Kirlia hits the board. No real reason to power Hitmonlee or over Kirlia here. Obviously, if you've got Glade ready to go here very soon and an X speed, you're in great shape.
Yeah, and something to mention too, we have first energy advantage for our Arceus player, but that means our Glade player has first evolution advantage, which is quite good with that stage 2, because it's a stage 2 that attacks for 2 energy, meaning that the turn you evolve it, you can get it up into the active spot and get attacking with it right away.
Yeah, here we go. We have professors on the side of Arceus. They're going to need to make some decisions here. We have Irida, we have Leaf. We have options, but they don't want to play their bench right now. They just don't want it sniped. However,
oh man, no cape here.
I know
it
they
means
didn't
X speed
cape.
Glade is lethal.
Is it right away with 2?
Is it with 2?
Is it already?
Am I miscounting?
No, you might be right.
It's 110. No, it is only 130. You're right. I'm miscounting. They need the full 3, but it's still a lot of damages. Ooh, energy on the Marshadow means that Glade is not in hand for our top player though.
All right, here we go. We have the Pokeball. It's time to make some decisions here. We have the other Arceus EX. I think you're going to need to play your bench right now. It's possible that you don't play your Manaphy's and you just, swing with the Arceus and the other Arceus on the bench, but they decide to go with both Manaphy's. They don't decide to play a cape because they recognize that if they have 3 energy on it, Glade is lethal no matter what.
The Marshadow coming up, if there's a top deck Glade, this Arceus is going to get cleared out, and then our bottom player has nothing left over. So big draw step here for our fighting player.
Yeah,
Energy
let's see. They decide to...
means the Glade is still not present.
Yeah, Glade ends up, sitting somewhere in their deck. It's a great amount of revenge damage, but it's not at all what you want. You're absolutely looking to finish right there. We have Misty. We can power our bench. We're going to Irida right now and try to get a little extra HP to, I guess it would survive nothing, essentially.
Well,
but
the Irida does mean that if you pull this Arceus back to your bench later, it doesn't get cleared by a single Hitmonlee kick, which has value.
True. Yeah, very true. And, I mean, what else are you going to play at this point? Here comes Kirlia. If they have Glade, they are swinging right now for a lot of damage. If they didn't have it, I'm guessing they're looking to top deck it right here. Comms, they're digging through their deck right now. They're like trying to find Glade. They're desperately looking for it here, Jeff. As we see, what'd they get? Was it it? They got the energy. I think they might have grabbed it.
That long pause there. Well, our bottom player is on 2 points. So yeah, there's the Glade coming on out.
All right, so now it's going to be tricky here, It's going to be really tricky for our Arceus player. They need more energy. They have a Misty, but Misty obviously can't help Arceus. Misty can help for the Manaphy. It would be able to allow Manaphy to get energy for free to power, but you can't have Manaphy in that active spot. This is an Abomasnow deck. I didn't even realize that.
So I'm trying to imagine what is the sequence that allows our bottom player to get back in this game, and I think we're just a checkmate here. And yeah, they're giving the quick pause and then thinking about it as well. I will say I believe I misspoke earlier. I said this was the Glade Regirock deck, but it looks like it's actually Glade Hitmonlee, which must mean we have Glade on the 3rd feature match as well.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I was having trouble finding it. I have too many tabs open at this point.
There are a lot of deck lists and data going on. If you're just joining us, our tournament rounds are best of 3. So our Glade player is up over our Abomasnow player in game 1 of round 4. But we are heading on into game 2 here to see if our Abomasnow player can even things out.
Yeah, Abomasnow is a really cool deck. I don't know if it feels like the most meta thing, but once you get it online, you know, it has pretty good HP. It swings for 80. It only requires 2 energy with Arceus. I do like the card a lot.
Yeah, its break points are really interesting. It's similar to the origin form Palkia that we see some of these other Manaphy decks playing, where it's like a good one knockout point Pokemon to move into after they clear your Manaphy.
Here we go. Heading second, routes in the active spot. Manaphy in your active with Arceus in hand. This is a pretty solid start. If you're able to get a Professor's on your next turn, you could be in a really great spot because you could start powering Snover as well, or your second Arceus.
For our bottom player, they're really hoping to draw another basic Pokemon next turn. They have first energy advantage with this Manaphy, and they are hoping to be able to attach to 2 different things, and a swing and a miss here. So you're happy to have this opener, but you'd be slightly better off if you had another basic to get double Oceanic Gift going.
I almost wonder if you just Misty right here. It just lets you power Arceus faster. If you hit a heads on Misty, like 50-50, you get 1 more energy on Arceus. It doesn't happen, but that's not the end of the world, really. You don't have a lot of other great opportunities to use Misty in this deck.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out, honestly, because it's effectively letting you Misty the Arceus in a way if you hit there.
Yep. Yeah, you just get one extra energy. You could hit 90 heads and it still just counts as 1, but still, it would be a nice little 1 extra. We have Kirlia in the active, powering up, nothing on the bench. And they're going to start swinging as well.
If they have Glade here next turn, they kind of don't need anything on the bench to potentially take this game down. Galade's kind of a one Pokemon show into these Manaphy decks.
Here we go. We do put Marshadow out here. We are going to swing. Slap is going to do 20. Nothing that Manaphy needs to worry about. And it's nice to chip it, I guess, a little bit for something like Cyrus later in the game. Arceus hits the board as well. That one looking pretty crown rare. We're going to put a little extra energy on the benched Arceus. You can do either way. If you put it on both, they're both 1 turn away from swinging. I think that's the reasonable play, but I guess it's kind of 6 in one, half dozen in the other. You could power it a different way next turn.
I think ideally here, spreading them out means that if they go Glade into Sabrina, they're not knocking out the Arceus you put up, and you can attack the following turn with that Arceus is the meaningful difference. So this
That's why he's
discourages
the king, ladies and gentlemen. He's right. You put the 3 on there. That's a big mistake. Kirlia now becomes Garlade. I almost called it Gardevoir. I ended up saying Garlade. Garlade hits the board. And you definitely want a Sabrina here, it feels like, but you're not picking up a KO.
No, I actually think we're not Sabrinaing here. I think you want this first knockout point, because then the way the back and forth works out is the Arceus can't clear the Glade in one. The Arceus will survive the Glade back with the cape, but then the Marshadow picks up the Arceus clear after, potentially.
Great point, Jeff.
And we
have Cyrus on the board here for our Arceus player as well, so if they try to get Glade out of there, they're not going to be able to run too far.
Yep. And again, these are open deck list tournaments, so our top player is going to know that Cyrus is a possibility, so it's something that you want to... You're more likely to leave your Glade in when you know Cyrus is lurking.
We have the Crown Rare Arceus hitting the board. Pokeball. I'm not sure what else is in there. I guess you could find Snover.
Yep.
Which I don't know how... huge. I find Manaphy anyway. The nice thing about Abomasnow is it only costs 1 point if they could get it into the active spot.
Yep.
Now they're going to have to make a decision here.
Because they can technically give up this Manaphy as another point, but it really doesn't generate any value, right? You'd just be adding an energy to one and then the other. I'm pretty sure this is just cape and then crack them, and probably playing the Manaphy out to the maximum amount of damage this turn.
Yeah. They're just thinking, we never got our Snovers, we never got our Abomasnow.
We're not quite at a full checkmate situation yet, though, because the Arceus hits the Glade. The cape lets the Arceus live the Glade on... Or... We're done, because we missed the cape? All right, well, that's the... So, the way that works out is... They weren't just dead if they put the cape on.
Did the cape matter?
The cape mattered. The cape puts them to 160, and they take 150 from Glade with 3 energies. So,
no, but aren't they also weak to Glade?
They
Is it
are, but it's
170?
it's 130 plus another 20. So the cape gets you over
Okay.
over the break point because
Okay.
you do 70 plus 60 from energy, and then 20 from weakness gets you to 150. So the back and forth there, if they play the cape, is they hit the Glade hits them back to 10. They pivot to the second Arceus takes the Glade knockout, and then that situation does leave them dead to Cyrus, but if they don't have it, they win with the other Arceus, and at
Yeah.
least gives them a path, right?
Yeah, unfortunate.
All right.
Yeah, coming from the chat, the cape doesn't matter if they had Cyrus. Correct. Yes. That is correct. Cyrus would have been a play there, but they were not able to play around it. I think they were also just a little tilted that they never got their Obama Snow line at all.
All right, we do have another Glade deck on our backup feature, so we're heading into our third feature match of round 4 to just keep the action coming here today. We've got Glade featuring Regirock as its secondary line as a giant brick wall that you could put a Rocky helmet on to double up the rocks you've got going.
Okay, and this is running into the Heatran deck. All right.
I'm assuming some type of Skarmory, perhaps Zone or not, is often the deck that was playing Heatran in the previous metagame. Again, both of these competitors are 3-0 in our 4th round, undefeated.
All right, yeah, and we've been wanting to watch this Regirock. We have not seen too many decks running this here. Obviously, they have Kirlia in hand. Nothing else that they're looking for. Huge professors. They really needed this because this hand was looking pretty abysmal right here. Kirlia and another Regirock. We're going to comms right away. We are trying to get one of these basics out. The faster they can get these, the better. With only 2 energy needed to start swinging. Yeah, and there's not our card, Jeff.
Yeah, we've seen Heatran in this tournament, but it was a very different one than the one that this player has led on. So Metal Heatran, interesting card, deals 110 for 3 while dealing 20 back to itself on a single knockout point Pokemon.
Yeah, I like this card. I liked it a lot in the last set. I thought it was really powerful. It's a nice complement to a Skarmory deck. You know, Skarmory only needs 1 energy, so it's really good to have something that you can power and get kind of a bigger burst with. Heatran right now ready to not KO Regirock in 1, however, and we have Sabrina wants to bring in the one with some energy.
Yeah, and I honestly like the sequencing from both sides here. I like both powering up the Regirock that's on your back line first and the Sabrina choosing to go ahead and drag it up to the front. It's going to take Heatran 2 attacks to get through this Regirock, which means now that this one's been pulled up to the front, the backup Regi is not going to have time to get charged before it gets pulled in.
And that is a Rocky Helm, I think we see all the way at the end there. Is that
Yep.
right? I wonder if that's what they pull up. It could be something valuable. They decide not to use it, though.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see the Rocky helmet not happen here because it would have made the Heatran effectively take 40 twice as opposed to just taking 20 twice.
They decide that that's not super relevant. We have another Rocky Helm.
Well,
now that really feels like you wanted to play that Rocky Helm.
Yeah, and the second Rocky Helm draw is what makes it super relevant because this Heatran has 120 HP to start. So if they would have put a helmet on this Regirock before it took the first hit, the Heatran would have knocked itself out when attacking the backup Regirock the following turn.
All right. Well, let's see what we're going to do here. I mean, you can see that they're just bricking super hard right now. I mean, they're trying to fight off the big bad wolf, and it's working, but I don't know if it's going to work against this Heatran deck. We have 2 Helms. You might as well start putting something out here.
Yeah, I think that one attack we missed that 20 points of damage on here is just such a big deal though. It's the difference between the Heatran knocking itself out and not, which means the Regirock's not going to be able to attack the Magnezone a turn sooner.
Yeah, and here we go. Skarmory hits the bench. Magneton hits the bench. We saw this deck before. This is that Skarmory Magnezone. And by before, I mean in Spacetime Smackdown. This kind of started to become popular somewhat near the end of Spacetime Smackdown's kind of short life, given that it was a big set, but running right into the Pokemon Day release of Triumphant Light. There's the 40 damage, which, yeah, Jeff is right. You would have loved to have gotten an extra 20 there.
So if we find Routes this turn, we go Routes Energy, they attack Regirock. We go, oh, well, so much for that. I think if we found Routes this turn, we might have been okay, because it would have meant that we get to Glade before it gets to the active spot, and then maybe Glade could solo the opponent from there. But this was the last possible turn to do that.
Yeah, that was really tough, huh? So we've already got a point over to our player on the top side there. Also, just one Pokemon left in that active spot. We have the Magneton charging up, extra energy being put on it, Rocky Helm being placed on their own Heatran, so that they're going to dish some damage to this Regirock as soon as Regirock attacks. 90, 40 left for Heatran, only 30 left. We have Pokeball. So we've got to assume that this pulls. Uh, no.
What
So
a cursed Pokeball, Sprinkles.
I mean, you're really hoping for something else there. They don't get either of their routes, and I mean, you've got a whole lot of cards in your hand, and you're just not able to get anything online, unfortunately, Jeff.
I like how you cursed them there. You were like, well, this is
I
gotta
did.
gotta
I
get
did.
around. Just wasn't looking at the deck list. Like, yep, nope,
I
rolled the 1 and
did.
3 there.
The caster curse. I'm so sorry. I have to apologize to, I believe it. Yeah, Pizza Rat. I'm so sorry, Pizza Rat. I did make that happen. It's the way it goes. If I tell you what card is coming, there's no way you get it.
All right, now if you are a Pizza Rat / Glade enjoyer, remember these rounds are best of 3, so they are down but not out. We're gonna go ahead and head on into our second game here momentarily and see if they can even things up in this Skarmory Magnezone matchup. Worth noting that both our players had incredibly subpar draws that game. The Skarmory player does not want to lead on Heatran, and Pizza Rat with their Glade deck definitely would prefer to have a routes earlier rather than later.
I would say, without question, Pizza Rat. It's just a great name. When you find a great name, you latch onto it. I would say Pizza Rat, our Glade player, had a much worse draw, given that we finally did get a Skarmy. Heatran's actually not the worst thing to be in the active because it's attacking. We once again start Regirock, which is not actually terrible. It's kind of a lot of the time where we want to be. Yep. Skarmory, Magnemite on the other side. Now the question is, are we going to be able to get this Glade online or not?
Rocky Helmet on Regirock actually goes 1-for-1 with a Skarmory, right? Like they deal 30 and take 20, they deal 30 and take 20, and they go pound for pound.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have 2 Rocky Helms. I feel like at this point, you got to actually start putting these things on these Pokemon. Another research and a comms. So not the cards you're looking for, but the cards that find the cards you're looking for.
Yeah, and I wonder if we'll see the communication here. If I was I like the waiting on the communication explicitly because they have the other research in hand. Because one of the things about Pokemon communication, the way it's designed is the longer you wait to play it, the more likely it is to find the cards you actually care about because you're drawing other Pokemon out of your deck.
Yeah. A lot of players will wait until the last possible moment. Great routes here. Professors could grab them Pokeballs that they don't need, but it would be good to just get more Pokemon for sure. We have comms, so this Shaman could be placed on the board, but you also can hold it in your hand and wait for the possibility to comms it. They're kind of considering that right now.
We see this long pause here. So the Pokemon in their deck are a second Regirock, a second Ralts, a second Glade, and then 2 copies of Kirlia. So this communication is currently 40% to find their stage 1. The other thing here, though, is while you want to hold the Shaman, while you want to heal with the Shaman, you also want to insulate your routes against a copy of Sabrina that you know your opponent is playing.
Yeah, this is a tough decision here. And I understand the thought process behind both. Like, does my opponent decide to Sabrina here? If they do, we're in a lot of trouble, obviously. I think it would be a really good play. But we'll see if they have it, and they do. This is what they were thinking. Like, do I play it? If I do, and if I do, we're protected from Sabrina. If I don't, now we're in a lot of trouble.
And we drew the other Regirock. Now, I suppose there's also a world where Shaman heals this Regirock up, and we just start attacking for 100 for 4 every turn with this, right?
We have Kirlia. Now the question is, do we spend to get routes out of there? I don't know if they have Cyrus in the other deck. I'm assuming they do. I actually didn't get to pull up the other deck here. I was going to say, you can Leaf right here, and you can try to pull routes back, but of course Cyrus is still like
I love this line.
Lethal.
I think it lets you, and you put the energy on the Regirock now, so you're like, okay, my Regirock is ready to attack next turn, and I'm evolving towards Glade. So, like, if you have your Cyrus and get your first knockout point on the Krylia, I'm like, I'm not excited about that, but I still have a backup plan that lets me build. Oh, and I actually kind of like this too. They're holding the Krylia,
Same.
so this
Yeah.
way, if they get Cyrus, they only need to draw a basic to have their full evolution line.
Yeah, and they need 2 energy on it anyway. So they do eat the Cyrus, but they don't lose their stage 1 right there. I think that's definitely the right call. I think they did just about everything they could to protect that card. Your opponent had to expend the resource in Cyrus. Routes goes down. Regirock can come in and swing. I think that was, yeah, expertly played by them. I think that was a really smart sequence.
And now, if you're on our Regirock / Glade side of the board, you need them to brick on Magnezone for a turn. If they have their Magnezone next turn, we are in trouble in a big way, and I think it ends up being checkmate.
Yeah, they didn't grab Routes. They grabbed Regirock again. So the card that they threw back into their deck with comms, they end up grabbing here. Not ideal, obviously. I guess they're looking at all their possible options. They really don't have too many. Yeah.
So we get the knockout here.
Yeah, Magnezone is extremely scary. If Skarmory goes out into the active, there's like daylight for this Regirock. If Skarmory doesn't, yeah. As soon as you see that, you know you're in for a lot of trouble right here. We got Volt Charge, able to put another bit of energy onto Magneton, and then they can just go ahead and put out the Magnezone. Swinging for 110, taking down Regirock, and I think we're just kind of out of options here.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Exoskeleton not quite enough, only getting up to 90 there. And another kind of tough beat here for the Regirock player side is that turn they held the Shaman, they missed 10 points of healing as well. So that was kind of the make or break moment of the game, I think. Like, a lot of things would have lined up here really well for a Regirock player if they would have played Shaman out on that one turn. And I don't even know that they were wrong not to play it, but it was definitely the pivotal moment that swung this game the way it swung.
Here we go. I mean, they're just playing out the entirety of what they can do right here. Regirock into that active spot. Shaman back to the bench. They decide not to put the cape or the Rocky Helm on. I don't know if it's, I guess, that relevant, but I feel like you can play one of the tools at this point. Thunder Blast gets them down to 30. They no longer have any of the energy here to be able to attack with Magnezone.
The healing from the Shaman means that we live the hit from the Skarmory. So if a copy of Leaf comes off the top, we can pivot to Krylia. However, the Heatran is charging up in the back.
Do you think, I guess it doesn't matter. I was about to say, do you think the right call is putting the energy on the Regirock, but it kind of doesn't matter. You're going to need to put it there eventually, and you have to, get 2 in a row. If they have Geo, it would have gone down, but they don't. 10 HP left on Regirock. We have comms, which is useless.
Swing and a miss on the copy of Leaf means that we are fully done here. Our Skarmory.
Does the cape get them another turn?
Not with the Heatran. The Heatran was checkmate regardless, right? Even if we found the Leaf back to the Krylia with the cape still takes 110, and then we're all done.
Yeah, you're right. The Heatran being ready to go. I was about to say that Skarmory can't take it in 1, but there you go. The Heatran makes it out. Steel Tackle, able to take it down. Kind of a real, it's just one of those series that you don't love for the Glade player. Just felt like they never got anything online,
Yeah, we talked about neither draw being ideal in the first game there, but the second game was kind of everything you wanted from the Skarmory side. You had your Skarmory lead, you had your equipment, you went into Magnezone, you went into Heatran, and just kind of all the bits lined up and fell into place for them really cleanly.
Yeah. Very unfortunate for Glade right there as they lose in round 4. They're still in this tournament, though, correct? Even though losing one round?
Yes. So again, for the structure, for those of you that are just joining us here today, we're going to be playing 7 rounds of Swiss that all the players are playing in. And after those 7 rounds, players that have a 6-1 record or better will be put into a single elimination bracket where they will play out for the crown. It looks like round 5 is just getting ready to get started here. So we're going to throw to a break while feature matches get situated. We are going to be putting 20 more 12-hourglass codes up on the screen so some folks can get some free booster packs. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Appreciate everybody hanging out here today for the tournament.
We'll be right back. Twitch is faster. YouTube is faster.
Welcome back, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. We are heading on into round 5 of the Hooglandia Spraggles Pokemon Pocket Open Series, and it's been a great show today. I am joined by the man, the myth, the legend, Spraggles himself. How are you doing on this fine afternoon?
I'm doing great, Jeff. We've seen a lot of exciting decks, some that I didn't expect to see. Like, I was so happy to see Barry earlier. It's really cool to see a lot of the meta run into these decks that are really close and able to put up some really great fights. We have some exciting ones coming up. I know we have a Crobat that we're going to get to see on stream, which I'm very excited about. So it's always a good time when a new set releases and we get to see the meta start to evolve. And I think this was the kind of perfect weekend for a tournament like this. It's been out. It's had one weekend, like really fast weekend of tournaments, and now we kind of get a full meta with meta counters and some dark horse picks that are doing very well.
Yeah, we see some Glade decks doing well so far today, and this round we've got one of the Crobat Heatran Arceus decks that we're going to get to see on coverage, which I'm excited to see. That was one of the first decks I built after this pack dropped. I think Crobat is an incredibly sweet card that I am excited to see in action here today.
Yeah, it's really cool. I like it a lot. I know some people have tried to build this with Darkrai, but I always find it hard to have multiple Pokemon that need a lot of energy, right? Like something that needs 3. When you have, 2 EX Pokemon that both need that, it's tough. It's nice to have dark energy for the Crobat, but I really like this variant here with like Heatran as a wall. Arceus is kind of your big swinging card there, and then you've got Heatran in that, and then you've got Crobat to do that extra chip damage.
As we are heading on into our round 5, let's remind everyone what our competitors are playing for. This is one of the biggest prize pools a Pokemon Pocket Tournament has ever had. We have 600 USD in cash prizes, sponsored by Hooglandia's largest sea creatures. And then the Pokemon Company International provided Spraggles and I with some creator codes that we are putting up for prizes of this tournament, allowing our competitors to play for 2,400 Pokegold distributed to 9th through 16th. And then we've got over 1,000 pack hourglasses going out to everybody past different folks past that as well. Top 32, and then some door prizes also.
Yeah, really awesome stuff. Huge shout out to TPCI. Again, not an official sponsor of the tournament. How dare you? But they provided us a lot of great stuff that we're giving out to the community. We have the codes that go up between breaks as well for people watching. So hopefully, as this game continues to grow, Pokemon gets more involved in grassroots tournaments like this. That would be very, very cool.
All right, and it looks like we are ready to head on into our first feature match of round 5. We've got Arceus, Heatran, Crobat. Remember, this deck is not playing any fire or any dark energy, just fire, so you can get attacking with that Heatran early. But an interesting dynamic that Crobat has is its basic and stage 1 actually attack purely for colorless.
Yeah, if you're running the versions from Genetic Apex, they are colorless, so you have a lot of options to attack with this deck, and only one card, Crobat, that cannot attack. We do have another Crobat Pokeball as well, so they're going to get set up here. Arceus on the other side, and yeah, this is Arceus Dialga, right, that they're running into? Yes, it is.
Yep, looks like it. We have a pretty solid start for our Heatran player. You want that in your lead. Less than ideal start for the Arceus Dialga player. They would definitely prefer to have their metal monster in the lead to start.
Yeah, and here we go. Their start is just powering Arceus. It would be, in some starts you would think, oh, I could maybe put a Rocky Helm or something like that on, but you absolutely would not want to do that into Heatran. Not sure if they're running some in their deck. Let me take a look here. They're running Capes in their deck, so that wouldn't be an option regardless. But you really don't want any damage onto that Heatran. Right now we're using Comms, and we are looking for Zubat here.
Second Heatran's not the worst. It gives you another follow-up thing. One of the kind of setups this deck likes to do is one knockout point finish on your copy of Arceus. Oh, I misspoke. There is darkness energy inside of this deck. Interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, we did get to see their deck list, and it doesn't show their energy, but normally when I've run this deck or I've kind of seen this deck run, you're only running fire because it does make it kind of hard to power Heatrans if you do have, an energy mix up here. Luckily for them, they did not run into that. However, it is a possibility here that Crobat can fight, which is solid. I mean, 50 damage for 1 energy is very good.
Yep, and we see that Shaman here healing the Arceus up a little bit. If there's even one more basic Pokemon here for our Arceus player, they're going to be able to clear this Heatran out in a single go, except there's a Cape. So I'll be interested to see if the Cape comes down, meaning they need a full bench versus just one more.
Yeah, I wonder if we retreat into the Rocky Helmed Heatran just to put a little damage on Arceus while we wait. I'm not sure if that's going to be a difference maker or not. We have Dialga on the bench. Now we're heading on over here. Professors is a great card. They obviously are really trying to get this Crobat online. We find Golbat and Arceus. A little bit of a brick there.
Yeah, a little bit of a average stage 2 problem that we see. It's basically a 3-card combo. No Cape being deployed here means that this Heatran is guaranteed to get knocked out. Worth the consideration that there's a high probability it was getting knocked out regardless, just because another bench Pokemon would allow them to clear through anyways. Saving the Cape for the Arceus means you live their Arceus through a bench Pokemon and a Giovanni, which potentially has a lot of upside.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if you... Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if you hold Cape. Like you said, there are reasons for it, but you get an extra turn here. However, they could just be sandbagging, holding a basic in their hand. They could have it the whole time, ready to take you down, and almost like kind of baiting out that Cape.
I wonder if we'll see the other Arceus come down here. If you're on our bottom player side, you were really hoping to finally draw that Zubat so you could insulate against an opposing copy of Sabrina a little bit. And you're going to need the bench Pokemon out for your Arceus eventually anyways. So I feel like with the X-Speed in hand, I'd be inclined to play the Arceus out.
Interesting. They decide to not put down Arceus yet. They cape the one that they have. They could Sabrina here, but I think you're going to want to take down that Arceus EX.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to let them get that out of the active spot. Ideally, your Arceus is coming in next turn and cleaning it out.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what they decide to do here. They just end turn, which makes sense. Obviously, Sabrina's a little scary here because you're going to take an insane amount of damage.
There's the heal from the Shaman, always doing that, so might as well tap it before we get it in. And there's the Sabrina that we failed to play around by putting the other Arceus out.
Yeah, I wonder if they knew it was coming and they just thought, look, I want to get out there. I want to fight. They don't have energy on anything else. Yes, I'm going to take an absurd amount of damage. Well, actually, no, I take that back. I'm sorry. They do have 1 energy already on Dialga. So, yeah, this is a very scary position to be in.
Oh, wow.
The potion. Wow.
Cape and potion means that we have to top deck a basic here to even be able to... Nope, just can't do it. That is so much sustain.
Whoa. Wow. Well, that didn't work out for our bottom player here.
Man, Caster Curse in full effect here for our poor Heatran player. We're like, this sweet Crobat deck is undefeated. Get it on coverage? Whew.
We got to see this Crobat deck right now. Everyone's going to freak out. They can't get Crobat for the life of them. Just getting absolutely dumpstered by the meta there in game number 1. But it is a best of 3. Yep. They did have a really rocky start to that. Now, they could switch their energy. Yeah, that's not against any.
That's not locked in. Nope. Yep.
Yeah.
No specific energy submitted. I have to imagine if they're playing 2 colors at this point in the tournament, though, that it's a pretty intentional choice.
I wonder if my only thought is they go in, they're between rounds, they got nothing to do, they decide to flare up one of their cards or something like that, and then the moment that they flare it, all of a sudden the energy gets put on or something, They accidentally click one off, put one back in. I've done it a million times. But you're right. If they're this deep in the tournament, I'm guessing they want to run 2 types of energy.
Yep, they jumped right back in with the same energy. So I imagine, like I said, it's pretty intentional. They are missing first energy advantage this game. And there's the Dialga start. This is going to be an uphill climb for our Crobat player. It's noteworthy that Golbat does attack for 40 for 1 in a stage 1. So it's technically a card that's good when going first.
Here we go. Heatran onto the bench.
X-Speed.
X-Speed.
Okay. Yeah. That's a good first draw, assuming there's another fire energy underneath this fire energy.
Right. Absolutely. If there's not, yeah, you would maybe rather have that Golbat hanging out there. But you want that Crobat online in very much like a Greninja position on the bench,
Yep.
constantly dealing 30 damage to that active spot. It's really powerful. It's not there to deal damage on its own. Heatran is your wall. That is what it's there for. And Heatran is really good into Dialga, right? Dialga attacks Heatran, and then it is taking an annoying amount of damage here. And we do get Fire Energy twice in a row.
You know what? If I was guaranteed to have 2 fire energy as my first 2, I'd play dark energy in this deck as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you could guarantee that, that's true. If you could set up the way your energy goes, perhaps one day Dragonite will be a thing, Jeff.
Oh man, that poor pocket monster. So, is there an Arceus here behind the Dialga? There is. They get to tap the Heatran, and then the Heatran could hit them back for a lot.
We have Mew.
The thing is, even if they hit the Heatran, if there's a second energy that goes on this Heatran, it's just going to go down to the Arceus in the back line, and then our bottom player has nothing left going on.
Yeah, that is the tricky spot, right? We have Pokeball, which is not at all what they're looking for. You can Sabrina here to get early damage onto Arceus if you want, but you get so much damage onto Dialga, it's kind of hard to pass up, right? You not only get the 80, you get the extra 20 from weakness, bringing Dialga down to 50.
Yep, okay. There's a Pokeball. The big question for our Dialga players, do they have Leaf? Because Leaf would allow them to shuffle this Dialga out without losing energy on it, but even without it, I have to imagine they're in a pretty favorable spot.
Yeah, there's the Leaf, and now Arceus is going to come in. It picks up a KO on the Heatran, which would lead me to believe that the second Heatran will probably head out to that active spot right there, try to give them time to wall and possibly get something set up. They need that Crobat to put some damage onto Arceus for sure.
Yeah, so what's the back and forth here? They clear the Heatran, the other Heatran goes up. Let's say our bottom player draws Crobat this turn. They could do 30, and then they do 30 again the following turn, but the Heatran goes down. I don't know that I see a permutation that ends with our bottom player finding success. I guess.
Well, they've got Crobat and Dark Energy, so at least they get to do something. They're going to Cyrus up the Dialga. They're able to KO it. I wonder, yeah.
But even if there's no more bench Pokemon from this spot, the Crobat is still taking 110 to this Arceus and going down in a single hit.
Yeah. Unfortunately, because of Shaman, they couldn't make the play to hit Cunning Link, then just do the Darkness Fang, right? That was a really nice thing that their opponents did. Obviously, they needed to put their bench out, but it also just saved Dialga from this play. It saved Dialga from this play, and Arceus also taking damage, I guess is more specifically what I mean.
And this is one of those spots where, like, the Arceus player on top is not winning this turn, but I don't believe there's a permutation of cards left for our bottom player to draw to get them out of losing in, like, 2 to 3 turns here. Because they pick up their second knockout point this turn, they can put their Arceus up and, like, it survives a hit, but they've got no way to make up their last point after that.
Yeah, here we go. The Ultimate Force takes another KO. They have to put out Arceus here. It's the only thing that can survive a hit. Unfortunately, it just looks like they're out of options right now.
Yeah. There's Zubat coming to the front of the class. I don't know that that really accomplishes anything for us.
I mean, they got Golbat. It's Golbat time. They can Sabrina. Sabrina would probably bring in any of the many cards that can retreat for 1 energy, which is all of them currently. They just need to even put 1 on Dialga.
Yeah, this is what I like refer to as garbage time. The game isn't fully over yet, but 1 player is done. And thankfully, thanks to the magic of how these are recorded, we can speed up the garbage time a little bit.
Yeah. Unfortunate for our Crobat. They just didn't find any way to get out of there, and they do concede to the meta.
Yeah,
the meta takes another one down.
I think that kind of shows like part of the struggle of that deck. Like in the first game, obviously the Crobat just never came together, so we had some inconsistency in the stage 2. But in that second game, outside of the Dialga player having first energy advantage, things kind of went according to plan for our Crobat gamer, right? Like they led Heatran, they even had 2 fire energy into darkness energy, they had a Crobat, they had an Arceus. It's just like all was there and none of it was good enough.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, knowing what you're going into, I wonder if you just can't even power Heatran. You have to power Arceus, so you have the ability to fight with it earlier. There are just some decks where you think, man, I would love to power this. I would love to get this other card online. However, I'm playing a Gyarados deck, and my win condition is Gyarados. I'm just going to focus only on putting energy here and not worrying about doing any other damage with something. So it feels like maybe into that, that's the only option they've got.
Yeah, and that's a sequence you see play out a lot of the time, right? Where like the thing you have to do because you're down first energy advantage is give up that lead knockout point, so that way they clear your thing first, but then they're not clearing energy, so you kind of make that energy advantage back up in that exchange.
Yeah, it might be the only thing they can do there. What's next on the docket? I know we have some exciting ones coming up here.
We've got some more Berry Magnemite, which I think is officially the dark horse of the tournament.
Yes, without question, we've got Magnezone Snorlax with Berry, which is a really exciting setup. They're starting Magnemite here. This is one of those decks that you have to root for legally in the chat. You have to be rooting for it. And you can see right now they're putting Do Not Disturb on. No need to be disturbed right now.
I mean, they got to focus up. Your fat man's going to... You don't want your Snorlax to be woken up while he's sleeping, right?
No way. You want them to stay asleep, get a nice restful sleep here. Pokeball, seeing what else they can grab. They do find their other Snorlax here.
Goodness me. You know what I didn't realize until I saw it all in the hand tier, Spriggles?
What?
There's Dawn in this deck. So we've talked last time we saw this about how good Double Berry is. But with Magneton, you can go single berry into Dawn up to the Snorlax to get cracking extra soon, too.
It's time to start fighting. It's time for Snorlax decks to get some love here. I'm sure you clocked this too. Berry feels like a really, really solid card. I mean, 2 energy advantage is massive.
It's a lot of power. Traditionally speaking, in card games in general, things that let you cheat on resources are some of the most powerful things that are available to you, and Berry does exactly that in Pokemon Pocket.
We could see Magnemite hitting the bench here. We are powering our Snorlax. Now, they do power the Magnemite here, which gives you the ability to retreat, and they're not going to be able to KO Snorlax in 1 turn. Even if they get full energy on Celebi, perfect coin flip, that's only 100 damage. We also go up to 160 with Cape here.
So we pulled.
I wonder if we allow them to Sabrina possibly us. I guess they didn't care. It just we save a little energy by allowing them to Sabrina us, right?
Cape on Celebi, one of those things that could matter. I like putting the other Snorlax up here. I almost wonder if you end up just giving up Snorlax at this point to just build the ones in the back.
Yeah, I mean, I was just talking about this. I feel like you don't play Snorlax that aggressively last turn, right? So that you can cape. But I guess they just want their Magnemite safe. Fine. They don't have Leaf. And the retreat cost on Snorlax is 8,000. So it's actually hard to get Snorlax ready to go. You could Dawn energy, but it's not on curve. You'd have to Dawn, and then next turn you're burying anyways with 3 energy. That doesn't really help.
To try and get into the head of our Berry player here a little bit, the energy on the active Snorlax's damage maybe seems a little bit strange, but thinking through how it works out, if the Celebi low rolls even a little bit here, it lets you Berry next turn, and because you have 2 berries in hand anyways, you kind of have a lot of energy banked in a way.
Yeah, and there we go. That's 100. That's going to take down the Snorlax. The other one can now come in, so... Here we go. They're able to start fighting, Jeff. And still on the bench, we are waiting for one of these Magnemites. I wonder if they're kind of... let's say I was going to wonder if they were regretting putting both of them down because they do have comms, which they could have used.
Yeah,
now we have this really great play. You can go Berry, or you could even run, Dawn here.
So the collapse notably puts the Snorlax to sleep before the turn passes, which means you get 2 chances to wake it up. With 50 HP remaining on the Celebi, just an Erica is not enough to save it from another Snorlax collapse. They're going to need an Erica plus a potion here.
Here we go. Snorlax is awake. Celebi is the only Pokemon on the board. They do put down Carnivine. We haven't seen the rest of their deck here, but I can tell you it's 2 Arceus, 2 Carnivine. They, of course, do have Ericas for healing. They have a giant cape. They have Rocky Helmet, Cyrus, Leaf. There's the Leaf. They're going to retreat right now.
Yep, I think we're going to see the Carnivine given up as a sacrificial knockout here so they can try and build the Celebi in the back. Oh, they're playing
Ooh.
Baby Arceus.
Yeah, they're playing Baby Arceus, which I did not realize. This is just to power up the Carnivine here. Nice Rocky Helmet. They're going to deal damage to Snorlax here. Threaten it with 50. Now, of course, Carnivine does go down to collapse, but they did a serious amount of damage, and now we do have Magnezone in hand.
Yeah, this is the Baby Arceus makes a lot of sense here because it means you can follow that one knockout point EX that we see so many of the successful decks in this metagame adhering to.
We play Barry here. We have our one energy, and then of course there's the question, where do you put it? Snorlax allows you to attack next turn, but with Snorlax up there, you are in a little bit of trouble when this Celebi comes back. However, you happily have Magnezone for it.
Yeah, I think you want to incentivize them to put the Celebi in, because if the Celebi comes up here, you've got one knockout point, and then the Magnezone gets to claim your last 2 points the following turn.
Here comes Carnivine. This makes total sense, obviously. We have Snorlax stay asleep. That's good. That's good for the Celebi player.
That's a big deal. If they need to win one more coin flip here to potentially be in this game. Because if they miss one more coin flip, the Snorlax can't attack next turn, which means the Carnivine can finish this Lax and get the second point, and then maybe Celebi can finish on the close.
We have another Celebi. We are going to power the active Carnivine, and we're going to Erica, the bench Celebi, bring it up to 100 HP. If Snorlax doesn't get to hit it, it still goes down at 100 HP to the Magnezone, right? So we have Snorlax at 40 right now, and it is awake. Huge.
That wake up is huge. Now, something else that would be huge is I assume there's 2 copies of Erica inside of this grass deck, yeah?
Yes, there are 2 copies of Erica. I mean, look at this, though. We have the double Volt Charge right now. So now even if you, like, Dawn, you're not worried about giving up any of this lightning energy. You really weren't already. You had so much, but, there's a million ways you can play this.
There's no way they retreat, right? The Evolve to Magnezone this turn implies that they're looking to retreat. Are they thinking about it? I think they're thinking about it because they don't want to give up another knockout point here.
They can't. Well, I mean, but that's so much. They just lose 4 energy.
Yeah, it's a giant tempo black hole. I assume. Are there Cyruses in our Celebi players deck?
There is 1 Cyrus.
Okay, and that's a real consideration for just leaving the Snorlax in.
If we Sabrina, they put in. Yeah, he's thinking they put in Arceus. I think that's possible.
But the Arceus has 120, so you're still not clearing it, but this forces them to have a copy of Leaf in order to pull it out.
All right. They do have 2 Leafs in their deck. Now we're going to find out, I mean, maybe if it was just better to take the KO point right there. Energy onto Celebi.
Yeah,
Erica.
There's the other Erica. So now you're surviving a Magnezone with your fully charged monster, which gives you a real shot here. I think we're just letting this. Oh man.
Okay. Yeah, that was a huge sleep roll right there. So Snorlax goes down. They still need to be able to get this Arceus out. So it's possible if they don't have Leaf, they can't get it out, right? If they could get it out, then Carnivine can pick up the KO easily.
So if I was the Celebi player here, I think the game plan is you're just letting this Arceus die, and you're just building your Celebi while you wait for the Arceus to die. Because the game plan is Celebi comes up and clears Snorlax and gets you your second point. You live the Magnezone hit, and then you hopefully have enough energy and good enough variance to clear the Magnezone for your third point on the backswing.
All right, let's see what they end up doing here. Looks like they placed another energy on Celebi.
Yep, up to 6 there, or 5 there on the one on the bench for us. I guess if you have Leaf, you could retreat here, but it's mostly a wash, because giving them their second point when you're going to finish on a 2-pointer is irrelevant.
Got the Volt Charge here on Magneton, just continuing to generate energy. Put out a second Magnezone.
I suppose with the other Magnezone, do you put a Magnezone in now, retreating the Snorlax, so that way they have to roll 3 heads 2 turns in a row instead of just 2 heads?
Yeah, I guess there's something there, right? It makes it harder, and we've all seen Celebi decks brick very hard with the amount of energy that they need to
On this
roll.
broadcast, even we've seen them brick pretty hard.
Yeah, which is always fun, and we retreat right now.
Yep,
We're putting in Magnezone. We're going for the damage onto this Arceus. Arceus goes down right here. This is going to give them their second point, and now it is up to our grass deck to decide how they want to play this. I'm guessing it's Celebi is going in, and we're swinging.
Yep. All right, so Celebi needs 3 out of 5 to clear this Magnezone, and if they miss three out of 6. They miss this 3 out of 6. It's a big deal.
Yeah, that's huge. 50-50, so average luck, they get this KO. If they get a little unlucky, though, which happens all the time, they do not get this KO. We'll see.
Apologies for the frame rate. For those of you that are just joining us, there is no official spectator client for this game, so we are just kind of chilling. We Cyrused, but we didn't. That's interesting. So we Cyrused, but we didn't clear to give ourselves time to charge more energy. So that way we're more likely to clear the Magnezone in the back is the idea here.
Wow. I mean, what a play. The Snorlax has 4 cost retreats. It'll never get out of there. You could power this thing. I mean, you're able to get at least 2 more turns of energy. Do they have, I want to see if they have Leaf in this berry deck here. They don't. This thing's going nowhere. I mean,
they can Dawn to retreat it 1 turn sooner, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess you're right. They get Dawn to retreat it. Now this Celebi is going to have so much energy, which is crazy. And yes, we do know in the chat that the screen is having some minor issues here. There's not much we can do about that. So the player's connection. But wow, what a play! This is very, very fun.
And they're through, I believe, our player. Yeah, the deck is actually empty for both players at this point. So we know that both berries are used up for the bottom player. So you don't have to get a surprise. You don't have to get a surprise on that. Uh-oh.
And it is, I mean, obviously we are having some connection issues with our player right here. As things are getting worse and worse for our Snorlax player, the connection is also getting worse and worse, which is interesting. This is going to, I mean, it's going to come down to this Celebi flipping a ton of coins right now.
Yeah, I'm going to come back up top here for just a minute. Let's see.
We're going to see what we can make happen here.
Yep.
Coming from the chat, someone's saying, because there's always people who want to talk about how bad someone has played or whatever. Someone's in the chat says, like, we've never thrown a match before. Oh yeah, we've all thrown a game. We've all thrown a game and then looked up at our chat and they were like, Leaf was lethal there, wasn't it? And you go, okay.
Okay. Unfortunately, I'm gonna find out with my tech person what happened that we didn't switch perspectives and instead just lost it there. Let's I can check the pairings and see what happened as a result for that. That was this person. Yeah, it looks like the. Oh wait. Where are they? Is this a different berry person? What was our bottom player's name there? They were on.
The berry was on site.
On site. Yep. So as I don't have the rest of that match recorded, unfortunately. And someone asked, was that a different berry player than before? It actually was a different berry player than before.
It was,
so, yeah. There is someone still playing the berry Magnezone deck who is 4-1. That berry player ultimately lost to the Carnivine Celebi deck, and they are now 3-2. So they will be eliminated from contention.
Unfortunate.
Let me see where we are at with things.
Hopefully, one thing that, once we are looking to get a possible ranked mode coming to the game and everything very soon, hopefully we also get a spectate feature, some type of way of watching these games that isn't just, please,
Spraggles comes from his MOBA walled garden. Let me tell you about Magic Arena and Hearthstone and Marvel Snap a decade later and spectator features. I really want Pokemon.
Are they great?
I really want Pokemon to be the one to buck the trend, but I shall bestow upon you as my wizened, lots of
Mhm.
experience with card games is don't hold your breath waiting for that one.
Yeah, especially with how short matches are in Pocket, I think that it's going to be hard to set up a spectate feature where I don't know. It's just going to be tough. We'll see.
All right, we have another round 5 match here to jump on into. We've got Carnivine, Rotom, Arceus versus Pseudo Wudo fighting, which I'm interested to see if the Rampardos deck can make it out of this one, because Pseudo Wudo is notably very bad against Carnivine leads.
Yeah, Sudowoodo bad against Carnivine. However, if they happen to, get that Arceus in the active spot, really good against that. So it's all going to depend on how it starts here. We we have Rotom active, which is really nice. You've got the free retreat. We also have Arceus in hand, Carnivine in hand. We can see our opponents have no Sabrina in this matchup, so you really can put out all of this bench and be totally safe.
No copies of Sabrina in the Pseudo Wudo deck is very interesting. I feel like that card tends to be strong.
Yeah, they've got one Cyrus, one Giovanni. Their deck is obviously filled with 2 Pokemon communications because they need to make sure they can get.
Oh, you're saying the
online.
Arceus player is no Sabrina. That makes total sense.
No. The Lucario. Rampardos has no Sabrina. They have one Cyrus, one Geo, and 2 Pokemon communications.
Oh, they're leveraging lots of communications too. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we see here kind of a pretty ideal setup for our bottom player. They could actually clear the Pseudo Wudo this turn if they wanted, but I'm not sure they want to. We see them pausing on their energy. So the Carnivine does 50 plus 20 weakness plus a Giovanni if they so choose. But we see that Marshadow charged up on the back line there.
Mm-hmm.
Our fighting player kind of acknowledging, oh, hey, Pseudo Wudo could get knocked out this turn. I wonder if we just start poking with Rotom.
Yeah, I mean, that's always an option. You also can just take this opportunity and power Arceus if you think Arceus is just going to be the thing to clear the entirety of your opponent's board here. We have Carnivine. So now we have 2, which makes you think, hey, maybe you just give one, let Marshadow take a KO here. But instead, it looks like we are powering Rotom, and we are going to begin sniping that bench.
Yeah, I really like this, trying to run down one of the things in the back line while the Pseudo Wudo is potentially stalled out front. Does our fighting player have any copies of Leaf or X Speed?
No.
Nope,
So it's a couple of professors, which we're seeing run a lot this tournament. 2 Pokeballs, 2 communications, of course, the fossils, Cyrus, Giovanni.
Yeah, so Pseudo Wudo is going to start attacking here, but it's an uphill climb. Oh wait, we have the Lucario makes it a little bit more tenable, I suppose.
Yeah, we do have another Rotom that we can use. We also have Shaman here. We could move in Carnivine, pick up this KO, and now we don't have to use our Geo for it, right?
Yep.
Which is nice. We are going to go down to the Marshadow Revenge. I was wondering if we were going to put out the other Carnivine. We don't need to. We can just put Rotom in and then switch it out.
Yeah, Rotom having that free retreat cost gives you a lot of flexibility on concealing that extra information from your hand, which is nice. As far as Marshadow picking up revenge knockouts, them clearing your 1 knockout point thing that only had 1 energy on it is like a pretty good exchange for our bottom player.
As always in a card game, information is king, but Misty is queen, and Misty rules all. So if you get Misty, that's even better than having information. There's that huge KO right there. But we are able to get Carnivine back out into this active spot and start swinging at this Marshadow here in
and
just
the important thing is the way that Rocky Helmet let us save the Giovanni. It means Carnivine plus Geo clears this Marshadow this turn, and then the Lucario in the back is only on 0 energy, so it's just going to have to take a hit and lose this race pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is a really nice play. Geo finding some big break points. Earlier in this tournament too, we saw some huge break points in some of our Garchomp games with Geo. Geo gets the Marshadow KO, and our fighting deck is in a horrible spot. Lucario has a 2 retreat cost, 2 cost to attack. It's out there. It's a sitting duck. They have no Leaf. I think this is pretty much done.
I think this matchup really hammers home what we're seeing play out, why this Rampardos deck is the number 2 deck in our metagame, and why the Dialga Arceus deck is number one, despite it having a bad matchup against this Lucario deck. Is there's just so much of the rest of the metagame that just like gives you fits with their varied threats that aren't EXs.
Here we go. 50 damage. Lucario sitting on 50. They could put another energy onto it and retreat.
But we've got Cyrus lurking in hand for our bottom player, so just getting it out of there is not going to be enough. They need to either get it out and clear the Carnivine, or they need to get it out and put a cape or something on it.
Yeah, and they have no capes. I think they're just done. I think they have no path to victory here. Just a really nice series of events for our Carnivine deck.
Yeah, Edna was wrong. We needed more capes.
All right. I mean, there's a retreat into Cranidos, possibly. They also don't know that they could don the energy onto Arceus here next turn.
Yes.
They know it's a possibility. They don't know they have it.
Yeah, there's a few different lines that let our bottom player win. I'm going to go ahead and accelerate our waiting here momentarily.
Yeah, just nothing that can be done.
There's the Cyrus.
I was about to say, pick your poison. A lot of different ways to sort of end that one right there.
All right, and that's game one. Going over to our Arceus Carnivine player. If you're just joining us, our rounds are best of 3. So our Rampardos deck is down but not out. We are heading out into our second game of our match 5. We have 2 more rounds of Swiss after this one, and then we'll be moving into our single elimination round so we can work towards crowning a winner here today.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at our meta here once we come back from our break and after these matches and stuff to kind of see how things are shaking out. Obviously, you're seeing a lot of Arceus and a lot of different flavors right here. It's just being put into everything. It is the bacon of this tournament. They put it in something, they say it's better, Jeff, and it seems to be working. Carnivine starting here. We have Shaman as a possibility on the bench. Again, looking at this Lucario deck, they have no Sabrina, so you don't have to ever be worried about playing your bench here.
Yeah, we see the Mars Shadow lead here. Not really what you're looking for on the other side of the board. That being said, we see a very aggressive Pokeball. This is one of those spots where I think you really want to draw Arceus so badly, and you're not doing anything with the basic this turn. I think that was a little bit trigger happy on the Pokeball, and they should have taken a draw before deploying it.
Yeah, especially given that they know their opponent doesn't have Red Card. They know their opponent doesn't have Mars. There's nothing wrong with taking a little time to get what you want. And you can't attack this turn. You want Arceus next turn anyway for the extra damage on Carnivine, right?
Yep. So we see a Pokeball, or is that a communication there? Shuffle twice is a communication. Looking to get something set up here. The Mars Shadow start is never what you're looking for. No basic deployed, though, in the back.
Geo. We have Sky Shaman, which could give you the ability to retreat this Carnivine if you want into a Rotom, if you'd rather not get damage put onto it. But
I think with with 2 Giovannis in hand, especially taking the 20 chip shot here is worthwhile, because it means that if you top deck the Arceus next turn, your Geo can still finish it off.
Yeah, a Pokeball would be nice. Arceus would be nice. Professors is cool to get Arceus, but then you can't make the Geo play. Our opponent's got Lucario started on the bench, as well as Sudowoodo. I wonder how much value Sudowoodo has really into this.
Yeah, Sudowoodo really feels like okay, we're just gonna put a point up and then let you trigger revenge, essentially.
Yeah. From the chat, Rotom hits super effectively. Rotom only hits benched Pokemon, so it actually never gets that weakness advantage. It's an interesting card. It's only bench Pokemon that it can hit.
Let's see.
It's a slightly weaker Hitmonlee, but at the same time, it has that free retreat, which is very cool.
Our fighting player deep in the tank on what exactly they want to be doing here. This is a very aggressive Sudowoodo, because it means if there is an Arceus Geo next turn, you are very far behind. There's no Arceus, so they have some breathing room.
Yeah, and you hate this draw. You know, if you're our Carnivine player right here, you definitely don't want to see another Shaman. We have Rotom. We could play around it. We could use Shaman to keep our energy, on these Pokemon. And we do decide to do that. Retreat into Rotom, and now we're going to go ahead and snipe the bench here. We are looking for I wonder. I mean, Marshallow's already in range, but we go for it again. Now it's in range without Giovanni if we get Arceus. So that's positive. We do finally have our fossil on the bench. So we could see this Rotom start to snipe after that fossil.
I really like the hit on the Marshadow because it means if you cobble together your Cyrus with your Arceus, it lets you go ahead and clean it out. And honestly, we might just see the Rotom, tap this Marshadow twice more, with the Sudowoodo largely being locked into play. Yep.
Yeah, they are going for it. And they know their opponents have no potions. They have no way they're going to get away from this. That Marshadow is going to go down. It's powered on the bench. They'd have to pay another energy to get Sudowoodo out of there. Sudowoodo feels like a really unfortunate card into this Carnivine deck. It's really good into one Pokemon, and that is the Arceus. It's not terrible into Shaman, I guess, but doesn't do that much damage, right? It's really only good into Arceus. That's it. And into Arceus, it's pretty powerful.
Well, so part of the problem is the way it even lines up there is most of the draws for this Carnivine deck is that by the time Arceus is coming to the forefront, it's going to be finishing, right? Like you're getting a knockout point or two, and then Arceus is usually coming in to clear your third, and Sudowoodo notably does not survive a hit in that instance.
And here we go. We are going to take our Marshadow KO. The nice thing for our Lucario player is they have plenty of time to get Lucario online and Rampardos online, which is very powerful, but they've already given up a point. Sudowoodo's in that active spot. Second Riolu. We are now powering the other Riolu. We go for a Giovanni, and we are going to pick up a KO.
I think this is checkmate at this point. The Carnivine comes up, and the Giovanni means you knock out the Sudowoodo this turn, and then you have plenty of bench Pokemon with Arceus to clear absolutely everything else that they do in a single go.
There we go. We're looking at Geo. We're playing Rotom. We put some energy onto Arceus. Giovanni for the KO onto this Sudowoodo.
Yep. The Giovannis have looked really good inside of this Carnivine deck every time we've seen it on stream.
Yeah, and you know another Pokemon that loves Geo is that Arceus, because there are plenty of times where 130 is not enough, but 140 is just perfect.
Yep, and especially
Lucario hits the board
in tandem with the Rotom can even soften up those 140s wearing capes, or the 160s wearing capes for your 140 to be stellar.
Already 2 points down. I think our fighting deck is looking for any possible daylight, but with Arceus fully powered, it doesn't seem to happen because even if they get a KO with Rampardos, they go down to 100 HP. So, yeah.
The extra sticking point past all that, we see the Sabrina in hand for Arceus player as well, so it's not even just a matter of, oh, I can get one thing that survives this Arceus hit. It's, oh, I need two things that survive this Arceus hit, which is just not going to be possible with all the small cards this fighting deck plays.
They're playing it out, but there's nothing that can be done here. They can't get Arceus in. They do get a KO, but they have to take the 50 recoil damage, which means they're in range of Arceus.
Yeah, even without a bench Pokemon here, the Arceus is dealing the 100 points of damage, and this Arceus Carnivine deck notably plays 8 bench basic, so it's very good at filling its bench back up round in and round out.
Yeah, a deck I've really been enjoying this Arceus Carnivine. I like seeing it do so well in this tournament, Jeff. You know, you hope that one of the decks you're excited about at the start of the day is having a good run, and that one definitely is. How's Garchomp doing?
Wow.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I didn't know. Are we not supposed to ask how Garchomp's doing? I was unaware. Are you okay? Oh no, he's not okay, everybody. To be fair, one of them's at 0%. One of them's actually at 60%.
60%. So. Okay, look. Okay, maybe one of them's at 0%. I'm gonna say he knew that when he asked me how Garchomp was doing.
Honestly, did I know it just by knowing it, or I didn't see it beforehand? But yeah, I'm just happy that deck's doing well, and I'm very sorry for you, Jeff. But Garchomp EX not crushed it. Right?
Man, I might be a Garchomp myself because that was cold as ice and it was super effective against me.
It was that 4 times weakness. I really got you there, didn't I?
All right, gamers.
That's the end of this round, right?
Yep, it looks like round 6 pairings are heading up. We're going to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll and do another round of code giveaways up on the screen. We'll be back as we head on into single elimination rounds here before long. Don't go anywhere. How are we doing, gamers? Welcome, welcome, welcome back to the second ever Hooglandia Spraggles Open Series tournament for Pokemon Pocket. I am Jeff Hoogland. I am joined by Spraggles himself here this afternoon. We are having a wonderful day. How are you doing, Spraggles?
I'm doing great, man. It's been such an exciting day. We've seen so many cool decks, a lot of meta, and a lot of stuff that's kind of bucking that trend a bit. We have some exciting matches coming up, ones that I didn't know if we could see on stream, but I'm really excited that we will. And you and I were just talking about the meta game right before we came back, so maybe we can hop into that, talk about our standings a little bit, and see where we're at. A lot of great decks are 5-0. Of course, things you would expect to be there, like Arceus and Dialga. We also have some other big ones like a Darkrai Weavile is sitting 5-0, Infernape is sitting 5-0.
And I do just feel like I
and
need to correct Spraggles from before
oh,
the stream, because he drove an icy shaped dagger into my heart. So I did some digging, and we have not just one. Oh, that's the wrong one. We have not just one, but two different Garchomp players that are still in contention to win this tournament. So I would just like to shout out personally to Rugged and Larkin here, who are playing one of the best pocket monsters in the game. Definitely very much still alive, ready to win it all.
I would love to see them win. I'm not rooting against them. I know the chat is not rooting against them just to spite you. There's absolutely no way that's happening. So I hope they do well also. We do have a lot of players who are kind of on that bubble right now, right, Jeff, that need to win this next one that we're going to be looking at.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us, just to talk about the structure of our tournament, which I haven't done a ton today, so let's hit on that. We have 7 rounds of Swiss. All our rounds are best of 3, and after we finish 7 rounds, in which we're heading into 6, players who have 6 wins or more will be advancing to our single elimination bracket, where they will duke it out for the crown. We started with about a little over 800 competitors here today playing for our $600 prize pool, plus additional in-game prizes. So we'll probably have about somewhere in the 40 to 50 range in our top cut once we move on to that point in the tournament. So players we're going to be watching this round are going to be 4-1, so they need to win their next 2 matches in order to make it into those single elimination matches.
And there are a lot of great decks that are sitting 4-1 in this tournament right now. We have an Infernape Moltres hanging out there. We have a Glaceon deck hanging out there. Darkrai Magnezones, plenty of Palkia, plenty of Arceus, plenty of Rampardos. So a lot of great decks still fighting for that opportunity to head into our best of 1 single elimination.
We have our Berry Gamer hanging out at 4-1, the true dark horse of the tournament, hopefully going to win it all or get second to Garchomp. I would accept second to Garchomp.
I wouldn't accept that at all, but I would accept both of them going up against each other in the finals for sure. We have our Arceus Abomasnow hanging out 4-1 there, I just saw. We see a Gyarados. You don't see much Gary these days. Gary with Drud, a little bit lower on our list there, hanging out at 4-1.
Yeah, just huge range of things that our competitors are playing. Let's go ahead and head on in to our first game of this round. We are going to be checking out some Palkia Starmie versus the Carnivine Arceus build that we saw go toe-to-toe last round.
So interesting thing to call out here with this Palkia Starmie, Jeff, is it only runs 1 copy of Palkia EX, 2 Staryus, 2 Starmie. The rest of it's full of trainers right here. So this is, of course, not something similar to Articuno 18 trainer, Palkia 18 trainer, but it's very low on basic Pokemon in their deck.
So we see Palkia as the lead here. Probably not super ideal into Carnivine, but they do have first energy advantage, which definitely really matters here.
Now, of course, a deck like this would obviously be running Misty. It would be running Irida, which is really great, right? Couple of Pokeballs, Giant Cape. They have some options here, but you're right. You're probably hoping to run Staryu in a situation like this.
We see a brief pause here while we're contemplating our choices. I wouldn't be surprised, unless there's a red card or a Mars lurking for our Palkia player, I wouldn't be surprised to see no additional bench Pokemon played out here.
Yeah, there isn't really a great reason to, right? As we take a look, they do have 2 Sabrinas. So that is probably part of the reason they don't want to play anything else out there on the bench. You can play the other Carnivine and just there's nothing to switch for, right? but without Arceus, you can't make the Rotom switch easily. We are able to start doing some damage right away with Slash, taking our Carnivine down to 50 HP, and now they're going to need to make some decisions, especially given that they have no Arceus. I wonder if we go with Comms here.
Yeah, I would expect a communication to happen, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Rotom be the card that gets thrown back here. Carnivine seems like you want to have another one ready to switch into. There's only 3 basics in this Palkia Starmie deck, so pretty unlikely that Rotom's going to be useful.
There we go. There's our Arceus. That is exactly what we're looking for. We can definitely start swinging for a lot of damage onto this Palkia here, punish it a little bit. We get Arceus onto the bench as well as the other Carnivine. This, also makes Sabrina not an enticing play for our opponent because they just bring in other Carnivine, and we're able to swing here for 50 damage, 60 if we Geo, which seems useless right now.
Yeah, 2 copies of Irida to point out inside of our Water Gamers deck. That's going to let them blunt basically an entire Carnivine attack, shrug it off, which would be a really big deal.
Yeah. And it is a question as to when we exactly play that. This card is obviously extremely powerful. Even if you have multiple Pokemon on your team that are hurt, this is a team-wide Erica, essentially, as long as it has water energy attached, and it heals for just 10 less. Carnivine now down to 20 HP. We have Cape, which actually does take it out of slash range, which is pretty huge.
Yeah, absolutely massive draw. There are 0 copies of Giovanni in our water deck, so that Cape easily the best draw for our Arceus player. Buying that extra turn gives Arceus enough time to get set up to attack for 3 before this Carnivine gets knocked out.
Yeah, and now we are seeing them just weigh their options here. Obviously, I guess something that would change that would be Misty. But of course, Misty doesn't really, you don't want to, Crimson Storm a 40 HP Carnivine, right? You would rather Sabrina, then Crimson Storm and possibly pick up a 20 KO or something like that. Either way, here comes the Vine Whip in just a second here to bring our Palkia down to 50 HP.
In addition to the 2 copies of Irida, there are also 2 capes as well as a potion for our Water Gamer. So there are a lot of ways for them to save this Palkia from just going down to Carnivine Vine Whips.
On the chat saying I said Crimson Storm. I think I always say that. Sorry, Dimensional Storm. I do always say Crimson Storm. What am I thinking of?
They made fun of you earlier, but I'm nice. I wouldn't dagger you for something like that.
I hope Garchomp loses.
Wow.
What am I saying Crimson for? Why do I say that? What's wrong? Oh, Charizard. Am I doing a Charizard thing?
Charizard is Crimson Storm, yep.
All right. We got it. We got there, everybody. We figured out why my brain doesn't work. Well, we didn't figure out why it doesn't work, but we figured out what it was trying to do, I think, which is important.
All right. So we see the pause here from our Palkia player trying to figure out which of their healing cards I assume they want to do. They really need a copy of Staryu. This is one of the downsides to playing these low basic count decks, is sometimes you're going to break off like this.
Yeah, so this is that tough spot here, right? They're looking to hopefully Misty to get a KO. They missed that. 70 HP on Palkia. And we're just kind of waiting here.
I don't even know that the Misty really mattered here, because like you were talking about earlier, you really don't want to Dimensional Storm a 40 HP Carnivine, and using the energy to Crimson Storm means you're only back down to dealing 30 the following turn.
Yeah, I mean, and you really don't want a Crimson Storm. It just doesn't even work. You don't have the fire energy. You don't have anything going on, that's for sure. Carnivine down to 10 HP right here. We head over to our Arceus Carnivine player. They pull Rotom, which you could place on the bench here. It can allow you to make some plays, obviously.
You know what happened too? With the Dawn here, if this would have been a Sky Shaman, they would have won the game. That's actually pretty unfortunate, because the Sky Shaman would have let them retreat the Carnivine and then Dawn it up to Arceus and clear.
We could retreat here. There's really not a good reason, obviously. Dimensional Storm will KO this on the bench. So you're just going to let this go down in the active spot. We have Geo if we ever want to do a little extra damage to this Palkia.
Yeah, I think our Arceus player is in a very good spot here. They're just like taking a brief pause to make sure that they're not missing anything in their considerations. I would expect that we'll see like the Rotom hit the bench and then Vine Whip for 50, and that way the Arceus is ready to come up. We could leave the Rotom not on the bench too. I'm not sure that it really matters. I think Arceus is going to be pretty game winning here regardless of the permutation.
Yeah, there's really not much our water deck can do in this moment. There, it looks like they drew really poorly. I don't know if they were kind of hiding what they had, waiting for a moment here, but they never got it. They obviously could Sabrina here and hit with the Dimensional Storm. I guess they can, decide whether it's Crimson or Dimensional. They have that choice. We'll see what they end up doing here.
Thank you to chat for pointing out that we were missing the top players' points on the overlay. Apologies for that. We are 0-0.
I mean, how hard are they bricking here? What has happened?
I mean, they're just missing on their second basic, which is going to happen a pretty significant amount of the time when you're only playing 3 of them.
Yeah.
So it's not ideal, but it's also not that uncommon, I wouldn't say.
There's the Pokeball.
Oh.
So we do have...
Did they research this turn? Because that means they had either Pokeball or Communication last turn.
Well, I thought they comms, right? Is that what we saw? Comms, then Pokeball?
Yeah. Here's the Irida. Okay, so you're not dying to the Carnivine, I suppose, but you're still going down to the Arceus the following turn, so it's not particularly appealing.
Yeah. They go with Slash. And, I mean, once Starmie is online, Starmie EX does swing for 90. Pretty solid damage here. And if you can't get a bench out for Arceus, things could be okay.
Oh, we have Geo with the Carnivine.
They do have Geo, actually, yeah. They still have Geo as an option.
I almost wonder if putting... Well, so the Carnivine goes down to the Starmie. But I guess that's fine, because then you hit the Starmie twice instead of surviving 2 hits.
Yeah, and you have Rotom and Arceus.
You want to play out Rotom to dodge an opposing Sabrina. You don't need to show them that you have the extra Arceus. It conceals what your Arceus damage output is the following turn.
Yeah, you Geo here. Oh, that's right. You also have this option. You Sabrina and you just take a 50. I mean, really, It doesn't feel like there's anything Palkia can do here. They're just in so much trouble right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a strictly wrong way to eat this Rhesus here.
I guess you go Rapper first. I mean, that's the only way I can think,
that's
right?
That's true. I bet 18 Trainer Articuno players try to eat the Rapper.
For sure. Absolutely. Yeah. They're always chewing on a box of cereal. Someone has to pour it for them.
We see the Palkia slide up into the active spot here with the Rotom on the bench to insulate from a Sabrina. We are probably done here. There is a potion in this Palkia deck, so I suppose there's a world where they could Irida Potion Cape. And then they still die. That only gets them to 140, right? It's plus 80. They still lose to full bench plus Geo.
Yeah, let's see how they... I mean, they have a lot of great cards. It just feels like, okay, here's the Sabrina. Which obviously, they bring out the Rotom that has free retreat.
Quick misclick check here on the Sabrina, I think. That was the writing's on the walls. Do you accidentally bump the wrong card?
Yeah, I guess so, huh? We've seen it happen, too. We've seen big moments like that happen, for sure.
Looks like game 1 is going to be going over to our Arceus Carnivine player here. I really like this Arceus Carnivine deck. It feels like... a new iteration of the fighting box style decks we saw in previous seasons. They always have so many good, intricate back and forths when you have these retreat costs that are essentially free and you can be attacking the bench versus the active. There's a lot of choices the player makes game to game.
Yeah, I like it a lot too. I think it's really fun. And I've seen like a few different versions of it, which is really, really cool. I like it a lot. And yeah, you get to play around a lot of different stuff your opponent's throwing at you here as we get ready for our next game. Felt like a real, I mean, we obviously can't see their hand. Felt like a real wonky hand there for our Starmie player, right? It just seemed like they never had.
Yeah, I think in a perfect world, they probably don't want to lead on Palkia. And then if they are leading on Palkia, they obviously want Starmie set up long before they got to it there, which was never in actuality.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like, right? Never got Starmie going, and maybe they were just bricking, but also maybe they thought I can't really put this down because the second I do, my opponent can start to bring them in. They did have a Cyrus and a Sabrina, so
All right, we are headed on
definitely some
in
options here.
to game
My opponent
number 2.
Game number 2 here in round 6. Both of these decks 4-1 right now, Jeff. So they're really looking for this win.
Yep, they need to. The player that wins this will have a chance to win the next round to make it into our single elimination cut, and the loser is going to be all done. They'll have a chance to play for a door prize in the final match, but they will be eliminated from top cut contention.
Now here we go. We start with Staryu, and they have the energy advantage right here. It's possible they would have rather not had an energy advantage, but if your opponents get that Arceus and can swing right away, you're in so much trouble. So...
And the first big check for our Starmie player this game is, do they have one of their 2 copies of Giant Cape? Because if they don't have a copy of Giant Cape, this Carnivine threatens to clear them out as early as next turn.
Yeah. Now, obviously, they don't need to reveal what's in their hand. I think their opponent knows with that many cards, it's very possible Arceus is there, or even, top decking Arceus is a possibility. Pokeball, they're going to grab one of the other 2 basics in the deck. We'll see how they want to start the action here. Again, Cape is huge for them. Professors could grab that because Cape survives not only the Carnivine, but also Carnivine Geo with the Arceus, all of it.
Let's see the pause. They have a second basic this time around. The backup Staryu does mean if they don't have a cape, the game doesn't end on the spot, but notably giving up a single knockout point here is a big deal because it means they only have to clear one more EX Pokemon over the course of the game.
Yeah, a lot of the times you're not getting both of those Staryus out if you can get Palkia to Starmie. Excuse me. Sorry, just the idea of not getting both of your Starmies out got me choking up.
So the long pause here makes me think that there is not a cape in hand, and we're waiting for our top player up. Never mind. Long wait into best possible. Always the card game player specialty.
Is it just possible they're thinking about Sabrina right now and they're just wondering, like, did I make a mistake even putting down the second Staryu?
Well, that milk was certainly spilt, though. I like Sky Shaman as the last card, and this is kind of the ideal setup this deck is looking to do for the Carnivine player side, is you want one of each of your 4 basics in play for maximum amount of maneuverability and flexibility. Everything has 1 less retreat cost, your Carnivine has extra damage, and now if we see the pause on the energy here, because if there's a Starmie, our Carnivine player is in trouble here.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree with like the back and forth on energy there. I think you maybe do just power Arceus here. Yep. That 90 is going to clear Carnivine, then it's going to clear Rotom, and then you have to be able to swing. So I think you do power Arceus. We'll see.
All right, there's the energy for the Vine Whip. I mean, we're committed at this point. I guess the pause is, do we Giovanni? I'd almost be inclined to Giovanni here, I think, because the Iridas and the Potions of the Cape just make all your breakpoints so weird. Like, there's so
and you've got
many
2, right? So you might as well, like,
you have 2,
use something.
And you haven't researched yet, and you might as well get the damage while the getting is good. That being said, if there's a Starmie here, all of it might not matter, because you're just going to get run down with it before you can get anything else going.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess there is a Starmie. It's possible there isn't, or maybe they don't want to put Starmie on the Pokemon who's already been hurt, but I think you have to. You take away all the energy from your opponent, all the tempo. Here's Irida to heal for 40.
Is there not a Starmie?
Here's
the potion would imply that there's not a Starmie.
That would be wild.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, man, I mean, I just have to assume that this deck is, I mean, it's like me on a basketball court. It's just throwing bricks in both games. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and so the other thing, too, the long pause on the Staryu on the bench, there's a communication in this water deck as well. So that's perhaps the other reason to have held on to it, too, is so you could have something to throw back.
Yeah, it feels like maybe, yeah. It's just been tough.
The huge sigh of relief you have to have if you're our bottom player here when that energy goes on the second star you on the bench, you're like, oh goodness gracious, like so rewarded for attacking with the Carnivine the previous turn.
Yeah, right. I mean, and you do wonder it for sure. You know, you do wonder if I attack here, am I actually just giving up not only my energy but this Pokemon? And at this point, they just have nothing. They still can pull Starmie here, but now that Arceus is one turn of energy up.
Yep. All right.
Misty.
There's the lady. Can she do something crazy?
This is an interesting play. I mean, if Misty hits, it didn't. But if Misty hits right here, you power Palkia right now. Without Starmie, I think they're just saying both of these Staryus right now I'm just giving them away, basically. I have to give these cards away. Hopefully we get a KO with one of them, and then the Crimson or Dimensional Storm finishes the game.
I'm not sure that I see a path for our water player anymore. I think the Carnivine takes the knockout. The Palkia comes up and takes the Carnivine. You put Rotom up with a free retreat cost. Then the second Carnivine puts damage on the Palkia. I guess if they have a bunch of healing, maybe, but we've already burned an Irida and a potion.
Well, isn't it? So, yeah, Staryu gets one. Staryu gets the Carnivine. Arceus comes in, gets the Staryu. You need Misty, huh?
Yeah, even if there's a Misty at this point, I'm not sure that it's going to be enough because it's going to take them a turn to get through it. I suppose once you've given up the first Staryu, you can give up the second one for free here.
Oh, exactly, right? You're not going to put Starmie down now. It doesn't help you at all. So this is also going down. You just continue to power Palkia here. You hopefully get lucky with a Misty or something like that. Carnivine goes down. Staryu goes down. And I mean, you can take down Arceus in one. Do they have Cape? I can't remember.
There are two copies of...
Two.
Or, sorry, you're saying does the bottom player have Cape? I do not know offhand.
They have two.
They have two?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So I assume we see Carnivine come down, and then see the pause here on the energy. I assume you want Carnivine to take the clear here.
That's what I would want, right? Carnivine gets the clear.
You have the free retreat available to you.
Yeah. You free retreat into Carnivine, take it down. You still are only one away on Arceus, so you're good there. You can attack as soon as it comes in. I mean, you're losing bench Pokemon, but you have multiple bench Pokemon in your hand.
We have... I see the pause here. We have Cyrus in our hand, and we're thinking about dash attacking the Palkia.
I like that. I mean,
I don't hate it.
The only problem is Irida, right? Haven't they only used one Irida? So it feels like they can just cleanse that.
But if they cleanse it, I guess they have Cape still too. I don't know if so they've used one Irida and one potion, so they have one more way to heal. But if they just have a Cape, Cyrus plus Arceus is not enough because that gets it back to 150.
So it's at 130. It's obviously in a danger zone right now. It knows it needs to heal.
Well, they have burned one Cape, so they have one Cape, one Irida left as far as sustain goes.
And do they have potions too in that deck?
Only a single potion that got used on the Staryu early.
Okay. All right.
This is I think our top player trying to figure out how if there is a way for them to maneuver out of this spot, and I'm not sure that there is.
Yeah. It feels like the Arceus player gave them one more turn, but also they put the Palkia into KO range for Arceus. They need a card, but they also have another turn to pull a card. It feels like they probably will get the card with Sabrina. How does that help?
This just feels like I'm playing a card to play a card. So, all right, we're cooked. So we're all done here. We have the Cyrus. They are that long pause was I'm dead to Cyrus. I'm gonna wait and try and figure out if I can maneuver around it. And the answer is no.
Yeah, they just had no way to heal. Okay. GG. Taking their sweet time.
There he is. Drag him up to the front. So this puts our Arceus Carnivine player to 5-1 after 6 rounds. They are one more match win away from making it into our top elimination rounds today. But we've still got some more.
It really doesn't feel like that Starmie Palkia deck got anything going in those 2 games, unfortunately, huh?
Yeah, I mean, and that's just kind of the downs. Like, that deck's incredibly powerful when Starmie gets online early, but it's very one-dimensional, right? It's not quite the 18 trainer cheese decks that we've talked a little bit about that are being played in the tournament, but it is a 15 trainer deck that has a kind of similar appeal.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunate run for them, but I mean, another big point for Carnivine Arceus, which I love to see it.
Okay, we are going to take a look at kind of one of last season's dominating decks versus the big bad this season. We've got some Weavile Darkrai versus Dialga Arceus as our next match here for round number 6.
And this is a win and in, right, for one of these 2 players because they're both 5-0. So the winner of this qualifies for our single elimination.
Yep,
correct?
and both these players are in a great spot regardless. They win this round, they lock their spot in our top cut, and if they lose this round, they get a mulligan kind of to win the next one. So they only got to be 6-1 to make it up there.
Here we go. Darkrai player is going to be our bottom player here. They're starting Darkrai. Nothing on the bench for him yet. Couple of capes, Sabrina, Dawn. If you take a look at their deck, they also have Leaf, Pokeballs, X-Speed, Pokemon Communication, and Professor's Research, which has had a super high play rate today.
We see the 2 copies of Dawn definitely worth mentioning in the deck list for our bottom player, looking to be as aggressive as possible with their Weaviles. Let's see, if there's an Arceus and nothing else here from our top player, this copy of Sabrina could end up being very useful.
Yeah, we'll see what they end up doing. Metallic Turbo can obviously power Arceus. The potions getting all of that HP back that the Nightmare Aura was able to chip down. And yeah, they don't have another card. But also, that thing can swing. So we'll see what we have here. Professors.
It's just the worst timing to draw Professor because, like, you really need to Sabrina this turn. But also, you're dead if they have 2 basics they're holding back in this spot.
Yeah, and it looks like maybe they know this and they're just going for it regardless, huh?
Yeah.
So we are going to power Darkrai.
I think there is incentive for them to play out at least 1 additional basic last turn to kind of play around the Sabrina. So I would say, all right, let's giddy up and try and clear this Arceus.
Do you think, I mean, when I look at their deck, they've got another Shaman, a Mew EX, another Arceus, another Dialga. Do you think they were baiting this play almost?
It's possible that's a sequence, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, we don't know if they top decked it or they had it the whole time.
Well, so
but either way,
they didn't research, right? So they had at least one of those basics guaranteed.
Mm-hmm. And either way, I mean, I know that was a really quick match, but I do think the Darkrai player, like we talk about this a lot. We've talked about it on stream multiple times here. I do think the Darkrai player was going, well, how do I actually win this game? Because if they've got the basics right now, I'm cooked anyway, right? Can't they just retreat the Dialga? It's over. Like, I'm going to go for the best possible play I can make right now. I go down no matter what, so let's go.
Yeah,
you know?
And I think that's a line that less experienced players don't consider often enough is sometimes the play that leaves you dead that turn to a particular thing is your best possible chance to win the game overall.
That's what I always say whenever I misplay on stream. I'm like, you guys don't actually realize that was actually the best play. Me losing faster there was the correct play.
I mean, it definitely beats losing slower. You can get back into another game ASAP, right?
Holy, absolutely. Let's forget about that bad one. Arceus start for our top player. Darkrai start for our bottom player right here. We do have Weavile this time, but once again, no Sneasel on the bench here.
A call out that not an ideal opener for either of these players, but first energy advantage is favoring Darkrai this time around, whereas the Dialga player had it in our first game, which is a pretty big deal.
And now we do have Sneasel. Darkrai does have a 2 retreat cost, and this deck is only playing 1 Leaf. So unless they pull that, they're in a... Hey, there we go. Okay. Leaf and Dawn look exactly the same, by the way, when you look down at your cards. They both have grass and trees around them. It's easy to not know which card you have. I can tell you that right now.
Yep. So we hit for 20 here, and then Weavile. I feel like it's been long enough since we've seen a Weavile that I'm gonna go ahead and put it up here for the folks at home. This hits for 70 for a single energy if there is damage marked on the Pokemon already. So if there is not a copy of Potion here for this Arceus, it's about to take a big hit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to heal itself to
Did
140.
our Darkrai player mess this up? Were they supposed to energy the Weavile and that energy the Sneasel last turn? So that way they could have energied the Darkrai this turn to get the hit with the Weavile? To play around the potion?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. I
Yes.
think we would have a lot more damage marked on this Arceus if we would have switched the order we put these energies on here.
Yeah, you're right. We don't get the energy last turn, but we would get it this turn, and this turn would guarantee the damage. Whereas last turn, if they have anything to heal, you lose that extra damage. Yeah, you're right.
And that's a pretty big deal. It is
Someone from the chat, they say they should have dawned. They can't dawn because they had to leaf there to retreat.
That's never stopped chat before, right? They would just tell the game's broken.
Never stopped me before either. Let's go.
Every
once in a while, I'm like, why didn't I dawn? Oh yeah, I can't dawn in Cyrus same turn. There we go, Metallic Turbo powering up the Arceus. Dialga at full HP. The Nightmare Aura is going to do 20, and then Weavile can do some damage here.
And
we don't have a lot of great cards, though.
I'd like to point out we missed 40 damage on the Arceus with our sequencing play, and we could deal 90 to it this turn, and it's currently at 130. So if you had
those numbers, we don't know what those two numbers combined will be, but someone in the chat could probably break it down. That might get it close to a KO, Jeff.
Very, very close here. I think. Yeah, I like Cyrusing here still. I think this is correct. They clear the Weavile on the backswing, but then your Darkrai is set up to clear the Arceus, and if the Arceus is gone, their big hitter is gone.
Talk to me about Cyrusing over Sabrina right there, because they have both. Why do you think they pull Cyrus?
So this spot's a good reason to have Cyrus over Sabrina, because now once you finish this Arceus with the Darkrai, you can Sabrina up the Shaman that's left over as opposed to not being able to Cyrus it.
There you go. Now you won't be able to obviously pull something that's already got damage on it, but it will probably be in that active spot.
So first 2 points going over to our Arceus Dialga player, but I think favorable position in the matchup overall is currently resides with our Darkrai.
And they've got 2 energy on the Darkrai. They have another Cyrus anyway.
That's actually another good reason to play the Cyrus over the Sabrina as well, is if you have more Cyruses to draw in your deck, there's a lot of value in having flexibility in the mid game.
Giant Cape brings him up to 160. With Arceus going down and the Rocky Helm, this takes him down to 140. We don't have enough energy on the board to do damage to Darkrai outside of Metallic Turbo, which is only 30. Not bad. Sabrina is a great card here, and we absolutely see why they didn't play it.
So here's the Dialga. They need another bench Pokemon. They have it.
It's going to bring it to 150. We power the other Dialga. Boy, we would really like a Weavile.
I was just about to ask if our Dialga player had a Giovanni. That's the make or break, I think, because the energy here means that they can be able to retreat to the other Dialga next turn guaranteed. And we've got nothing. It looks like our Darkrai Weavile player is going to have to try again in the next round.
Yeah, the only thing we can do, we can Sabrina and hope they make a big mistake, which I don't think they're going to. They can't. Yeah, they're looking for mistakes here. Maybe they accidentally click Shaman. Maybe they don't realize they, can retreat this and just end me. But I'm sure they've noticed.
If you're a Darkrai Weavile Enjoyer, don't worry. This player is going to be falling to 5-1. Both these players were undefeated, so our top player is going to be locking their spot in our single elimination rounds, and our bottom player is going to have a do-over here in the last round to try and make that top cut. Speaking of that last round, it looks like here that the round 7 pairings are up and our feature matches have been called. So we're going to go ahead and take a brief pause for the cause and get our next round of codes on up here. I'm going to do that real quick before we throw to break. And then we'll be on in to moving into our single elimination rounds before long. But next round, we're going to be watching all players who are X-1 playing for their spot in the top cut. Don't go anywhere, gamers. We'll be right back.
Ooh, baby.
guys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome back. We are heading on into round 7 of the second ever Hooglandia Spraggles Open. Before we dive on into all the action, I would love to just give a few shout outs to all the folks that made today's event possible. We've had tons
Oh, you're
of...
very welcome, Jeff. Yeah, I want to say thank you, but I'll just say you're welcome. Yeah.
I want to give a thank you to all of the new followers and subs that we've had on Twitch and YouTube today, and the new members and paid subscriptions on the Twitch side. We don't have notifications up during the broadcast today, but Spraggles and I both very much appreciate your direct support and the new folks that are coming on in. I'd also like to give a shout out to all of our wonderful staff that are making today's event possible behind the scenes. In addition to Spraggles and myself, we have 3 folks helping run coverage, pull feature matches, make sure judge calls are getting answered, and then past them, we also have my lovely wife, who's the tournament organizer today, making sure almost 900 competitors are staying on top of things and feature matches are in the right spot at the right time. So that's truly takes a village to put all of this together, and I appreciate the folks that are making it possible. I'd also like to shout out to the Pokemon Company for hooking Spraggles and I up with a bunch of creator codes that we elected to put up for the prizing in today's tournament, and the whales in the Hooglandia community that funded our awesome 600 USD prize pool that our players are competing for here today. This is one of the largest prizing Pokemon Pocket tournaments that's ever taken place. That's awesome to get to be a part of it.
Yeah, it really is amazing. And all jokes aside, Jeff has an incredible team working to put this together. And a big shout out to you, Jeff, because you really are doing all of the heavy lifting while I get to sit here and go, what's going on with this Cyrus play? So it's really wonderful. I'm so happy to be here, getting to do this again, and just seeing so many people in the community here checking it out. If it wasn't for everyone watching, we wouldn't get to do this either. So it's been a blast, and we've got more exciting stuff coming up. I know that some of the decks that are in this next round, both of us are pretty hyped for.
Yeah, so we are in our last round of Swiss today. We are going to be watching all players who are 5-1, meaning the winners of the matches that we are watching are going to be moving on to our single elimination round starting in the next round, and the losers are going to be all done. We don't just have dry meta decks, gamers. We've got Greninja Arceus that we're going to be watching for the first time today. There's a copy of Glaceon in one of the feature matches. We are pulling out all the stops, and we found all the sweetest decks that are at 5-1, and Spraggles and I are going to be pulling for them to make the single elimination matches. Let's, without further ado, dive on into our first matchup that's going to be featuring the Arceus Greninja deck here.
Yeah, so we have Arceus Greninja on the top there, and then on the bottom we have this deck that we've been seeing a ton of today that's been really consistent, Arceus Carnivine. So that's going to be in the bottom spot here with Carnivine starting active. On the other side, it's going to have 2 Greninja lines, 2 Druddigons, 2 Arceus EXs, and a Heatran.
Yeah, we see the Heatran lead here for our Arceus Greninja player. They are notably playing 2 copies. They are notably playing 2 copies of 2 copies of Druddigon and then 1 copy of Heatran. So Heatran can attack if your energy goes perfectly, but at the same time, it's largely there to be a wall to help you set up your stage 2s.
Now, I'm guessing with the way this is set up, I mean, it's very possible that they're running dual energy, right? You could be running fire water for this, allowing Druddigon to attack. It's very rare that that ever happens in some of these decks, but I guess that is something that you could do, right?
Yeah, and just kind of the Greninja and Arceus are your primary attackers in this deck, and Greninja notably, is this our first time we've seen Greninja in today's tournament? I think it is. So as a reminder for folks at home, Greninja's Pokemon ability needs no energy for it to be used, that Water Shuriken, but it's also, its Miss/Attack also attacks for a colorless as well. So it's kind of a free roll for the most part to play both colors of energy, because Greninja's likely attacking regardless.
Now we can see our Carnivine player kind of bricking when it comes to Arceus, right? Something that you would like if you decide to start fighting. You do have an interesting consideration here to be made too, whether or not you want to attack Heatran, but when you see the energy generation on the other side of the board, I feel like they're not going to be powering this Heatran anytime soon. We have Sabrina and Dawn drawn there, which is not ideal to grab both of those. I mean, look at that hand right there. Extremely supportive, as Jeff might say, but that's not what you'd like.
Yeah, and the brick here is not only did we brick on the Arceus to let Carnivine start hitting hard, but they also bricked on their copies of Sky Shaman, which would have let them retreat and get the Rotom going to poke the Arceus in the back, which would have been their second best sequence.
And here we go. Greninja already out on the board. The water energy attaching to Arceus. We could see fire energy coming up next. So we are running that dual energy deck, giving the opportunity for Druddigon to attack, the opportunity to power Greninja in some interesting ways, but also the opportunity to brick on something like Heatran a little bit. Dual energy always is tough for something that needs two copies of a particular energy. We do now have Shaman, which gives us the ability to start chipping at the bench with Rotom.
Yeah, so again, not a ideal pull, but also better than just drawing another supporter or another one of the basics that we already have in play here. We get to go ahead and attach this energy to Rotom, and I assume we're going to see this pivot up to the lead and start getting damage on this Arceus in the back line.
Yeah, that's what I would assume, right? As I take a look at our Greninja deck here, they have no Irida. They have one giant cape. So hopefully they can get it within some sort of KO range for our Carnivine player here. Unfortunately, we just got a whole lot of nothing here when it comes to Arceus on the bottom.
So the Shaman kind of doing its best impersonation of Arceus as far as Rotom is concerned, at least, taking that retreat cost and setting it to 1. And ultimately, the card that you really care about is their Arceus anyways, so attacking with Rotom to start here really is pretty fine, I think.
We could see in the chat, I see someone asking about the Arceus Greninja deck list. Again, it's 2 lines of Greninja, 2 Druds, a Heatran, and 2 Arceus EXs. So 11 Pokemon in this deck. Greninja out on curve, really nice for our Arceus Greninja deck. 2 energy on Arceus. So rough start for Carnivine, that's for sure.
We're waiting to see what our top player is interested in doing. I like the pivot here, kind of forcing them to go ahead and switch around to the Carnivine. This is a little bit worse if Arceus comes off the top for our bottom player, though.
Yeah, we have the Shuriken onto the Carnivine here, just chipping it up a little bit. Sets up a breakpoint for Greninja, possibly. They also could just think, hey, it's the thing that we want to damage here. Giant Cape might be one of the worst draws that you could possibly get. I mean, boy, they're bricking when it comes to getting their Arceus. And I think they quit. No, I mean,
all right,
they're switching over to...
We had a small hiccup with the recording here. I'm going to go ahead and get that fixed here real quick.
So, as the chat was noticing, yeah, the Greninja got really everything they wanted on curve here. They're looking pretty fantastic. We have the dash attack now. They are hitting the Frogadier on the bench, just trying to put damage onto something that they could possibly KO. Arceus will have 3 energy. Greninja online. Other Greninja online. I mean, boy, this is there's a whole lot of nothing here for Carnivine, and things look pretty great on the other side of the board.
Yeah, you just kind of have the entire game in your hands for the Greninja player. I honestly, you know, this almost feels like one where it's good to use up your brick in a way, right? Because like your opponent's draw with double Greninja Arceus, you're like, even if I had my Arceus, I was probably cooked here anyways, right?
I mean, that is a great point. They have such an incredibly good start on the other side. It's just, I think it's everything they want, except the Froakie was ready. Like the other Greninja, the second Greninja, their second stage 2 they were looking for was ready 1 turn later. They finally draw Arceus here.
Okay.
They are able to attack.
Yeah, so maybe we've spoken too soon. The Carnivine hits for 50, and we have an energy banked on the Shaman, and we have a copy of Dawn in our hand. So if there's no Cyrus from our top player, because Cyrus would let them pull the Arceus up, there's a line here.
Yeah, obviously Carnivine can go down to 2 Shurikens, right? And then they have to put in Arceus, which can withstand a hit. Now we have plays here as well. We have 2 Geos, a Cyrus, a Dawn, a Sabrina. I don't know if there's any huge advantage to bringing in anything else. It feels like you need to do damage to this Arceus. I wonder if you just Geo.
I'd probably just Geo just because you're so gummed up on these supporters anyways. You might as well get your extra damage in. I don't think the cape on the Carnivine really ultimately matters here, because basically you're hoping to fade the Cyrus, because if they have Cyrus, the Greninjas mark 40 on your Arceus, and
Yeah.
then you get to pull it up, and their Arceus deals the last 120.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. If they don't have Cyrus, this is going to be most likely 2 Shurikens into Carnivine. Oh, well, I think we know what they have then.
Yeah. Yep.
They either have Geo or, yeah. Cyrus, 1 more Shuriken, and that's it.
Yep, we have another Shuriken. And this, we talked earlier about how Geo is such a good card to pair with Arceus because you need to get up to those higher breakpoints. We kind of saw this with the Gyarados deck from previous seasons, where Greninja is kind of super Gyarados in a lot of these spots, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a really great round for Greninja right there. I mean, just perfect. They got everything they wanted. And when you're running 11 Pokemon, that can be pretty tough, Jeff. I mean, sometimes your hand just gets clogged up with a bunch of stuff that you don't exactly need. But right there, they got everything. Greninja on curve, Arceus ready to go, and their opponents just kept bricking. So,
all right, we're heading on into the second game. If you are a Carnivine enjoyer, they are down but not out. These are best of 3 rounds. We're going to see if they can even things up here as we head on into game 2.
I wonder how different that would have been, even if they just don't get the other Greninja, right? I mean, imagine.
Yeah,
You know,
it came down to they needed every bit of everything they assembled to end the game as quick as they did.
And they got it. Now, this is a much better start when you're looking at this. They also are going first, which means you can put Rotom in that active spot, not worry at all about a retreat, Carnivine on the bench, Arceus out there with it. Their opponents are not running a single Sabrina, so you don't have to worry about putting things out on your bench. You're just fine. You can hide it. You can kind of like hide some information if you want.
Yep, and we see that Arceus kind of stay back for exactly that reason. Arceus lead is not ideal for the Greninja deck on the top, but they're also a 2 copy of Leaf deck, so it's not that big of a deal, assuming they have the supporter and fish up another basic here before long.
Now we've got 2 Arceus, and with all of these basics, you do think, well, I can power Arceus very quickly here. Carnivine, though, is so aggressive and so strong. You 3-hit the Arceus, which is pretty powerful.
We'll see here, the Drudagon plus Leaf is definitely what our top player is looking for in an ideal world, and they can't Leaf this turn any longer, so this Arceus is going to take a hit, which means that it's going to be exposed to a Cyrus in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, once you take any damage, right, you're always threatened at that point, and that does leave a lot of Pokemon to be in the active spot and wonder, like, is there any reason to even pull out? Right? Is there any reason to even get out of this active spot once I'm there? Because I've already taken enough damage to put me into a checkmate situation with Cyrus, which is why, as we talked about earlier, Mewtwo, Pikachu, things like that played around really well with incredible mobility, heading back to the bench once they took a lot of damage, they're no longer popular in the meta at all. Did we even have any Mewtwo in this tournament?
You know, I didn't look down at the very, very bottom, but nothing that ticked even a single metagame percentage, I don't believe.
Now we have Shaman, Arceus, and we're going to retreat Rotom and start doing some serious damage.
Yeah, this is kind of that full setup this Carnivine Arceus deck is looking to have. You want one of each of your 4 basic Pokemon in a perfect world. It just gives you so much mobility and flexibility as to what you're hitting and how much. You get to deal 50 to the active, you get to deal 20 to the bench Pokemon, you get to charge Arceus as your big finisher. It's really clean.
Here we go. Can swing for 50. The aggression of something, 1 energy swinging for 50 as a basic is just so dang good. You know, the Carnivines and the Skarmories of the world are just so powerful. They really put insane pressure on your opponents.
This is kind of the shoe is on the other foot type thing. We saw such a strong draw for our Greninja player on the top in that first game. And this game, everything's come together for our bottom player. We're going to see if they can cobble something together on the Greninja side of the board, or if we're going to be quickly heading to a game 3.
We have Arceus up here, so this, stops a Sabrina play from being as viable. And we're just powering this Arceus in the active spot. There's not a lot they can do with it. We have Heatran. They could retreat with it, possibly. They have 2 Leafs in their deck, but again, they're always threatened by Cyrus. Simple energy play onto the Arceus right here, and they can just continue swinging. Cape doesn't change anything for Carnivine. Sabrina changes it slightly. They could get this Arceus out, but then you could just retreat Heatran for free. So I don't think that's worthwhile.
So if you're on the top side of the board, I almost said Arceus side of the board, which is both sides. If you're on the top side of the board, you're concerned about another Carnivine coming out after you clear the first, but I also don't think you have meaningful counterplay to that. The Arceus for our bottom player, because they were lacking first energy advantage, is still not fully developed. So after their lead goes down here, they're not going to have an attack ready for the following turn.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think you're going to be swinging with Carnivine right here. I mean, they could make a Sabrina play, and they're just wondering like what they're going to bring out. I guess I think that the only thing I can imagine they're considering right now is Sabrina.
The Sabrina's just not particularly useful.
No.
The Heatran has a free retreat cost if it came up, so it's not like you'd be locking it in. I think you want to mark damage on this Arceus to give yourself the window to draw another Carnivine next turn to clear it away.
Yeah. I guess the only reason you'd Sabrina is just to put damage on something else, and then later you have a Cyrus on that Arceus at any point. Frogadier hits the bench, and here comes Arceus, gonna swing for 130 and take out Carnivine.
And the Frogadier on the bench and the water energy on top means that Greninja can threaten to attack 2 turns from now. If there's not another Carnivine, our top player is going to end up picking up another knockout point before their Arceus disappears.
We have comms, and if you want that Carnivine play, you comms right now.
Yeah, I'd go fishing
and
for
it's
sure.
It's extremely likely that you get it.
1 in 3, right? There's one at one of or one.
Oh, you're right. There's another Sky Shaman, isn't there?
No, yeah, it's 1 in 3. There's another Rotom, another Sky Shaman, another Carnivine.
Oh, my mistake. I thought there was only one of those Sky Shaman. It was 50-50. So you're right. That was 1 in 3 to get that play.
So now we just have to give up the knockout point, and then Arceus clears their Arceus on the back crack. Probably want to play out this other Rotom just so you don't give up your Sky Shaman to a Sabrina. Although I don't think there's Sabrinas in this Greninja list, right? They're on 2 Cyrus.
Correct. 2 Cyrus. Which
oh,
obviously
gosh.
they've got Greninja.
We need to cape, right? Because if there's Cyrus Greninja next turn, they get us
you have to cape. Yeah, Cyrus Greninja ends it on the Arceus. And we don't.
Oh, no.
We decide to hold cape. I'm not even sure what you'd be holding cape for. What is another situation?
Oh no. Yeah, that's
they Pokeball.
They drew Pokeball, but they missed on Frogadier for a turn, meaning they could have been sitting on the Greninja, which they were.
And yeah, they sure can.
We're gonna break the hands. There he is.
There it is.
Yep. I mean, to be fair, I think even if you cape here, you're probably dead in the long run. Like I think the Greninja runs you down.
Agreed.
You're not dead the following turn, but man, that was tough. And you know, from a matchup perspective, like we said, the first game was obviously run away for the Greninja. Their deck worked perfect. That second game, our bottom player did everything their deck wanted to do except have first energy advantage, and our Greninja player stumbled a little bit.
Yeah, it did. There are two things didn't go well. The cape, obviously, but like you said, that was probably already done at that point. 2 things didn't go well. The energy advantage, and when they comms, they didn't grab Carnivine. Grabbing Carnivine there would have been really nice for them. They would have been able to retreat it in, take out the Arceus, and have that in the active spot. But instead, they were just kind of stuck there. Yeah, really tough moment for them. But Greninja moves on, which is very cool because we've not seen much Greninja at all.
We had some people asking in chat, and I was pointedly ignoring them because I knew what our backup match is. But our dark horse of the tournament, our Magnezone Snorlax Berry Enjoyer, is playing their winning in for top cut here in round 7 of the Hooglandia Open. So let's go ahead and dive on into game 1 of their match here.
Now, this is obviously very exciting. You don't get to see a lot of these in the tournament, but every time we've seen it, I feel like it's performed really well. They're looking at their hand right here. They have Magnemite, Magneton, and Magnezone with a Pokeball in hand, plus Berry. So we've got a lot of options here. If they grab Snorlax from this Pokeball, we've got, kind of a nice 1-2 punch. We obviously have Magnemite powering up itself, but they're running right into a Hitmonchan and a fighting deck.
This is going to be a tough one for him. Snorlax and Magnezone are both weak to fighting. So not going to be a freebie if they want to make these single elimination rounds here by any means.
Professor's research for our player on the top of our board here. We're going to see what they are able to pull. Obviously, I mean, this thing swings for 50. If they had Giovanni, which obviously they can't after Professors, but if they had Giovanni, it would be over in 1.
And if you're on the bottom side of the board, you're kind of hoping to dodge Riolu on the first turn, because that means Lucario with weakness would let you clear the Magnemite next turn in 1.
All right, we have Professor's research. We're getting options. We have Berry and research again. Pokeball will give us either Magnemite or Snorlax. I think you're looking for Snorlax right there. But it's nice to have another Magnemite, considering that one, it might not be long for this world, right?
Yeah, and this is one of those kind of tough moments. I think you put energy on the lead and attack with it still, just because you're not going to need the extra energy on the back one, so you might as well get the chip shots in.
I think so, because also in this deck, you're running lightning energy. And because you're running lightning energy, you don't run into that place where the Magnezone is completely stalled out by the energy that you've actually generated through Volt Charge. But at the same time, it's going down. So here we go.
Do we have an X-Speed or a Leaf here? Because the stage 1 clears this Magnemite in 1 otherwise.
We actually don't. We don't have an X-Speed or a Leaf. This deck is running Sabrina and Cyrus, as well as Pokeball's Communications and this new card, Professor's Research, that everyone's freaking about. We run our Professor's Research. We have Cape now and Snorlax. Magneton on the bench, and I feel like that Lightning Energy is now going to head over to the Snorlax. And that's one nice thing about powering it up a turn before, right, for that Magneton, is you got an extra one this turn for Snorlax.
Yeah, and I feel like there is a window building for our Berry player to be able to make it out of this game. So the Hitmonchan can clear the Magnemite, and then the Snorlax clears the Hitmonchan, and if you put a cape on the Snorlax, it'll live through a Rampardos hit. It'll go up to 160, and Rampardos is only dealing 150 with weakness.
Yeah, without Lucario there, you are able to survive 1. You're going to be able to bury this turn. We have Magnezone. We already had it. I don't think there's a great reason. Well, they have Sabrina on the other side.
I think you're supposed to communication and try and spike your Shaman or Snorlax to have Sabrina insulation here. You have two Magnezones.
Yeah, because you do need to make sure that somehow you don't lose that Magnezone.
Okay. And there's the Shaman.
Great.
And then
Shaman on the bench.
We're just gonna play all our cards out here basically, except for the Magnezone. We're gonna bury, we're gonna keep the Snorlax, we're gonna Shaman, we're gonna clear the Hitmonchan, and we're gonna hope for the best.
Yeah. And you don't need to play Magnezone yet. You can get one more turn of Volt Charge.
Yep.
Is this deck running Dawn also?
Yeah, they had one copy of Dawn earlier. I believe
one Dawn. Okay.
Yeah.
We have 2 berries though in a row, so they're not stressed about not having Dawn in this moment. Oh, they Cape Magnezone.
Interesting. Okay, I like this actually. So, I don't like not playing Shaman. Maybe it's fine. So the idea here is by caping the Magnezone, if they put Cranidos up and evolve it, the Rampardos goes to 100 when it knocks out the Snorlax, and then the Magnezone can finish it and survive a hit from the back Rampardos as well.
Yeah, we were looking at it from another way. We were looking at where Snorlax survives a hit from the Rampardos, but, it seems to be.
I think this is actually better from our player.
Because it goes down.
Well, no, so this means that you don't have the fail case of your Snorlax not waking up 25% of the time.
Great point. Yeah.
I think all other things equal, they're very similar lines, but the 25% failure rate on counting on the Snorlax waking back up is definitely something worth playing around.
Yeah. Also, you guarantee, with Snorlax going down, you guarantee that 50. So that means your attack here guarantees the KO.
And now
your opponent would need to come in with another Rampardos.
We saw another. Oh wait.
Oh.
Well, is that lock it? Yeah, I think that I like the pause here just to think, but the Sabrina.
I think you have to you do this. You have to do this
Yeah.
because otherwise it could have 150 HP. So you
Yeah.
take it right here, and that's game. Wow.
Wow, this is.
What a fun back and forth this one was. You know, some games just feel very straightforward, and this one felt like this was a little bit of a choose your own adventure, and we just kept like winding down some really exciting
I
paths here.
I don't know that I would have won this game on the Berry player side, Spriggles. I think
I know I would have lost it for sure.
I'm pretty sure that they took. I probably would have played this Shaman out, and I'd have lost to Sabrina here and salted off about it.
That's funny because that's exact. I thought the same thing. I thought they need a bench right now. They don't want Sabrina out here. We caped the Snorlax. I was actually thinking of it in the wrong way. I was playing 3D chess and I forgot to just play regular chess.
Yep. Yep, and that's Sabrina's such a tough card because like there's some instances where playing your card early plays around it, but then you lose to it late. All right.
Impressive plays right there. You know, for everyone in the chat who always knows the right plays and like we see someone misplay really poorly right there. I thought we just watched both of those players play that very well, which was really cool.
Yeah. All right. We are remember our rounds are best of 3, so Barry is in a good position, but they are not locked in yet. They need to win one more here before they get their position in the top cut here today.
Yeah. This is really cool. I hope we see Barry move forward in this tournament. I really do. I mean, obviously the Lucario decks and all that are cool. Nothing against our other player, of course, but I just love seeing something super unique like this.
Yeah, it would only be personal for Spraggles if the opponent was playing Garchomp, and then he would need to dump on it.
Well, we wouldn't see him this deep in the tournament, Jeff. Are they still around?
He's so mean to me.
Are they still here though? I actually would love to see Garchomp right now.
No, I'm pretty sure they both died last round, and that's why I don't have them on coverage this round.
Unfortunate.
I know.
Unfortunate. I would love to see it, truly. I love seeing decks that we don't expect to be one of the top decks make it deep in this tournament. And I do think new Garchomp is very cool, but it's also fun to go at Jeff a little bit here.
All right,
he always gets his way otherwise.
We see the option to lead on Magnemite versus Shaman, and we see that Shaman go up front here, likely a nod to the fact that the Magnemite's going to have a weakness in this matchup to the various fighting Pokemon here, hoping to fade Sabrina, I would assume, on the other side, because if that Riolu evolves into a Lucario, Lucario clears Magneton for a clean 80 with the weakness advantage.
All right, we jab Shaman. 20 damage. Pokeball. This is great.
Looking for a fat man.
Yes, it is. I mean, it's at least something. I mean, Pokeball is a really nice catch for them. They do decide to calm it.
This is aggressive.
It's extremely dangerous if they don't. Well, I mean, because we can imagine a reality where that's Magnezone, and that's not super good for them.
I mean, you don't get this far by not believing, Spriggles.
I agree. Volt charging.
Yep. And now we Snorlax and put the energy on a Snorlax, I think, so that way Barry off the top is good.
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, maybe you decide because I don't have Barry in my hand, I don't want to make that play, but you don't have Magnezone either, to be fair.
Yeah. I guess the other line, you technically have the cape, which lets you play around, and maybe that's the reason why we saw the aggressive communication, is because we had the cape. So
and we can see right there. They go for them. They put the energy on Magneton. They say, look, I would love to power Snorlax. We all would love to power Snorlax. But without Barry in hand, maybe it's a play you just can't make.
Pause here for the opponent, considering perhaps if they want to deploy some bench Pokemon.
One thing Magneton can do is it actually does get to attack next turn. But here's the Lucario.
Yep. And I suppose if our fighting player is completely bricked, you can put the cape on the Magneton and crack them for 60 next turn because you put the energy on it, and then just 60 them again the following turn.
Yeah. If they try to play around with Sabrina, you can always bring in Snorlax if you feel like it. They have Marshadow, but obviously they can't threaten yet, but neither can their opponents.
And I assume you don't put this energy on Magneton if you're not moving it into the active spot here. And this is okay, we top deck Magnezone and the game is over
Mm-hmm.
moment, basically.
Yeah, and I guess they say like, look, I need to draw a berry, and if I don't have it yet, like I have to find it. It's the magnets, but it's not the ones they want.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have the cape to survive, so they don't win the game on the spot here, but they're also not losing it when they miss either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was about to say, what's the consideration here? I kind of get it, but at the same time, I don't think you want to waste your opportunity to hit this Lucario.
And the real downside here is because it's taking you 2 turns to clear the Lucario now, the Mars Shadow has time to get charged up and is going to clean you out on the backswing.
Yeah. You have Sabrina, so if you do pull Magnezone and they have nothing else on their bench, you get a KO on Mars
Okay.
Shadow.
Yeah. That's a good shout out.
So Magnezone's a possibility here. Barry is a good card for later. Riolu stops the Marshadow play now.
Yep.
This Lucario could retreat. And you just swing with Riolu, but then you guarantee... Well, I mean... No, because then you don't get the power Marshadow.
Yeah, I think you just got to get the Shadow online. You want to take your hit for 60.
Yeah.
So that way you're clearing the Magnezone. And these players are playing for top cut. They just want to make sure they don't make any mistakes.
Ah.
That's interesting.
Huh. Yeah.
I suppose if there's another Lucario in hand for our top player, this Sabrina means that you clear the Snorlax in 2.
Yeah. They're going to do 80.
Oh, with weakness, they're clearing it in 2 regardless.
There's the Magnezone too. So man, that actually, it's pretty huge. Now the question is, do we even put energy on Snorlax here? We have no way to get it out.
No.
The only thing you could do is like Sabrina. No, because even Marshadow takes it down. You just have to let it go.
I think, unfortunately, for the berry enjoyers out there, of which there are legions, that this is checkmate here, and we're going to be heading to a game 3 here in this last round.
They only have, because it's just Marshadow, Revenge KOs, Magnezone. Well, it doesn't get it though. Not without Lucario, right? It only hits him for 120. But then the other one gets him.
Yeah, we just have no knockout points on the bottom, so this Magnezone would have to get through 3 things, which is just a completely untenable amount of things.
Yeah, it's just impossible.
And we put the energy on the Snorlax because ultimately it doesn't matter. Like, energy's not going to be your bottleneck this game.
Yeah. Professors. We have the Skull Fossil.
And if you're the fighting player here, you just want to
anything.
take a pause, make sure you're not missing anything, and make sure you execute your checkmate appropriately.
Yeah. They take out Snorlax here. Magnezone to the active spot. I guess they could have Snorlax drawn. It's Cyrus.
Even if there's a Snorlax, though, I guess if you drew the Snorlax, you could put an energy on it, and then you could draw berries, and then you could retreat after you take the hit.
Yeah, I mean, it's commendable trying to just play out all your options here. I think it's the way to do it, especially when you're in such an important round in this tournament. You want to just do everything you can. Luca goes down. Marshadow ready to go for a big-time revenge. Going to be able to swing for 120, 140 if they have Lucario. Granados online. Marshadow hitting. It's 120. They pull Snorlax. It is here. They retreat into it. Put the energy on it. They get Dawn energy up to it. Yeah, I mean... Things are happening. You pull a berry, but then I still think if that Rampardos is online, it doesn't matter. There's Cyrus.
There's a Cyrus to go ahead and close the door out here.
Hey, I mean, they went all the way to the end. They did everything they could. They played out every option. They gave it their best shot. So.
And they're not done yet. The berry deck won the first game in that set despite The typing advantage not working in their favor. We are heading on into a third game now.
I'm excited to see it. I want to see Barry continue. You know, again, no shade to our other player. They're playing great too. I feel like they're making great decisions. So I'm not surprised both these players could be heading to our single elimination. But we don't get to see a lot of Barry, Jeff. So I think it's exciting.
It feels to me like the designers of this game have done a very good job of pushing the metagame in specific direction so far in the seasons we've gone through. And I really hope we eventually land in a metagame where one knockout point decks are largely the best thing to be doing, because these matchups, ones where both players are going to 3 knockouts every single game, really feel like some of the most interesting and skill testing that Pocket consistently has.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. You could see a lot of the decisions, for every game where people say, oh, it's coming down to a coin flip or something like that. You see matches like this that have nothing to do with that. We're waiting here before putting out a bench. Hitmonchan will be able to swing for 50. Pretty big. Now, they know, of course, they don't have Geo because Geo would be a game ender.
Yep, which is why we didn't see any of the bench Pokemon come out here, because they don't want to give them both the information and the ability to Sabrina them in a spot where they don't want it to be.
Riolu on the bench, Skull Fossil as well. Really nice start, at least from what we can see, right, from our fighting deck. Ton of damage onto Magnemite. We do pull our second Snorlax. Sets up an interesting situation.
First energy is a huge decision here, especially when you didn't go first. It's, okay, am I powering up the Snorlax so I can hit with the berry next turn, or am I retreating the Magnemite to try and evolve it later? The lack of both Magneton and Magnezone in hand makes me think that you might want to just get the Snorlax built.
I would say so. You have neither, and you have berry. So I feel like we just play towards the thing that's right in front of us, and we try to get Snorlax ready to go. We have 2 Snorlaxes too. I mean, we could play around that if we want to. We also, I think this deck is running a comms, right? It's running 1 comms, so maybe we save it for a comms.
Yeah, and that's what this pause is here. I guess the 2 choices on the pause are, 1, do you Sabrina, and 2, do you play the other Snorlax out to play around their Sabrina?
Yeah. If they Sabrina right now, you can give them Shaman if you have to, so you don't lose anything for that energy that you've been generating on Snorlax. Snorlax is a 1-hit for it KOs Hitmonchan, Lucario, Marshadow. The only thing it doesn't KO in 1 is the Rampardos on the other side. So it swings very well into their deck. And I don't think they're running how many capes? No capes. So yeah, this Snorlax is a sweeper. It's a sleeper too. And it's a sweeper. Marshadow.
Marshadow's a really big deal, especially with that Lucario on the bench. I think that's unfortunately going to seal the deal for our berry player.
I think you're exactly right. You're going to be able to put Snorlax out here. You could swing right away for 100. You also could wait. I mean, you have 3 points to give. So you could possibly be waiting to try to get Magnezone online. Professors gives you Magnemite and Magneton.
Okay.
Do you hold off on the KO next turn? Do you even put another...
Yeah, because I guess the hit on the Snorlax just actually doesn't matter here because it's going down in Marshadow to 1 anyways.
Is there a reason to power the active Snorlax? Not really, right?
Yeah, not that I can think of. I also don't know that there's a strong, compelling reason to power something else either, though. Like, I think...
I was thinking maybe bench Snorlax for... If you power bench Snorlax, if they Sabrina...
Oh, if you power bench Snorlax, the Sabrina means that you are in the same spot. Okay.
Yeah,
that seems fine. Your energy's probably going on the
you
other
attack
Snorlaxes.
next turn, right? You bury next turn regardless. You can decide to not use it, I guess. They comms. They're looking for something on the other side, so they're throwing either Riolu into the deck, Lucario, Rampardos, looking for that Cranidos, which they do get.
Yep. And that's just another layer in the, okay, this is getting increasingly difficult for our berry gamer to win, because with the Lucario on the bench, Rampardos, if it shows up, with the weakness clears everything in the berry deck, even through a cape.
It's going to do so much damage here. Yeah, and they do make the Sabrina play. So this is what I was wondering, like, do we split our energy on Snorlax right here? Because not splitting it means that you have to put something in that either definitely goes down or has no energy on it. I think the split was the call. Shaman is being put in, and that should be just an easy KO.
Well, the Shaman's not weak, right? The Shaman's weak is weak to fire. So now your energy goes on Shaman. I suppose the only thing this opens you up to is now you have a thing that's Cyrusable on your bench, but I'm not sure that that's going to matter ultimately.
Yeah, we've got Magneton. We charge in a Volt way. Barry is very playable here.
Yep.
You can get the KO on Hitmonchan, and then Marshadow can revenge KO.
This Pokeball is bricked at this point, right? Their first knockout point was the other Magnemite. We're only on 5 base 6.
Yes, that's correct. No, nothing else in the deck.
Just running this down, they're trying to noodle a way out. I think our Berry players unfortunately checkmated here, and they're trying to confirm that that is the case.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. The problem, I mean, that Hitmonchan is a problem. They can't Sabrina because they can't Sabrina and Berry. They go for the Berry play. Hitmonchan goes down. Marshadow can now come in. Kind of for free.
I'm awake! You really should have stayed asleep for this next part, Snorlax. It would have been better for you.
Yeah, either way, I think Marshadow's coming in with the pillow. Here we go. Marshadow swings. Because of the weakness and because of the extra Lucario damage, they pick up that KO.
Yeah, and then the Rampardos on the board makes us wholly and fully deterministic. Even if the zone showed up here, we were going to get cleared the following turn.
Sabrina brings in Rampardos, I'm guessing. Yeah. They're playing it out. They're looking for anything, any light at the end of the tunnel, but this didn't end up being a tunnel. It was a cave. Just a bit of a dead end. GG's. Really fun to watch this Berry. I mean, I feel like both these players played really well. I'm not surprised we get to see this Lucario deck move on. It's a great deck, and that player piloted it very well.
All right, and that concludes our last round of Swiss. We're going to get things figured out and feature matches set up for our first single elimination round in our asymmetrical cut that's loosely 60-ish players. We'll run through which decks made the cut when we get back from this break. We're going to throw some more codes up on the screen. It's great to see people talking in chat about how they're hitting those. Don't go anywhere, gamers. We'll be back in a few minutes. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome back to the Hooglandia Spraggles Open Series for Pokemon Pocket. We have played our 7 rounds of Swiss, starting with almost 900 competitors. Afterwards, we have just 52 remaining that went 6-1 or 7-0. I'm excited to dive on into our single elimination rounds and eventually crown a winner here today. The first round of single elim's a big one, Spraggles. The losers of this one get big fat nothing, and the winners of it are guaranteed some amount of prizing in today's tournament, top 32.
And it is specifically stated it's big fat nothing. It's not just thanks for playing or whatever. We want to make it clear that you get nothing. But yeah, this is huge, Jeff. If we take a look at the meta as we've gotten to this point to our top cut, it's a lot of what you'd expect and some really interesting standouts. So if I'm looking at what's left in our top cut, deck-wise, 36% of the top cut are Dialga EX, Arceus EX, with 21% being Rampardos Lucario. After that, just about everything is a 1 or 2 off deck. A couple of Weavile Darkrai's, a couple of Palkias, one Glade, one Arceus Greninja, one Articuno Palkia, one Rampardos Hitmonlee. Like, you just see a few variations here and there into our top cut. So this is going to be really exciting. And of course, I think everyone is wondering what can make it deep into this tournament to take down the big meta, which is Dialga Arceus.
And what are our players playing for in these top rounds? We mentioned that top 32 gets prizing. We've got 600 USD in cash to our top 8 competitors. We've got 300 Pokegold each for a total of 2,400 Pokegold to our top 16. We got 60 pack hourglasses to everybody that finishes in the top 32. Shout out to the Hooglandia community for funding our cash prizes today. And shout out to the Pokemon Company International for hooking Spraggles and I up with some creator codes that we were happy to put up for prizing for today's event.
Yeah, big shout outs to everyone supporting, especially the Hooglandia community, coming through with a very, very kind donation for this prize pool. It's really cool to be able to put on a tournament like this with, as you said, Jeff, this is I believe, the biggest prize pool in a Pocket tournament history, at least that we are aware of here as we are getting ready for our first game in our top cut. We're taking a look at, this is the...
We got some Infernape.
Infernape, yes. Infernape Heatran versus the meta, Dialga Arceus.
I'm rooting for the Funky Monkey, Spraggles. Free retreat costs are absolutely my jam. We've got first energy advantage with a Heatran lead. We've got a basic and a stage 1 monkey. This is everything you're looking for on the bottom side of the board.
Yeah, really great start right here. We're going to have to see how our opponent wants to play this game. Obviously, Dialga is all about, again, getting that turn 2 energy. If they could get the energy advantage, that is massive for that deck. I'm so curious what its win rate is when it gets that advantage compared to when it doesn't. We obviously don't have that data, but man, I would be curious to find that out because I really do think it's just insanely strong.
And Heatran going second has such incredible breakpoints against this Dialga deck. The deals 60 damage with that weakness being a huge modifier for it. And then once it takes that hit for 30, we put a Rocky helmet on. That's bold.
That is really bold.
Once you take that first hit, your weakness hits start doing 100 apiece, which means they're going to need a potion to keep this Dialga around through 2.
Yeah, but, I mean, obviously they are saying, hey, we know you're going to be swinging. We're going to do some extra damage to you. We're going to put the damage in with Metallic Turbo already. So it's fine with us for you to take a little extra with this Rocky Helm. As you take a look at the cards here, I mean, they've got some really nice stuff for our bottom deck here. Both players deciding not to play their bench right away. We got Professor's Research here. And we don't play it.
Oh, we missed on our supporter for the turn. Wait, is there a copy of Mars or Red Card in our top players deck?
There is. There's one Mars.
This was a tactical not playing research because they have their full monkey evolution and there's no reason to encourage their opponent to Mars them early.
Yeah. Really interesting to see a play like that, right? Because they're like, oh, I'm getting too many cards. They're going to Mars me. Metallic Turbo. Powers nothing.
Wow. Are we done here? It's feeling kind of like we're done here already.
It's kind of crazy, huh? I mean, they do have the opportunity to Dawn, or excuse me, they do have the opportunity to Mars, get
I
rid of a
don't.
lot of what's in this player's hand, so they lose the Infernape. Now this is a really weird time
Yeah, I
to
don't.
have played that.
I don't know that I love the research. I feel like I would have just Pokeballed and played my basic out. I feel like we
Yeah.
were in a can't lose position. I feel like our bottom player is in a can't lose position if we get Infernape online, and we just want to like disincentivize Mars as much as possible.
Yeah. But they're in a great spot regardless. I mean,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
thing has
yeah.
10 HP.
Anytime Dialga attacks with 2 energy and doesn't ramp anything, you're like, all right, oh, we're done here, right?
I'm guessing they just bricked. It also feels like it's a solid deck into the meta here.
Yeah, I think this Infernape deck always feels like it's the prime suspect of if only stage twos were more consistent. Because I feel like this is the second
No.
meta game in a row where I look at everything about Infernape and I'm like, man, all of your numbers are so good, and it's just like still struggles to get results because and honestly, that's why Heatran is such a big pickup for this deck. I don't
Hmm.
think it makes it number one in the metagame, but it makes it far more competitive because Heatran is just something to do in the games where you don't have your monkey.
Wow, I mean, do they really not pull anything? Is this just like Brick City right here? They've got to have something. Wow, they pulled nothing. They pulled nothing.
Yep, and then this is just a little bit of flailing here. We're in top cut. We're gonna make our opponent go through the motions, but I don't believe there are any lines for our top player to be successful from here.
I was spectating a tournament. I don't know if it was with you or it was with the tournament that I spectated with Ursi. Someone mid game had like a transformer explode outside their house, and they dropped a game. So maybe we're playing for a transformer explosion right now. I don't know.
It was the joke was always your opponent could always get Comcasted, right? Like
There
there
you go.
could the
Yeah,
internet could turn off.
there we
Uh
go.
I guess maybe we're just like this really doesn't matter because we forgot to attach our energy on the bottom side of the board here, which is probably accurate. It probably just doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is tough. Professors. I mean, you can't get Shaman out. I guess you could put down Arceus
And
or
Arceus with a
Dialga,
cape
retreat.
doesn't die to an Arceus or a Dialga with a cape doesn't die to Infernape.
There you go. Retreats. Cape. Do they have cape? They do. They have a cape. I mean, okay. I don't think there's really much they can do here, but man, if they pull this out, I'd be very impressed.
Yep. Here's the swap around. Here's the evolve to the monkey, and here's the crack 'em for that nice clean 160.
Okay. Okay. Hard, really hard one. That was just like clearly a full-on brick from our Arceus player right
While
there. Just like really tough.
while we're waiting for our second game to pop here, I would like to call out the baby Arceus as an inclusion in this Infernape deck that I think is really interesting. I've played a lot of this Infernape deck with Arceus EX, and it's pretty rare that you actually get to attack with it. So I kind of like this inclusion of, okay, well, what if sometimes we just lead on baby Arceus and it just gets knocked out while we build the monkey behind it? And there's games where you're like, all right, they go through Arceus, they go through Heatran, and then eventually I finish on the monkey. I think is a really neat innovation for this deck potentially.
Yeah, I totally agree. Looks like we're watching them. They're going second again, so they don't give the energy advantage over to the Dialga player. They're starting Arceus, which you really do not want to be starting for the most part. Chimchar in the active spot. The nice thing with starting Arceus, at least they're not weak, right?
That is the Monferno. I'd put a hat on this Chimchar here because of the Mars. Like obviously you don't want him taking too much damage. You just want to make your hand smaller to disincentivize them getting rid of your stage 1 and stage 2.
Yeah, absolutely. 20 damage onto Arceus now. They're looking to draw, or excuse me, they're looking to play some of their cards. Pokeball grabs them one of their very powerful basics. Other Arceus EX.
Not the powerful basic you're looking for in this spot for sure when you've already got one in the active.
No. Rocky Helm. Shaman.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just powering the bench. I think, once again, they're not getting the start they are looking for at all, but they're just going to have to play around it. On the other side, we've got Monferno and Infernape. There definitely is a question as to whether or not you even play this Professors here.
I think you need to play this research despite the Mars because you need another basic Pokemon. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the communication fire off here and go digging because you really want a Heatran or something else to put an energy on in the bench with this Dawn in hand.
Yeah, good point.
That's perfect. That is exactly what we're looking for. And then there's a pause moment where, like, do you want to trade 30 for 20? I like not trading here because they can't put a cape on this anyways, right? So it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you take it no matter what with Infernape. And you kind of just told your opponent that's what you're about to do. Or at least you're threatening that.
It's the
right?
line you're playing towards at a minimum.
Yeah.
Are there 2 capes in our Arceus players deck, do you know? Usually that's pretty
There
stock.
is one. There's one
Really?
cape.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that makes this Infernape matchup markedly worse for sure, because without a cape, Infernape clears Arceus and Dialga in a single go.
Infernape has, what, 170 HP, right? So even this Arceus doesn't really scare it too much. We have another Dawn.
Yep. I think we're supposed to play out Rocky Helmet here on the Heatran, so that way if we get Mars, we're most likely to redraw Dawn.
Yeah, there you go. Here we go. Flare Blitz takes one. We've got 2 Dawns. The Dawns of the Planet of the Infernapes right now. This is ready to kind of win this game.
This is literally the best case scenario for Mars. It's my opponent has lethal set up, given they have a card they could have been holding the entire game, and I get to put them down to 1 card in hand.
Do they have it?
They do.
They do. Okay. Now let's see what they draw.
We get 2 shots.
No way!
I mean, that's why this card's not good, Spraggles.
No
That's why the card is trash.
Holy, unbelievable.
The decks in this game are so small. Hoping your opponent doesn't hit their 2 of in 2 draws. Man.
Wow, man.
Cook them up real good, Infernape. They deserve it.
Pull the other one right now. That's what I would want more than anything. Okay. Close. Wow.
Yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum.
Dawn is here.
Delicious. Huge. Well done, Arceus.
There we go. Infernape moves on. You absolutely love to see it. I mean, I hope this deck continues to do well throughout this tournament. It's a cool one. It's unique. I think it's our last Infernape in the entire... Oh, wait, there's one other, right?
No, I think they were the only one in top.
Oh, they're the only one left. Okay. Yeah, you're right.
All right, we've got another Stage 2 Pokemon Enjoyer for our next top 64 match. We've got some Glade Gaming for our backup feature.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, right? Because we were watching Glade into a fighting deck. Glade loves it when it's throwing fists at something that, gets a lot of energy on it, but nothing in this fighting deck wants energy on it. Rampardos sits at 1. Lucario, I guess, can have 2. But in general, you don't get a lot out of Glade for this. And you're also KOing things that are worth 1 point in this deck, rather than trying to take down a big 2-point KO. Pokeball grabs us our routes, though. So we've got a good setup, good start. And Professors will help fill out our hand here. We've got Geo, we've got Marshadow. All very positive.
Yeah, we got really strong draw here for our Glade player. Just the whole line set up. I like the lead energy on Marshadow here. You're 2 energy away from using your Glade anyways, and you're going to have 2 turns to evolve it, so you'll have time to build up to it. And this just gets the Marshadow set and ready in the back.
Yep, absolutely. We're going to see what they have on the other side. They decided to not play anything else. I mean, obviously, this Hitmonlee is scary. If they start playing their fossils, it can't KO them in 1, but it does do a considerable amount of damage to them. Here comes Marshadow.
Glade, very good in these fighting mirror matches, right? Like these decks have some similar game plan, and usually when you have a similar game plan to your opponent, being the bigger deck is favorable. So I think in the games where Glade comes together like this one, our bottom player is going to be a large favorite.
Right now we have Lucario in the active spot with an energy on it. So they're deciding to wait to attack here. For a bottom player, they grab another Kirlia. It's essentially a brick, but they're pretty happy with their hand. They're not worried at all.
Yeah, and if the Lucario gets a second energy on it, the Glade clears it in one. Basically everything in the deck that's not Rampardos, Glade's going to be clearing in one for our top player.
Yeah, Glade still is able to take these down decently well, but of course, a few times in this deck, they're not able to get that instant KO that they're looking for with some of the higher energy cost Pokemon in the meta. On the other side, you know, you wonder, like, do you power Lucario here? Does that really help you? It obviously, by powering it, you are closer to getting KO'd by Glade.
Yep. You take even a single hit here. You take some recoil damage. Both the things on the bench for our bottom player threatening one-shot KOs without a fossil. I feel like Rampardos is like the one line our top player can build to have a chance here, and without a fossil in play, that means that it's just not going to work out for them. Oh
Yeah,
gosh, the X speed is the actual perfect draw because it means we get to clear the Lucario before the Marshadow powers.
Yeah, this is massive. I mean, what a catch right there. This just played out perfectly for our Glade players so far. Now Lucario goes down. I mean, they're just kind of scrambling on the other side. They've lost all their energy. They've lost their stage 1. They don't have their fossil. Yeah. I think really rough stuff.
I think this line with the X speed and the Glade is exactly how we saw that pause before the second energy went on the Lucario. I think our top player was like, am I supposed to be playing around this? And I don't know if the answer was yes, but they didn't, and they're definitely getting run down now.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty perfect. We take a look at Riolu here in the active, Marshadow on the bench, no fossil. This is just a little bit of a road to nowhere.
Yeah, and this is one of those spots where, you know, if you're a top player, you're like pretty sure that you're checkmated, but also you just want to like make sure and go through the thought process that you're not missing anything, because this is a single elimination portion of the tournament, and if you lose, you're out.
Yeah. Yeah, you absolutely want to, you know, do everything you can to win these games. You want to make sure that you've exhausted all your options. There's some big prizing on the line, and you've been playing. You've been playing for hours. You want to finish strong. Unfortunately, having already given up a point, even having something like Sudowoodo or Marshadow ready to go, it's just not a good position to be in at all.
Yep. We see that second point rack up for our bottom player here. Sudowoodo can survive a turn on the face value, but the Giovanni in hand means you can't even do that.
And here we go. Marshadow can swing. Yeah. And there's the concede. Not surprising. That was just a perfect start for Glade. Like, what a great start for them in this matchup. Really nice. They had their Glade perfectly on curve. They had the X speed exactly when they needed it. One of my favorite cards in a Sneaky Lee deck is X speed, because you do get moments where you play Hitmonlee from your hand. They didn't expect it. The X speed, you start kicking that Magikarp or something. Well, here it was played kind of in that reverse, where they were able to use the X speed to pull Hitmonlee and then KO Lucario with Glade. Really nice stuff.
We're waiting for our players to get on in to their second round. If you're just joining us, we are in our top 64 cut here today. These players are playing to secure prizing in this tournament. Our top 32 competitors are guaranteed prizes today, all the way up to cash inside of our top 8.
Here we go. Marshadow in the active spot. A worse start.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. Not only dueling Marshadows here, but notably no parts of the Glade package in hand for our bottom player, and there is now a fossil for the top player, which is a big difference from our first game.
Boy, it looks good for our player in the top right there, right? They have the fossil, they have Riolu online. I don't think we get much value out of powering the bench here. I mean,
yeah, I put the energy on the Marshadow so you could threaten the attack next turn. I suppose if you draw Routes attacks for 40, or Krillya attacks for 40 due to weakness.
Yeah, but you only need 1 energy on it, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's not super exciting either way. And now you.
I mean, I guess. What are you gonna do? Yeah. Yeah, we put the helm on.
They're losing the Marshadow 1-1, right? And if there's a Sabrina here, they lose their bench basic, and then we're probably done from there. I think it's gonna be a quick one, Spriggles.
Yeah, I think we're heading to a game 3.
Yep. I mean,
Marshadow.
I suppose you get a knockout on the backswing, but if there's a Rampardos, the door closes from there.
Here we go. I mean, we get something here. They're back.
Okay, maybe there's not a Rampardos. Maybe there's no Rampardos and we have a shot.
You take the revenge KO, right? How do you not? I think you just have to.
All right.
There goes the revenge KO. Now, if Rampardos comes on out, we're in trouble.
Rampardos check. Okay.
Okay.
We passed the Rampardos check. If we hit Krillya this turn, we have a real shot.
Ooh, and that's probably game on.
That is not the one we're looking for. With only 1 point on the bottom, we can't just give up the routes and then use the Marshadow to finish, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I suppose if they continue bricking Rampardos, they could evolve into... Okay, the Geo means that without Rampardos, they can't attack without trading themselves.
Mm-hmm. How much does... Okay. So yeah, they'll KO. Would Rampardos also go down? How much HP does Rampardos have? How much more than Cranidos?
Rampardos has 60 more than Cranidos, so it would be
okay,
up to
so
80.
they'd live on 10.
It would go down to 10.
Yeah.
That was a Pokemon communication.
Lucario.
There's the Rampardos.
And they do go down to 10.
I suppose if we hit the Krillya, we still win this game, huh? Because the Lucario doesn't KO it back. Oh my goodness!
Whoa.
I thought our Glade player was cooked, Spriggles.
Whoa! Okay. Lucario can't get the KO here.
I think that's
this
checkmate.
was like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, this Glade player is my favorite to win the tournament after watching this one.
This is crazy.
This was like anime protagonist energy for sure.
It truly was.
Everything just came together. We were back against the wall, and then they noodled their way out very expertly here.
You had a couple of chuckleheads the whole time, like, I don't see it, I don't think
we're done here. You should go next. Yep.
Yeah, GG, we'll see how this goes. Wow, that was really huge plays from Glade right there. Love it. Absolutely love it.
Really good stuff.
Really cool.
All right, I've got one more top 64 game to get to, so I want to show as much as possible here this afternoon. What is our matchup? We've got...
This is the Palkia Vaporeon, right?
Yes. We are going to head on in. We've got Arceus Dialga versus Palkia Vaporeon.
Yeah, this is the classic Palkia Vaporeon that you've seen. It doesn't even have Irida, so... It's just running, the Manaphy Palkia with Vaporeon.
Yeah, kind of that. This deck was very popular at the start of the season, and then it kind of fell off a little bit more and more, so it's cool to see someone still making a deep run with it.
Misty doesn't hit, as we are watching this from the perspective of the villain. Sorry, the Arceus Dialga player. They could run Adamant right here. I mean, it's definitely possible. They lower the damage that they receive from Slash, if that's worth anything. However, running it when they decide it's time to Dimensional Storm or Crimson Storm could be big.
Let's pull that one up here for folks that aren't familiar with Adamant. It's not super heavily played, but shows up as one of the utility cards in here. So, notable thing here, it only prevents damage to metal Pokemon. So only the Dialgas, not the Arceuses in this deck list.
Oh, dude, I for some reason, I always do that in my brain, specifically with Arceus every time. I think it's just because it's a bright card. It kind of looks metal.
Yes, it has metal energy for sure.
Yeah.
In the
And
literal
it has
sense.
metal energy.
Yeah, in the literal
Yes.
sense. Yeah.
It's got metal energy attached. Why can't Adamant work like Irida, where it's just if you have metal energy attached, it counts? It's only fair.
So we see a pause here. No leaf in sight, so we're kind of all in on the Arceus game plan, which I think makes sense. I assume the lack of basics playing out both plays around to Sabrina and conceals a little bit of information here for our bottom player of exactly how heavy they'll be hitting for next turn.
Yeah, interestingly enough, our opponent doesn't have Sabrina. They have 2 Cyruses, though. 2 Cyruses, 2 Leafs, 2 Misties, Pokeballs, Professor's Research, and Giant Capes. I personally think Giant Cape in a Manaphy deck is so dang important. That extra 20 for Manaphy, I feel like, is just of massive importance. We have a Cape onto our Arceus, and it looks like we're going to not even worry about our bench here because you take no damage with the Dimensional Storm. Interesting.
Yep, and they
Excuse
know
me. The bench would take no damage, just to be clear, everybody. You're still going to take the 150.
Yep, but this means that Cyruses aren't applicable to your bench later. I assume there's no Giovanni. These water decks don't usually have room for them with the Misties and everything else that they're doing.
Correct. No Geo. This is going to do an insane amount of damage. It's going to put this Arceus down to 10. But considering they also have no Sabrina, they're not able to push this Arceus back to the bench. Oh, they knew.
Oh, this is very heads up from our top player here.
These are the mind games, Jeff. At this point, these are the mind games. Really, but he's going, yeah, I get what you're doing. You don't want me to hurt the bench. I will still find a way to do this. I like that play a lot. I like it a lot.
And they know that they would need double potion to be able to dodge the Dimensional Storm the following turn. And then where are we going with this energy, huh? Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. You just want the Mew to be able to finish.
Here we go. You're going to hit for 130, bringing us down to 40. Now, this deck notably is not running Irida. It does not have it.
Yep.
5 energy. The Dimensional Storm takes down Arceus. We have 1 energy on Mew.
But outside of a Misty here, this is checkmate, right? We're gonna need a Misty off the top in order to crack another EX down.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, they've got Mew ready. I'm guessing they put it in.
I'm really surprised. I think our bottom player messed up when they didn't put the first energy on Dialga here. I think.
Oh, you think so?
If they would have put the first energy on Dialga, they would be putting second energy on Dialga this turn, and then they could have potioned plus caped to not die to a Misty Heads.
Oh, okay.
And then the Dialga attack would have put 2 energy on Mew anyways.
They're using the potions on their bench here.
Oh, they also have a Geo in hand. If they would have put the energies on the Dialga, the Geo would have just been just straight up lethal. I didn't catch that. Chat did. So definitely a miss on the Dialga. I don't think they get punished here most of the time, but worth calling
The chat's
out.
telling me both Misties have been played.
Okay.
So
I think we're done then.
I think so. We're gonna see if they want to retreat. Okay. Now they have to have a Cyrus on the side of our Dialga player.
I love
Sabrina.
I love we're gonna pivot to the Eevee.
They've got both.
Yeah, they have both, but the Eevee could have like home run that too, technically, right?
I mean, there's always a chance. I've literally never had that move give me more than like 1. I don't think I've ever had a great flip with continuous steps, but some people have.
That's unfortunate for a content creator. Those make great shorts.
I know, right? Although all my shorts truly are me just bricking with coin flips. Like every time I put a short out, it's just me bricking. Like I'll have a Croagunk or whatever, and I'll brick 5 times in a row. That's a short.
All right, so our Dialga Arceus player is up a game here, but they are not done yet. These rounds are best of 3, so we're heading on in to our next one here.
Heading on in to the next one. I thought both players were making some really smart choices in that last one. You saw how they were playing around each other in some really interesting ways. Once again, we start with Arceus here, which is not really where you want to be. Manaphy and Eevee on the other side of the board. We're speeding this one up here.
Manaphy is exactly where you want to be for our bottom player for sure.
Fully. And yeah, this is not an amazing start. You know, we have professors. You have Mars, which isn't an insane play, given what they have in their hand. They probably have a lot of what they're looking for. But we go with the Sabrina here and the Rocky Helm, and we're going to move on to next turn.
Yep, just getting a little bit of that tempo here, kind of saying, okay, you kind of like have third energy this game instead of second energy if there's not an X-Speed or a Leaf to shuffle this around.
Yeah, and I think we know they have 2 Leafs actually. So there is an opportunity to play one of them. I think if you have it, it would not be a bad idea at all to get your Manaphy to start powering, but they don't.
I'm curious to see how much we believe in this Eevee.
Look, if you miss, you take no damage.
That's true. So. It's almost like 1 heads is actually like one of the worst outcomes, right?
There you go. You asked for it. You asked for the worst outcome, and you got it. 1 heads.
Yep.
Obviously, Tails, Rocky Helm does no revenge damage, but because they did get 1 heads, they took 20 damage. Potion here.
We're just slowly building up. We have no Cyrus in hand, so this Eevee can retreat to the safety of the bench, but worth commenting on that the Arceus is going to clear this Manaphy out, so we're only going to get a single energy generation out of it, so that's Sabrina in great effect from the previous turn.
So we do decide to Giant Cape both of our Palkias here. We have Vaporeon, which is why they used Leaf there, because now they're able to wash out that energy onto the Palkia.
Yep.
This does set up a situation where Arceus will go down if they're not able to get a bench set up for it.
Well, and the thing is, even if you set up a bench here, the Arceus going down next turn means you have no energy left. Like, the Palkia is going to burn most of its energy, but they're going to have a better position overall still.
Looks like we're planning on placing Mew, possibly Shaman, and Dialga. No, they're going straight for it. They're not putting anything else out. They don't want to take any damage from the Dimensional Storm.
And for those at home, that washout ability on the Vaporeon is the reason why Palkia is able to set up this big Dimensional Storm attack this turn. We attach our energy, we push energy from each of the bench Pokemon up, and then we get to crack for this big 150 plus 20 splash over the bench.
And here we go. They decided to put 1 card out on the bench. It was their Mew. 20 damage back the other way with the Rocky Helm. That's 2 points for our Palkia player. The Mew hits the active spot here.
The Rocky Helmet damage, super, super relevant in this position. It means that the Palkia goes down to 150, so it dies to Mew's Dimensional Storm being sent back at it.
And Mew will get it before Palkia does, without Misty, of course. Misty would change that equation.
Yep. Oh, I wonder if we're gonna see, and we have Cyrus in hand here, so I think with that energy on the back one, we're seeing our player set up to retreat this out.
Yeah. Misty, this could be the game. Misty's huge.
Is she huge?
Tails.
She's Misty, not Hitty, Spriggles.
I know, it's true. They need to change the name. Vaporeon to the active.
I suppose Vaporeon is the optimal one to switch in here because it gives you the most time. Oh, I'm just now realizing that our players' points are off the screen. I apologize.
Forgiven. And there we go. They were able to pull in with Cyrus. Obviously, the Palkia player doesn't know for sure that they have that on the other side, but they have to try playing around it, right?
Yep.
They have to try hoping that they don't have that 1 card.
All right, so that concludes our top 64 round. All of our players are now locked for some prizing. So this tournament has top 32 prizes. We are going to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. We're going to have another round of pack codes up on the screen. If you've not had a chance to win those yet today, they'll be going on between every round until we're done. We'll be back with top 32 in just a little bit. Gamers, don't go anywhere.
See you in 1 sec. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Hooglandia Spraggles Open Series. We are in our top 32 here, Jeff. Things are getting very exciting. Our players are now in the money, as they say. What are they playing for today?
So this next match is a big one. Our top 32 competitors are walking away with something. They're going to get 60 hourglasses each for their time spent today, but top 16 gets 300 Pokegold at a minimum and gets to play for cash in the round after that. So this is a big step up, top 32 to top 16. And we've got a sweet match to kick off with. We've got some Glaceon action going on in the top 32. Let's go ahead and jump on in to see how this icy evolution could go ahead and perform here today.
You absolutely love to see it. I feel like we're trying to bring you all of the most interesting decks here in the tournament. Obviously, you're going to see a ton of what this player is up against, which is Arceus Dialga. But here on our bottom side, we do have the Glaceon player. They are also running, interestingly enough, a Vaporeon, couple of Manaphy's, a Palkia EX. So a lot of interesting cards here. They're 7-1 in our tournament, looking to continue moving forward now.
Yep. So we see Manaphy on the bench for our bottom player. You'd prefer to have that in the lead, but you're happy to have it at all for sure. We've got widespread of supporters there, Cyrus, Irida, and Misty for you to utilize your tools in different ways depending on how the game plays out. The one thing I'm going to be curious to see is, do they go for a Misty to get Manaphy going next turn, or would they rather Professor's Research to try and dig towards Glaceon or Vaporeon sooner?
Here we go. We're powering Dialga on the bench. And we're just going to send it back on over, it looks like, to our player here on the bottom. They could be running a Leaf on this top deck. They're not. Oh, no, sorry. Excuse me. They are. They're running 2 Leafs. So very possible that Dialga is brought in next turn with Leaf, and then they're able to start powering. Professors here on the bottom. They need to get some of their cards. Palkia has hit the board. Not able to power yet with Manaphy, unfortunately.
Yeah, one question here for our bottom player is, do they want to get a chip shot in with Eevee this turn for 20 on the Mew, which has value with the Cyrus, or would they rather get... Interesting they put the energy on the Manaphy. I guess they're hoping to find a Leaf or something to retreat the Eevee next turn without putting energy on it?
Yeah, I guess that's possible. They may just be sacrificing this right now. Let me see what they have in their deck. They do have 2 Leaf. So they have 2 Leaf, 2 Irida. They have a lot of things they can possibly play around right here. They know they're going to be taking 30 damage, or at least that's very likely what is about to happen with how they powered the Dialga on the bench. They do make it into that active spot due to Leaf, and the Metallic Turbo is going to send the energy on over to either the Arceus or Mew. Interesting situation with Mew, obviously, is you can power up for a really strong attack into Palkia, but they decide to power Arceus.
Yeah, Mew's kind of your secondary attacker, I would imagine, in a matchup like this. Your Arceus is the one that's able to push through things like Great Glaceons and Manaphy's quickly, while Mew is the thing that finishes their finisher, letting you clear through a Palkia in one go with their big swing turn back on them.
Now we Giant Cape the Eevee here. They decide to evolve into Glaceon. Not exactly what I expected. I thought maybe they would just be putting the Manaphy out. They still could, I guess. After retreating for 1 energy. They also could decide to Misty this Glaceon here. One of the problems, though, is it does go down to Arceus in 1 big swing.
Yeah, that cape really not saving us from a break point on our blue players' side. They get to switch out here, but they're a little bit at the mercy of a Cyrus coming in and dragging the Glaceon back up if there's another basic to go along with it to hit that 130 break point on the Arceus.
Yeah, I guess the one thing they play around with that cape, and maybe this is the breakpoint they're looking for, the one thing they play around is the fact that they have to have another basic on the board. We'll see. I mean, it's very possible that they don't have that. And Manaphy is not something you really want Arceus to swing into because you don't want, this Palkia to possibly get enough energy to do some serious damage.
One potential upside with this sequence as well is that even if your opponent does have Cyrus and another bench Pokemon to clear this Glaceon out, is that it means they can't Leaf the Dialga out when they swap it. So the Arceus will be their only energy left on the board at that point. So if the Glaceon goes down, you're like, oh, you spent so many resources to accomplish this, I'm okay with it.
And we do play professors here. They are able to get the rest of their bench set up. So now we know that they have it. They still could retreat here, but you don't get the same kind of play with Cyrus, so it feels like you're probably not going to be looking for it. We could use Metallic Turbo in a moment like this to power Mew, which could be a powerful, counter to Palkia once it does hit the board.
Cape
Giant
comes
Cape.
down. Okay, that means that even a Misty Heads doesn't allow the Dialga to get cleared, and we see them positioning in a way where they're going to get to be aggressive with this Dialga while also setting up their other attackers behind them.
Yeah, really great setup right here for our top player. We do have Leaf, which doesn't make a huge difference for us here. Irida is able to heal both of our Pokemon, and that does bring the Glaceon up to 160, which is a really interesting break point for it. We could still see the Manaphy power the bench, and it looks like they are going to make that play. This puts Palkia one within range of being able to use its very Crimson Dimensional Storm, while Glaceon is ready to fight next turn, swinging for only 90 for the 3 energy there, but between sort of the 2 turns, if it's able to stay around, you kind of are swinging for 110 if you're able to last one hit against your opponent.
And we see some awkwardness in the draw for our Palkia player here, where the Manaphy got to be online and do its thing and make a bunch of energy, but now you're giving up a knockout point, and we don't have any other 1 knockout point Pokemon to pivot into for our bottom player, which means they only need to clear a single EX Pokemon to take the game win from here.
Feels like you have to play Glaceon because your opponent is threatening you with Mew. At any moment, if you play Palkia, Mew can come in and make your life pretty miserable here. You've got Misty that you could play just to get some extra energy onto Palkia to swing twice right now. And that way you would be free to use another supporter on another turn. I don't know if you're ever going to find another opportunity to use Misty. It's not that relevant, but maybe it's something.
Yeah, and I don't know that I see a line for the Palkia player here. You deal 100 with the Dialga, putting them to 60. They take a knockout point. They put damage. They take the knockout on your Dialga, and then the Arceus finishes the Glaceon very cleanly. And if you move the Palkia in to finish the Dialga off, the Mew's going to finish you on the backswing.
They decide to bring in Arceus here. They're going to be able to swing for 130 into Glaceon.
And I think this is this is about the same too. It just means they're not giving up 2 points that they have to give up for free.
Yeah. Pokeball gives us Eevee, right? Yeah. Is there anything that Eevee helps us with? Not really. I mean, I guess Vaporeon isn't as scared of the Mew combination. Palkia just comes in right here and is just going to get cracked by this.
Yeah, and this is the I'm dead if they don't make a switch, so I might as well put this in and see if they make the switch.
Yeah. They also have Cyrus that could end the game too, right? They've got, I think, one Cyrus, one Sabrina, both of them end the game as well. And there we go.
So that energy come on, and we're going to be pretty quickly heading in to a game 2 here. Dialga. Arceus doing what it does best and just putting out lots of consistent damage. The Mews have looked really, really impressive in the games that we've seen them play today.
Yeah, and I guess the Mew is really in there. I mean, with only 3 energy costs, they can kind of mirror an Arceus, obviously, that also has 3 energy. They could also mirror the damage from a Dialga. They could mirror a Rampardos for 130 if they happen to run into a Charizard. But most importantly, anything that deals the amount of damage that its HP is, it's Mew's bread and butter. Like Mewtwo, it eats it for lunch. Palkia, it eats it for lunch. Charizard, it absolutely destroys it. So it's really nice having something that you can power to counter some of those really powerful Pokemon.
All right, heading on in to game 2 here. Our Manaphy player is not having the first energy advantage, which is really scary in the Dialga matchup.
Yeah, if your opponent gets Dialga in that active spot with the energy advantage, which they didn't, they got Arceus. We still have like a few things, right? Because you can hit Leaf, like there are multiple ways to get that out, but at least you have something that you're looking forward to right here, which is they don't have Dialga active. They're going to need to spend some resources to get it in the active, and they have to use professors here. So they may not be able to start powering their Dialga and have it charge right away.
I think the number one thing that's impressed me from watching this Dialga Arceus deck throughout the course of today is how frequently they have managed to win games where they just lead on Arceus and then put 3 energies on it to start.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We have a few interesting options here. We have the Pokeballs. We're just like combing through. We got basically everything out of our deck, all the basics, I think. We've got 1 Eevee on the board. I assume the other one's going to be our Palkia.
Yep.
We could put another Manaphy to play around a Sabrina, but we decide to put another Eevee on the board.
We're just gonna put... I like second Eevee here a lot. This helps them avoid kind of the issue they had in the first game, which was they knock out my 1 knockout point and then I go into an EX. With this setup, they can give up the Manaphy and then move into the Vaporeon and then finish on either a Palkia or a Glaceon, depending on which is more ideal.
Yeah, great point. As we see Arceus powering in that active spot, they are deciding not to play anything on their bench as of yet. We'll see if they end the turn this way. Obviously, this protects you from the Dimensional Storm. Sabrina, I was wondering how they were going to handle Sabrina. You could put Palkia in right here, and you will be swinging for 150.
Yeah, because they don't have to discard the energy to retreat, right?
Yeah, you just put in Vaporeon, you Dimensional Storm. You don't get the KO because it has Cape, but you do a serious amount of damage. I think it's probably the call.
Yep, there's Vaporeon, that washout ability there, letting them move as many water energy as they would like per turn up to their active. So that's Sabrina kind of helping out in a way, making it so they don't need to have the Leaf to do this. Is there 1 or 2 potions, in our top players deck? 2 is usually pretty stock.
We have got 2 potions, yes. 2 potions, 2 giant capes, and a rocky helm.
So if they have both of those potions, it'll be a big deal because it means that they don't get cleared by the slash attack on the follow-up here. But if they only have 1 potion, this is going down and all their energy is going down with it.
Yeah. Oh, well, Shaman.
Okay, 1 potion now is all we need.
One potion's all we need to protect this from the slash.
And there it is.
And they do have it. Yep.
Are there any other bench Pokemon, or are we holding 4 utility cards here?
We have 2 potions.
Okay, I mean, 2 potions means you live 2 slashes, yeah? With the Shaman? And this is a spot where, because the opponent's playing Irida, if you have bench Pokemon, you were playing them out. So if I'm on the bottom side here, I'm feeling pretty confident that there's 3 utility cards in our top player's hand.
Got Misty. We've got a giant cape. The cape gets us to 80. It's not enough. We could retreat here into a Glaceon. The Glaceon would just do a 2 rounds of chip damage. And then we could play... I don't know. I don't think it's enough, but it is something if we want to get Palkia out of there. We also could just let Palkia go.
Yeah, I like this, I think. You have the Palkia get its knockout points, because remember, there's 3 non-Pokemon in hand for our top player, so Cyrus is very likely one of them. So pulling the Palkia out doesn't even mean that it's safe necessarily.
Here we go. Dialga onto the bench. We are going to heal once again, bringing us up to 40. This Arceus is going to continue swinging, it looks like, and take the KO.
And now the way
giving them 2 points.
The way Glaceon's templated here, you get a chip shot in for a little bit of damage.
Mm-hmm. That's right. You're going to do 10 damage right now because it's between each turn. So even switching it in right here, you do the 10 damage. It is during the Pokemon checkup. Misty is huge here. If they get a single heads, that would be massive. 50-50. And they do hit a heads. In fact, they hit 2, 3. All right.
That's a lot. Okay, can we that is probably enough to force a game 3 here.
I think so. They don't decide to play Cape. They're going to hold it.
I think that's fine. There's not another Arceus on the board. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. No, I'm just figured I'd mention.
The checkup here basically goes toe to toe with the Shaman healing, kind of a wash between the two of them in this instance.
Yeah. It's the nice thing is it checks up between each round. So while Shaman gets them to full HP here, the next 2 rounds they technically are behind by 10.
Yep.
They need something on the bench right now. Metallic Turbo into Shaman is not ideal. They don't have it.
If there's a top deck Palkia next turn, the Vaporeon means that they win the game on the spot with it.
So we have to get Glaceon out, yes? Because they get Dawn and win.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh, but we can't use it yet.
We have. There's a cape. Cape means the Dawn's not lethal.
Isn't it lethal? Because you're weak to steel.
Oh, you're weak to steel. Nobody plays Glaceon, Spriggles.
I fully agree.
You could
here
blame
we
me
go.
if it was in a big picture above your head. Then I'd be responsible for knowing what it did.
Yeah, exactly. But if that wasn't the case, then it just really doesn't matter. We have Arceus hit the bench here, so maybe they do not have Dawn. Do they not have Dawn in this deck? Let me see.
A lot of these builds don't have room for it, to be fair.
Oh, they don't have Dawn. Never mind. They're not running Dawn. Dawn would give them a game win right there.
Okay, here's the retreat, but I think with 2 points on our bottom player already, they just do not have time to get anything moving here. This is they're shuffling around, but not to great effect.
Yeah. If that Arceus was here 1 turn earlier, we could maybe see something, obviously. Arceus didn't get to, the benefit of the Metallic Turbo. Irida, very important here.
Yep, you have to go ahead and heal up practically to full here.
Now we swing for 90.
Rating is
40 HP, down to 30. I mean, no Irida there too. It would be huge if they were able to, to do something with it, but they couldn't. They're looking for a heal.
I think we're heading to a game 3 here, yeah?
I think so. Let's find out. What'd they pull with their Pokeball? Is that other Dialga?
Must be. Oh,
it's Mew.
There's a Mew. Yeah.
That's right. Huh.
So with a Leaf, they can like buy another turn again, but they just don't have a way to heal enough to ever survive a Glaceon hit and attack with something, I don't think.
Yeah. Here's the Leaf. They do Leaf into Mew.
They're close on the Dialga, but the extra chip shots from the Glaceon and the back and forth and the checkup mean that you're just not enough.
Yeah. And there's the game.
Yeah, there's Cyrus.
Cool. Glaceon actually does something, everybody.
Yeah.
It actually does something.
Does on the surface level, Glaceon's one of those cards where you're like, well, 3 for 90 is not good enough. But in reality, the way the Pokemon ability plays out, it's really like 100 for 3. In some cases, it feels like 110 for 3. And then with Manaphy and Misty, it's like 3 for the amount of damage you're getting.
Who knows how many energy it's going to take. Yeah, that's true. And you've got the nice healing with Irida, so you maybe stick around a little longer than you expect, especially when you put a cape on there and you get 160 HP.
All right, we are headed on in to game the 3rd here for our top 32 match.
We have a possibility of a very chaotic way to end this game right now, which is Misty on a Palkia that could just finish the game in 1 turn. We're going to see what happens here.
Ooh.
1,
Ooh.
2.
Ooh.
No.
Woo,
Whoa,
buddy, wow.
Whoa,
I would just like the record to reflect that is entirely Spriggle's fault.
No way.
He deserves Hyped Puffer.
Holy.
Pokemon Pocket coming to a ranked letter near you very soon.
Dude. That's not gonna look good for all the people I argue with that this game is nothing but coin flips, Jeff.
Whoo, money old
Holy.
pal. Listen, Spriggles, as someone who used to fly across the country and has lost 5 figures on matches where I missed third land drops, let's just say all card games play out in a way similar to that some of the time.
I mean, moments like this are just moments. I love looking at the chat. I see Scarface says, "Why would God allow this?" It just seems like that's a rough one that Arceus allowed right there. But you know, that's how it falls sometimes. Misty can really deliver you the game.
All
Wow.
right, we 16 players remain, Spriggles. We are gonna take a quick break here, and I'm gonna throw. Hold on, you talk for a minute while I'm gonna prepare these codes because that match.
Yeah,
happened
we're
faster
getting
than I
some
was
codes
expecting.
ready to go on the screen right now. So again, these are just going to slowly populate. If you've already gotten one, it looks like you can only get one for the day. So if you've been here all day, you have a higher and higher chance of getting some of these codes as we're heading towards the final moments of this tournament. A lot of really interesting decks still in the hunt. And of course, the big meta stuff is still here. Arceus, Dialga, Lucario, Rampardos is still a big, big deal. But there are still some really exciting ones that could dethrone them today.
All right, catch you on the flip side, gamers. Don't go anywhere. Get these codes. It's your moment. I believe in you. How is it going, gamers? We are heading on in to the top 16 of our Hooglandia Spraggles tournament here today. We started with almost 900 competitors and now just 16 remain. We're heading on into the playing for cash this round. So our competitors that lose this match are getting 300 Pokegold each with nothing to scoff at. That's a lot of 10 pulls. And the winner is locking in for some of our $600 in cold hard cash that is split between the top 8 competitors.
Pretty amazing stuff here, and I know we have some games right away that we're going to hop into. Of course, we have a ton of Arceus, Dialga. Of course, we have Lucario, Rampardos, but still some exciting decks in the hunt here. We are taking a look at our next match. Which one are we starting with, Jeff?
I left the Glaceon above your head not only to remind myself that it's weak to metal, but also because we're going to watch them again here in the top 16. We'll see if they can, in fact, keep getting away with it after that incredible set of Misty Flips that won them Game 3 in the last round.
Yeah, obviously there are going to be some players that are not, or some viewers who are maybe not too happy to see them here, but I'm on their side. I'm not mad about the Misty Flips. I asked for them. I asked for them.
Look at that gorge. How could anybody look at that gorgeous Glaceon and be like, I want anything other than this to win?
Yeah, it's so cute. You've got the promo. Eevee looking beautiful. Very nice. A different looking Glaceon. There we go. Smart.
Fixed it. I'm a little surprised. So something interesting here is our bottom player elected to Professor's research on turn 1 as opposed to using the Misty, because if that Misty would have hit even a single head, they would have slashed down this Riolu before it had the chance to evolve.
Yeah, maybe they just didn't want to like tempt fate. There's no way that's gonna work again. I might as well, give myself a little breathing room on this one here. They also might think like, hey, when I get set up, I'm actually in a really good spot against this deck.
We see them look at that Misty in their hand here. The Leaf, I believe, is what they were mousing over. We could see a let's Leaf this Palkia out and start getting chip shots with the Glaceon in.
Yeah, we're gonna Misty actually the Glaceon, so it's gonna sit on the bench regardless, and that is a miss T. No energy attached to Glaceon, and we were still going to slash in the active spot.
All right, Lucario here would allow them to crack in for, what was that, 60 points of damage? But I guess if they hit the Lucario, we probably retreat it to Sudowoodo and then crack for 70 for 1, yes?
Yeah, let's see. Sudowoodo does some serious damage. They do bring it in. If we have one Lucario, yeah, I mean, there's a lot. Really nice stuff here.
So that Lucario Pokemon ability letting them deal an additional 20 and then dealing another 30 because we're hitting an EX Pokemon here. This game might be really... Ooh, okay, Irida's a big deal.
Yeah, Irida's very nice here. We do have an opportunity to possibly retreat, but I mean, you're just getting smacked for a lot. This gives you another turn. We are just going to power Glaceon here. We're going to slash the Sudowoodo.
So
okay.
The extra turn here doesn't matter in terms of the Palkia being able to clear the Sudowoodo, but it does make the difference between the Glaceon coming up ready to attack and the Glaceon not coming up ready to attack.
Yeah, fully. We're going to see how they want to play the rest of this year. Obviously, we have no fossil or anything like that out on the side of our fighting player. 30 HP left. On the Palkia.
I see a very, I'm going to call it a typical Twitch chatter on my side here. Commenting that Glaceon seems really bad as we watch one of them play here in the top 16 today. And I would like to point out that Glaceon's actually quite good into this fighting deck in these games where they don't find their fossil, right? Like everything in this fighting deck is going down to a 90 plus a 10 chip shot here in one swing.
I'm seeing a classical YouTube chatter right here. Spraggles, you're the man. Guys, stop being so expected, I guess. I don't know, Jeff. It's tough to deal with sometimes, but this is the cross we bear, I think. As Sudowoodo is back in that active spot after the Cyrus play gives them a point. I mean, things are looking pretty good for our water deck. And you're right, this Glaceon actually plays really well into what they've got going on.
Yep. And so the Irida really being the make or break in this game as well. This that one extra turn, letting the Palkia survive long enough to get the Glaceon set up, and the Cyrus coming in clutch as well, picking up that first knockout point in a big way.
And here we go, Glaceon into the active spot. What does it mean when the chat's booing you? I don't know. I don't know if they're saying boo or boo earns. Regardless, I don't think they are enjoying some of the bits. Manaphy into the hand, but obviously you're not going to want to play this at this point. You just don't want to get Sabrina'd, right? We have a giant cape here for Glaceon, and they're going to be able to start swinging.
I like the pause here. Just again, you're in a really good spot, and you want to take and stop and think for a minute about what exactly is going on and what your lose conditions are. The Glaceon's going to clear out the Sudowoodo. The Lucario's going to come up, and I think this is just checkmate at this point.
Yeah, really nice start here for a Palkia deck. And I mean, this is, for this fighting deck, they didn't get a single Skull Fossil online. And sometimes, Jeff, those fossils truly are buried at the bottom of your deck, and we have nothing in the game that can help you pull a fossil at all.
We've talked a lot over this broadcast about how inconsistent Stage 2 Pokemon are, and Fossil Stage 2s are more inconsistent than those because, like Spragle said, there's no way to search them up. So you're taking already, I need to assemble 3 cards in a particular order, and now you're like, okay, I don't have a way to get to that first bit more consistently.
Yeah, and even though one thing I will say is, for all the trouble it takes, man, the card is unbelievably good.
Yep.
And that's probably why, even though, given that crazy amount of inconsistency, it's even harder to get these Stage 2s online than a normal Stage 2. It is a 1 energy for 130 damage, which is very considerable.
All right, we're headed on in to game 2 here. And really, I think the last game we saw in the last round into this game that we saw in the first round really shows why this Glaceon Palkia deck has cut through to the top 16. You have games where you just high roll your opponent to all get out with the Misty, and they are the freest game you're ever going to play in Pokemon Pocket. And then you also have games like that last one where you're like, okay, my Cyrus lined up, my Irida kept me alive, and then my Glaceon was the appropriate finisher that we built up for 3 energy.
I can't even look. Just tell me what happens.
They missed. It's okay.
Okay. It's like, no way are we about to watch this again.
I'm gonna tell them what I told you off stream. So my coverage person informed me that there's actually a match of this player that we didn't get to on coverage today, where they also won a game 3 by flipping 3 heads on a Misty turn 1 and ending it before it started.
Yeah, which you can't be mad about. No one's mad about. As we take a look here at Riolu getting powered up, they actually do have Skull Fossil on the bench here. Riolu able to attack. If they get Lucario next turn, they can do some serious damage. Professors attempts to bring out some more of their deck. They have Misty again and another Eevee. This is interesting. You're in this tough spot when you know you're probably losing Palkia, or at least losing Palkia is an option here, that putting that other Eevee is very scary.
And this is also something that I think is appealing about this deck is leading on Palkia and just slashing a bunch and then pivoting into the Glaceon afterwards seems like a very serviceable thing to be doing in these matchups.
And here we go. Professors onto the side of our fighting deck. I mean, look at all those cards in their hand. It's unlikely they don't have Cranidos at this point. Or at least part of their line. Marshadow on the bench. They can retreat into Sudowoodo right now and deal some damage. They also can power Marshadow and just threaten this Palkia, but no, they decide to pull Riolu back, which means they probably have Lucario. Lucario's here, so is Cranidos, and Sudowoodo is swinging for a lot of damage.
Okay, we're going to see the run back on the Irida heal the Palkia to survive an extra Sudowoodo hit here, but notably missing from our configuration from the first game is there's no Glaceon in the back for our player, and we don't have a Cyrus to fish up our first knockout point.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. It's a lot tougher than where they were at last time. No weakened Riolu on the bench. They do play the other Eevee at this point. I wonder what their thought process is with getting this other Eevee out. I guess just playing around to Sabrina, I assume. Yeah, they have one Sabrina in the deck, so this doesn't get the Eevee with 1 energy Sabrina'd.
We're waiting for our fighting player to make their choices up top. If we're on the bottom, we have a lot of looks at the Glaceon, to be fair, but another dynamic that's very different this game compared to the last one is the fact that there's that Cranidos sitting on the board for our top player, threatening the Rampardos that clears out the Glaceon very quickly.
Someone said crazy wording. What did I say? Did I say something insane and I didn't even realize it? We have Manaphy on the board. So they can make a play here with Leaf.
Okay.
And they do.
This forces the Cyrus to be a thing. The downside to this sequence is if they just clear the Manaphy, then the Cyrus wins the game on the spot later on.
Yeah. Let's see who they power here. I'm guessing it's Palkia Eevee. Nope, 2 Eevees.
Okay. I really like the 2 Eevees here because if you hit the Vaporeon, the energies are on the Palkia anyways, and this way you're not putting it on there in the event that they do Cyrus you.
Yeah, great point. And we have a Professors. We actually have 3 amazing supporters. One tough thing with these water decks are, you're just full of choices here. So many great choices. Palkia does go down to the Cyrus here. Now the question is, what do you put into that active spot? I think it's probably the Eevee.
Yeah, it has to be the Eevee with the 2 energies on it, I think. I also would wager have our window fully closing at this point. A remotely average hand from our fighting player, I think, we're in a can't-lose scenario.
Yeah. You're going to need Glaceon and Cape here, right?
And even that only gets you so far. And when we brick on the Glaceon, we're just going to a game 3 right away here, it would seem.
Yeah, looks like it. Wow, I can't believe how, what is left in their deck? How many cards are even left? Five cards left. 2 Glaceons, 1 Vaporeon, 2 Capes. Did I get it all?
So we are dead on board here for our bottom player. The second energy gets a... Oh, that's also... I forgot it was fighting week. I was like, oh, you could switch to the Cranidos, but you don't need to go ahead and do that.
There we go. Every once in a while, weakness, it'll sneak up on you. You'll just forget that. Well, yeah, there we go.
We were talking about with Sudowoodo earlier today, right? Like it does extra to EXs, but also like most of the non-EXs people are playing, weak to fighting.
Yeah, fighting is just in a really good spot in this meta. Of course, Machamp is just too stage 2 to actually take advantage of it, but fighting is doing really well in the meta otherwise.
All right, we have our players heading on into game 3 here. Let's see who can get that first energy advantage this time around, because I believe our water player was first in both of those first 2 games. That's a big deal here for sure.
Yeah, let's see how it works out.
All right, they've got
we are going second. They've got energy again. They haven't had an amazing card to start with. This ain't too bad, though. You get Eevee, you get energy on it, and then at the same time... this is a little scary, though. At the same time, you are able to get Glaceon the following turn. The only thing that's kind of scary here, if your opponents get a Riolu on the bench right now...
Yep.
You could Lucario and end the game. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you said the Riolu scares. I actually think the Sudowoodo is the scariest, right? Because the Sudowoodo Riolu on the bench clears you on the first go-round.
Oh, well, I was thinking now that they already have Riolu, if you Riolu turn 1 on your bench, Lucario it, you KO Eevee in 1. That's what I was thinking. But yes.
So I suppose that line's technically still available to them if they have X-Speed, right? They could X-Speed this out, Sudowoodo up, and then clean it out?
Yeah, I think because of that, you have to play a bench here. You maybe even don't want to, but you kind of have to. Other Eevee.
This seems fine.
I guess you could play both. Yeah, it seems fine. I think you would want Manaphy in case they had the, the option to Sabrina. But
I like attaching the energy to lead Eevee too. Like, it's possible they knock it out, but it's unlikely. And if they don't knock it out and you hit a single heads-on Misty, you get to clear them next turn.
We have Marshadow, Skull Fossil. You are going to do some nice damage here, if you want. But again, you don't have to. Now here's the tough thing. What do we do with this Eevee after it's already taken 20 and next turn it'll take 60? if they decide to put Lucario in. Excuse me, it's already taken 40, and next turn they take 60.
Well, I assume we just go into Glaceon and go for the Misty and just like say there's not going to be a next turn. 50%.
Yeah, but Manaphy's here now, and you have the retreat. You already have the energy on, and you have Vaporeon in hand as well. I don't know. This is kind of tough.
This is only tough if you're not a believer.
That's true. I forgot about
our
that.
bottom player has been blessed by Arceus.
They're going for it.
Blessed by
They're
Arceus,
hitting it.
Spriggles.
Hitting it
by Arceus, Spriggles.
They're hitting it. Holy. Don't call it a comeback. They were never behind.
And with the Vaporeon here as well, these energies are also technically on the Palkia simultaneously.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's a tough one to lose to. A lot of the chat is noticing the skill difference here.
I'd like to think that Glaceon needed to dab on the haters because there were a lot of them and they were many.
Well, look, it's good to see the deck doing well. Never exciting how it gets there, but it's good to see it doing well. Lucario on the bench, Cranidos on the bench. I mean, if Glaceon stays in and Rampardos can crack it for 150 or 130, excuse me, that's pretty huge.
Yeah, I wonder. So this Marshadow's at 60. I wonder if we see them pivot to the Vaporeon here.
I think that's smart.
Because they could pivot to the Vaporeon and wash out some energy up to it while also building the Palkia up in the back still. Yeah. I like retreating here. Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're gonna see.
I think it's a really, really sharp play. We also have Misty, so you know we can make that play happen and still have like a crazy amount of energy on our bench somehow.
Oh, I like this configuration too, because now they're setting themselves up where they have energy left on the Glaceon, because the Glaceon can finish the Rampardos if the Rampardos clears the Vaporeon.
That Misty misses. See, guys, it's fair.
This bottom player seems so unlucky.
Yeah, it's crazy. Not a single energy from that. Dang. Well, all right. Good luck.
Now, I assume the thing we're looking to dodge for our bottom player here, which is the downside, is a Cyrus plus a Rampardos gets him a little bit of trouble. But there's only 2 cards in hand for our top player, so they would need 2 specific cards in a combination of 3.
Yeah, which, I mean, it could happen. There's the Rampardos.
There's one.
There's the Lucario.
Okay, is the last one the Cyrus, or are we done here? It is not a Cyrus. We're all done here. Glaceon is moving on to our top 8.
Yep, Glaceon moves into the active spot, and it takes it down. Huge. Huge. If they had Cyrus, they do win that game. Or at least, it's very likely.
The game's much closer if they have the Cyrus, because remember we'd still have a Vapor. Actually, does it? No, the game actually, the Cyrus actually doesn't matter because the Vaporeon had 3 energy on it, and if they clear the Glaceon, you put the Palkia in, and then you wash out the energy up to the Palkia.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. Because of their Misty earlier, they just win. That's it. There we go. Now, do we even root for the Glaceon anymore? I don't know. I feel like the
Glaceon is my hero from now. Ride or die, Spriggles, till the very end. All right. What's our next feature here?
Do we still have the Palkia origin form?
We do have an origin form Palkia in the top cut. I am looking for. Are we gonna see them next?
I think we had it on the list.
Yeah, it looks like we've got origin form Palkia up next. Because I know chat loves Misty, so I want to make sure they get plenty of her on coverage here.
And this is running 2 Misties, which is exciting. Now we're watching this from the perspective of a fighting player. Obviously, they can start Sudowoodo, which is pretty strong. As long as your opponent is not the Manaphy or the origin form, you can do some serious damage. There's the Manaphy.
And I'm curious to see how the Sudowoodo deck plays into this. I think the origin form Palkia is a card that gives this fighting deck a lot of problems because of its non-EX status.
Yeah. Yep. It's a basic with a lot of HP. It can end up fighting if you need it to. It can also be leafed out in some situations. And yeah, it is non-EX. So you're not given 2 points. You're not getting any of these extra bonuses from a Tauros or a Sudowoodo.
Have a pretty solid start here for our fighting players, sans the fact that they are missing their copies of their fossils. I wonder if we'll see the other Riolu play out here or not. They have a communication, but I wouldn't. They have a Cranidos. That's a backup that they could throw away to that.
Yeah.
I kind of like playing the other Riolu out here because if you top deck a Lucario and communication into a Lucario, you'd kind of like to evolve both of them next turn, yeah?
Yeah, that feels like a good option, right? Maybe they're just waiting one more turn. But yeah, not putting the Riolu down means you don't get that extra damage. However, outside of a cape, you do take Manaphy down just to the one Lucario.
That's true, yep.
Although a lot of these decks do have a cape in it. And we're going to leaf.
I love the swap. This means that you make them Cyrus if they want to clear your back Manaphy with the other one.
Yeah. Manaphy putting energy on both Palkias. And now we're going to see. We have professors. They might regret not putting down this.
They're gonna see a lot of cards here. Yeah, they get to fish for a basic here too. I think there was a strong possibility they could have had 2 Lucarios here.
Yeah, they're basics. They're Sudowoodo. They could definitely comms at this point. There's
not a reason to comms since they didn't play out the basic last turn, so I'd be surprised if they did. But they had a chance to one-shot this Manaphy, and they missed it because of their basic sequencing on the first turn.
What do they have? Another Marshadow in their deck, or no? This one's just 2 Sudowoodos. I was just saying, even if they comms here, they grab Rampardos. So if they don't get Lucario, either way. But yeah, doing it last turn, you would pick up a KO. I think it was probably the play. It's not likely that the series of events are going to line up like that exactly, but it does open up that option, and now that's gone.
Yeah, and now here's the Irida, so you're just getting like maximum amount of punish for letting this survive.
Yeah. And a cape.
Oh, and a cape. Just the most punish possible.
We're going to put some water energy down. One on each Palkia once again. Scary spot for this deck to be in, and yeah, we just don't... we definitely want to use this right now. Absolutely. There's no point. You could get the other Rampardos.
Yeah. Okay, we're never finding the Lucario anyways. Unlucky.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
It's just like the fossils that are supposedly in our deck, all buried at the very bottom.
It's a lie. It's all a lie. You could put down another Sudowoodo here, because you do know. Oh.
Yeah, that pause. I don't know that I love fishing up the second Manaphy here. I really think you want to save the Cyrus for the game-winning point.
Probably for the Rampardos, right? But you do. I mean, you might want to put the Sudowoodo on. Well, you can't really put it on the bench either because then you don't have a spot for your fossil. Although the Sudowoodo is going down, yeah? I feel like you maybe put it on the bench. I guess maybe they don't want to like bring their cards in right away. So we'll see. Once again, a fossil deck with no fossils. We just don't have a way to get it.
Yep. A lot of people have been asking for a Bill-type supporter or something along those lines in the next expansion to make these decks a little bit more consistent, but I don't know. I think this Rampardos deck would be truly terrifying if it had 4 virtual copies of its fossils.
Right. No fossil once again. We don't have Sudowoodo. We have to spend 2 to retreat with Lucario.
Yeah, this feels like a spot where when you don't commit the Sudowoodo to the bench, you're kind of committed to just like cracking with the Lucario here, yeah?
I think so, right? That was kind of why I was saying like maybe you put the Sudowoodo on the bench. Like I know you want that spot for a fossil, but you don't have a fossil. And you know Sudowoodo is going down to Palkia. I guess they could stall a turn if they see you do that, though.
The upside to putting the Sudowoodo up is if you finally find the second Lucario next turn, is you do get to clear it.
Yeah. But we decided to hit with Lucario. We do have a turn to hit with Lucario. That's fair. Of course, Misty exists in that deck, right?
Yeah.
So there's always that possibility.
We haven't seen how good the Misties are for this player yet, though.
True, true, true. It's different for everyone.
Yeah, they're not necessarily blessed like our Glaceon player is.
Sudowoodo hits for 70 here. If they get the second Lucario, it does give them a KO, which would be really nice. They could also make that KO happen with Cyrus. Never mind. Healed to 130.
Now, we do still need 2 knockout points for our top player here. They've got the second Palkia building in the back, but they kind of need to like piece together a knockout with slashes before they finish on the other one, yes?
Yeah, do you think if they Sabrina... I guess they have to hit here. And put some energy on
the tough position maybe you're in is if you let this Lucario take even one more hit, it'll get cleared by Dimensional Storm chip shot damage on the bench.
That's true.
And because this other Lucario has damage marked on it from the earlier Dimensional Storm, it means if you take a slash next turn, you lose to Cyrus the following turn, pulling up the bench Lucario and clearing the back one at the same time.
Palkia is down to 50. We obviously have a Professor's here. They don't have the energy between the two, so they didn't have a Misty. A Misty would have given them the opportunity to retreat if they got one energy on the Palkia in the back row there. But they're deciding not to make that play. They could still retreat into the healthy Palkia. Nope, now they no longer can.
Nope. Yeah, I like this sequence. If there's a Cyrus in hand, this sequence sets up checkmate.
Fossils. Cranidos in hand, useless for them. You can now retreat if you want to into the Sudowoodo, but that's just giving your opponent the Dimensional Storm on Lucario. You can let Lucario go down here. Yeah, you could try to Sabrina your opponent and then Cyrus the following turn.
Yeah, I think the line we've set up for is you just can't beat Cyrus. You're never beating that card. So you take your 2 knockout points by clearing this, and then you hope that your Cyrus gets you across the line next turn when they don't have their own.
All right. Yeah. They take the KO.
Yep, and this is the all that stewing was them trying to think, okay, do I have a line to beat the Cyrus, and them coming to the conclusion that they do not. They're also losing the Sabrina in that spot just because it pivots anything back to the bench.
There it was. I mean, they were looking for it. They just couldn't do anything right there. So we obviously sped that up for those who were like, wait, what happened? That was really quick. The Sabrina pushes that Lucario back to the bench. The Dimensional Storm that looks very crimson sometimes does 150 damage to the active, but also 20 to that bench, KOing Lucario.
All right, a start that looks eerily similar to last game for our bottom player, much to their dismay. We have evolutions, but not a fossil in sight.
No way. Still no fossil. I mean, this is just tough, man.
The tree looks so incredibly happy.
Yeah. Riolu, that's good. You might need, I was about to say, you might need to play other Sudowoodo. Really solid damage here. Doing 50. Next turn, it'll be 70. Origin Form Palkia on the bench. We're going to leaf out to Manaphy here. Start powering our bench.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice thing is, one turn, they get a 1-turn KO. Right as soon as this Luca hits the board. Still no fossil in sight. Absolutely.
It's 2 turns, right? Because it's only 40 into the Manaphy.
Oh, duh. I'm sorry. Yep. Sorry about that. I don't know why I thought it was 30 plus 20. It's 20 plus 30. It's the other way around. Cyrus getting aggressive. What are we looking for?
I don't think there's a, I guess they could find another Riolu to eventually turn into a Lucario there.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Cyrus is incredibly aggressive because it means like, okay, you have to have another one at this point now.
Misty flips for 1. Manaphy is going to power. Origin Form Palkia now ready to go. Yeah, I think their thought is if I can get Riolu, maybe I can make something happen here where I can get Lucario online to have this Sudowoodo get Manaphy in
And
1.
I think we're gonna see this Origin Form Palkia kind of just like take this fighting deck for a lesson. Like it's gonna be a lot of damage on this really beefy body that Sudowoodo does not line up well into.
Mm-hmm. If you put Lucario out here, you get to maybe not go down. Same thing with Sudowoodo, but Sudowoodo does almost no damage. Wow, dude. Fossil deck just bricking so hard. It's very unfortunate. Rampardos, Cranidos. Not a single fossil in sight.
Yep. And I mean, even if they had recovered in the by like the second or third turn, it would not have been enough here. This Origin Form Palkia is blasting on through. There's a big Palkia set up in the back to deal a guaranteed 150 here, and it looks like our water player is moving on into our top 8 here today.
That just really tough, man. And it's one of those things I get asked questions all the time on stream, like, what do you think about fill in the blank deck? And it's always something that has an element that is insanely inconsistent. Now, fossils have been doing pretty good. Like there are a few of them that have done well in tournaments. But when you think of anything that just makes it harder to get your cards online, dual energy requirements, fossil requirements, they are going to be less consistent decks no matter what.
We had a couple of people commenting just on the structure of our tournament. So these matches are being played right now, but you notice that last one we sped up a little bit at the end there. Our top 8 players are already getting started, but we wanted to make sure you saw the entirety of that. Our tournament runs a little bit behind where the matches are being played exactly live, so that way no one can gain an unfair advantage by seeing someone's hand while the broadcast is going on. Speaking of, new round means new pack codes. We are going to take a briefest of breaks before we head on in to round number. We don't have round numbers. We top eights. These players are locked for cash and they're playing for more of it. We'll catch you in a few minutes, gamers. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Gamers, we started with almost 900 competitors, and now just 8 remain. We have 3 Rampardos fighting decks. We have 3 Dialga Arceus decks. We have 2 players, everyone in chat's favorites, leveraging Misty, one of whom is my personal favorite, playing Glaceon. I'm excited to dig into our single elimination rounds.
Yeah, I mean, we're really getting down to the final games here, Jeff. I didn't know what decks would kind of make it this far outside of the Arceus, Dialga, Lucario, Rampardos decks. So it is cool seeing the Palkias make it this far. Unfortunately, Weavile knocked out, Infernape knocked out, the Arceus Carnivine knocked out, but we still have hope of a non-mirror matchup, or I guess non-meta matchup also in the final spots here, as we are going to be taking a look at your favorite deck, Glaceon, first.
Yep, we're going to see how this plays out against one of the villains of the format, Dialga. Arceus, definitely the most played and one of the most successful decks in today's and most Pokemon Pocket tournaments in this current metagame.
Here we go. They have that Skarmory. Skarmory really solid into Manaphy, obviously.
Yep, this is I think this is the second time we've seen this card on coverage today. It's not a super common card inside of these Dialga decks because of the slots it takes up. I'm curious, Spraggles, does our Skarmory player have the full 4 Poketools?
Let me take a look here. Yeah, they do.
Okay.
They're running only one Skarmory, too. One Skarmory, one Shaman. We were deciding whether or not we want to put the energy on Eevee. I feel like...
Interesting. I'm really surprised not to see the Misty heads happen here. I actually don't. I don't hate putting the energy on the Eevee if I'm being honest, but I feel like playing the Misty kind of lets you Misty the Eevee in a way this turn, in a way that would have been useful.
That's what I was thinking too. Like you've only got so many supporters you can use, right? 2 Misties right there. It feels like you could start to power Eevee. If you get Glaceon next turn, it's ready to go. But they didn't go for it. They do get Glaceon. Misty can still make a play here.
So the thing is, though, they have 2 Misties in hand. So they basically would have had 2 chances to hit heads here if they would have gone last turn. And if they would have hit heads on either of these, it would have won the game on the spot.
Yeah. I mean, there you go. They didn't get to make that play. I think it was unfortunate. They definitely considered it, but maybe just thought, hey, I want to save one of these for Palkia or something like that in case we don't get Glaceon. Fair enough.
I'm not calling out most sub notifications today, but I'm going to interrupt the broadcast and thank my 9.5-year subscriber. Tumos is a relic like I am. Thanks for the long-term support, bud.
Jeez, that's incredible.
As for our game here, Glaceon in a really good spot again here, just with the breakpoints, the way they line up. The Skarmory can go ahead and get in a pretty solid, almost called it a chip shot, but the metal weakness that I've learned that Glaceon has means that it takes 70, and then you would take 90 total with the Rocky Helmet. But this Arceus is 2 turns off from attacking here, which means that Glaceon has time to get damage in on it as well.
Just to explain it into the chat what we were talking about there. The play would be to Misty the Manaphy. People are saying you can't use Misty on Eevee. That's correct. You Misty the Manaphy, that gives you the ability to power. We do have Palkia hit the board here. Now there's like the question is what you do, obviously. If the Misty hits on Palkia, that could be big. You have the energy you need for Glaceon right now. The Misty does hit, not a full power for Palkia, but it's on its way, and you can now KO this Skarmory. And on the other side, it's just 1 energy on the Arceus.
And this is the lack of using the Misty earlier on the Manaphy could come back to bite this player. If there's a Cyrus, they are dead to Cyrus with this Arceus.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're doing a little damage.
It's going to come down to,
away.
Is there that powerful supporter lurking in our top player's hand in order to put this game away?
Let's see. We're waiting for their play here. They're at 150 HP, which is a really nice spot given this Palkia. We're seeing how they want to play it. If they have Cyrus, I mean, they're feeling pretty great right now. Maybe just considering all of their options. Obviously, we're down near the end of the tournament here. They don't want to make a mistake.
Yep, every single game, every single match you win at this point is more money in your pocket. These players are locked for cash and they are playing for more of it. So Glaceon is... Oh, that's so close to being enough, but not quite. If there's, even with no more bench, the Arceus is dealing 90 in this spot, so we would need a cape for sure. This is just a pivot out, go ahead and crack for 30 here, and hope that you're dodging both Sabrina and Cyrus from the top side of the board.
Yeah, it's tough. They're in a bad spot, for sure. They have a lot of cards in their hand, too. 6 cards. It's unlikely they don't have something. There it is. Cyrus takes game 1 here.
And this is, you know, that moment that we saw them pause on that very first turn of the game was the make versus break. If that Misty hit heads on the Manaphy, it was 1 energy a turn ahead on the Glaceon, and then the Glaceon knocks out the Skarmory before they even have another bench Pokemon.
Yeah, and it's one of those tough things. Like, of course, we don't know how the 50-50 flip was going to work. We don't know what they're going to draw next. But with seeing 2 Misties in hand and such an unfortunate start, it almost does feel like you want to take that play. However, I could see an argument of saying, like, look, I want to draw my Palkia instead. I'll let both of these points go down, and I'll have 2 Misties to play back-to-back on my Palkia and hopefully get it powered up. I could definitely see that play as well.
Well, it's tough, too, because Palkia is one of those cards where Misty powering it up to get the finishing blow is really good, but it powering up to get the first blow isn't super useful because then you have nothing left to clean up your last point afterwards.
Not a great start here. This is not where you want to be. Eevee start.
You do have first energy advantage, at least, for our bottom player.
That's true.
There's a Dialga for the top player, though.
Yeah, 2 Dialgas. And we have them with the first play. They get the first card. They're going to Professors. Nice starting hand for them. They can fill out their bench here if they'd like. Pokeball. Yeah, they've just got a, you know, one of those really nice starts. You get to play a Pokeball. You get to play Professors. You're looking good. Rocky Helm. Not bad. Good setup.
All right. Now, the opposite of a good setup here for our EV player. We've got energy, we've got a cape, I suppose, but we've got absolutely nothing going on past that.
What you're hoping for... Oh, and you do start fighting, actually. Okay. What you're hoping for right here is that you get Glaceon next turn, or Palkia bench, something. Professors that gets you both would be really cool.
Get something going on with the ZV. Maximum amount of punish for trading 20 for 20 here with the Shaman coming down and being able to start healing some of that minimal amount of damage off.
Yeah, you're really going to hope you draw something. You can't do anything with Misty, Cyrus, or Leaf. Your entire hand is useless for you right now. Mars.
Well, you're super
little do they know
you're super excited about that.
Wow. 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 Wow.
What
wow.
a Pokemon Pocket card, Spriggles.
No
just like
way.
You see how quickly that professor, like, just the biggest thank you.
Oh my gosh, Jeff. It's like every single card you could possibly want. The only thing they don't have is Misty from that, but holy dude. Now the question is, do you want to Glaceon immediately? Or do you want to wait and use Vaporeon and hopefully, you know, lose another basic? But they go for the Glaceon, and they have the option. Do they power Glaceon or do they power Palkia? They're going to power in their face.
Yeah, I like powering up the Glaceon here. I guess we're taking 50. You're essentially taking 70 per cycle from this Dialga. So the energy on the Glaceon here means you're really kind of banking on drawing an Irida.
Yeah. That's true. Or you could get Mars and do another really good hand for him. 90 HP left. The other Dialga's powered. You're obviously doing the chip damage here. Professors. It's not a bad card. We get the Irida. We get two Irida.
Yep. And now we do this. Are there any copies of Dawn in our top players deck?
That's what I was just thinking. No, there is not. They replaced it
It's
for Mars.
very uncommon. There's not a lot of room for those extra utility cards with everything they have going on, especially this build, Joe. You gotta fit Mars in there somewhere, Spraggles. You gotta.
Look, we remember all the Misties that go well and all the Mars that end up helping your opponents in a massive way. I think that's a really weird place to use Mars. Maybe they thought their opponent was making a play by putting nothing else on their bench, right?
Yeah, maybe they thought they were sandbagging basics instead of just fully bricked.
But actually, they completely unbricked their hand. I can't believe it. I can't believe how good what they drew was.
All right, it's worth noting our bottom player is not out of the woodwork yet here. We've got two copies of Irida, but these Dialgas are getting ready to start landing 100-point hits. Palkia doesn't have any energy on it yet, so we get to tread a little bit of water here, but I think our top player is definitely still favored despite the fact that they gave their opponent a functional hand.
They absolutely are favored. And, you know, unless we get some really great energy for Palkia, we're in a lot of trouble here. Pokeball is interesting. It can make Vaporeon a real option, but it doesn't hit. They did not get the Eevee. Getting Eevee right there would be really nice. Obviously, they could get Vaporeon down, retreat. They could retreat into Manaphy, but Manaphy is guaranteed to go down here.
I was gonna say, I guess you could Irida twice, but that's not particularly helpful.
Yeah, it brings you up to just 100.
The problem with this line is the Manaphy goes down and then you lose the game to Cyrus, yes?
Yeah, and they don't even decide to Irida anyway. So... I'm guessing we're putting in Palkia, is what we're saying?
Yeah, we have to put in Palkia, right? The Glaceon is just dead to rights otherwise. And we have no knockout points for the bottom player, so even like Eevee into a Vaporeon, accelerating you into the Dimensional Storm ahead of time, assuming you dodge Cyrus through all that, is not going to be remotely enough.
Yeah. Even if you Irida twice here, they're even just saving the Iridas because they're like, it doesn't actually make a difference here. Even if you double Irida, it still only has 100.
Yep.
And there's the Cyrus.
Yep.
Okay. So they do win this match, even though if they knew how catastrophic that Mars was for their game, I mean, wow.
Well, and I think something I've talked about in my content before is the Mars and the red cards of the world. They have like what I would refer to as a strong psychological bias in favor of them because you never know when you played it and helped them versus when you played it and bricked them, and in your mind you could justify it was always the more helpful one to you.
Yes, of course. And they won that match. So they walk away going, good Mars.
Yeah, Mars is in the top 4, I believe. And this is, one of those things where I believe they are the only Dialga player left standing in our top 4. Our top 4 is playing out here, and it is a Manaphy player, the Dialga player, and then 2 Rampardos players for our top 4. And I think we are just gonna go ahead and roll right on in. Oh, maybe we need a minute.
Yeah, whenever we're ready. So yeah, our top 4. Arceus Dialga, 2 Rampardos Lucario, and 1 Palkia and Origin Form Palkia. We just saw Glaceon go down in a pretty good match for Arceus Dialga. I feel like that match, even showing how poorly the Mars affected it, they still had a great game against this deck. So a nice run for it, but it finally met its match, as we have our top 4 with Lucario, Rampardos possibly taking it. Again, they are essentially, they're 50% of the top 4, kind of 50-50 to take the whole thing.
All right, so here's what we're going to do, gamers. We've still got a bunch of codes to give out here. So we don't need to run a full ad break, but we just need to kill a minute in between. So I'm going to flip to the screen with the codes on it, and I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off here real quick. So we're going to take
Go
like
for it.
2 minutes with that up really fast. We're not going to run ads over the top of it just because we need the match to buffer. So we've got more stuff to give out. So we're going to jump to that, and we'll be right back real soon. Don't go anywhere. All right, gamers, we are just getting right on in to the top 4 action here. It's been a long day, and we want to get this show on the road and crown ourselves a champion. We've got the lone remaining Dialga Arceus player battling it out against Origin Form Palkia Manaphy in the top. On the other side of our top 4 bracket, we have 2 Rampardos fighting decks duking it out in a mirror match. That'll be one of them waiting for the winner of this in the finals.
Yeah, so one way or another, these are going to be running into Lucario Rampardos. And I got to say, I feel a little bit better as the Palkia deck running into that. It feels like it plays a little better into it, given that Rampardos can KO this Arceus so easily. But there we go, starting off pretty strong with 2 heads on a Misty.
Oh, I know chat loves when we start out high stakes games with that. It's super exciting. The tension or lack thereof it creates.
We're taking a look at this hand. It is a little bit of abysmal right here. Sabrina is going to bring in the Manaphy right now.
See, that's actually kind of interesting to me, because they're still 2 turns off of using that Palkia to clear anyways. I feel like they'd almost rather have the Manaphy up in this spot.
Yeah. Yeah. Manaphy gets a cape. There's really not. I mean, this hand is just very unfortunate. Very unfortunate for our Arceus Dialga player.
All right. I mean, if they get another basic Pokemon here, they're not dead next turn. But with Shaman being the other basic that they got, I think the rating's going to be on the wall, as we say.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very bad. I mean, yeah, they're putting energy on it, but to what end, right? I guess they could retreat.
Yeah, we see them hover over that there, but even that doesn't seem like an incredibly winning line, right? Like, you're gonna black hole energy yourself, having 0 energy versus 5 on board and 8 next turn.
Yeah, just a really rough start. No basics. Even Professor's only giving them 1. They have Cyrus, Leaf, Geo. All good cards. Not here, though.
Yep. We see the long pause here, just like trying to think through all of their basically bad options. Just sometimes it's where you end up at.
Here comes the Palkia. This is an obvious KO. You definitely take this.
Yep.
Now it's just Shaman at 40 HP. You're going to have to top deck or pull with Professors something to get back in this game.
Yep. Dialga's obviously, I think all of your winning lines for our bottom players start with a Dialga into an Arceus most likely, but you really need to put an energy on something meaningful this turn to have a shot.
Pokeball. Mars is not useful here. Skarmory is interesting. The problem is you've got that Shaman in the active spot.
Yep.
It's kind of hard to get out.
We don't have a way to get the Skarmory up in there just yet. We could put an energy on it, and then next turn we can leaf it out technically.
All right. We have a possible. I mean, they only played one Misty, right? You could be Mistying here again.
Yeah, Misty would end it real fast for sure. What's the fastest line to get back to another deal 150 here? I honestly really like this charge up the one in the back. You're like, all right, I'm just gonna keep slashing, and if that's not good enough, we'll have a 150 locked, loaded, and ready to go.
We've got our Dialga. The 30 though opens up a Cyrus, huh? And
Yep.
with putting that cape, well, I guess you do make this play. Absolutely.
Yeah, you get to Mars
get rid of the
one
ability
card.
for.
Yep.
It's very possible you just got rid of a bunch of mech cards and gave them Cyrus.
That
That's
is
pretty unlikely.
Technically a possibility for sure.
Are they running Sabrina also? I wonder. The way they played around that tells me they are not running Sabrina.
Yeah, I would assume there's no Sabrina for their
There
top
is
player.
a Sabrina.
There is. Okay. So small mistake there. Just leaning on the Mars to do the heavy lifting. It kind of feels like we're in garbage time at this point though, going through the motions. The Palkia, even if the lead one goes down, the charged up second Palkia in the back is going to finish things up, I would wager.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it no matter what. We're going to slash. Moving on over here. Shaman gets out of KO range. Them getting professors is pretty rough. You Mars, you hope you're going to get rid of a lot of cards, right? We're going to get the heals.
We have Dialga and Arceus for our bottom player. If they can find a cape to put this other Dialga up and let it survive a hit from the big Palkia in the back, maybe we start building a path.
Yeah, I feel like, you have to put energy on Dialga here. There's no point in putting it in the active spot. It makes no difference.
Yeah. So what's the sequence from here? You are putting this to 30, and then the Dialga can get a cape on it, and then clear this Palkia down to 0. Oh, we have the leaf.
Yeah.
Cool.
There we go. Yeah, they had so many options to make that work. Leaf just got there in time. Obviously, they skated by the Cyrus not coming for multiple turns and not just getting Sabrina at that one point because they had both in their deck.
Yep. So. Yeah, and the line to victory there depended on them finding a cape after everything else as well still.
Coming from the chat, I see LMAO, there is no line to win. There's always a line to win when there's Misty. But I guess that was in the other player's hands, huh?
Well, and that's the difference between players that make it to these top spots and the ones that don't, right? Like the ones that are like, oh, my opponent had good variance at the start, so I no longer have a line to win, versus the ones that are sitting here and thinking very intentionally, how do I build a winning sequence from here despite having a little bit of bad fortune?
So this is interesting. We see them have a very good start. They have second energy, which is really nice. Or excuse me, they get first energy on turn 2. They get Arceus on the bench. They do decide to play Arceus, which could be Sabrina'd, but also there's the unfortunate possibility of just getting Mistied, so I guess you need a bench, right? Could have just been Skarmory.
The one thing that stands out to me too here is we have Skarmory and Poketool in hand, and the Dialga Arceus is what we did instead. The presence of Sabrina for the top player also makes me think maybe the Skarmory should have been benched out, so that way if you get Tempo Sabrina on the first turn, you still have a good lead Pokemon to move into.
We have another Arceus, and we're still deciding. We're going to put the Rocky Helm in the active spot here. We're not going to worry about Skarmory, and we're not worrying about... Am I wrong about Sabrina? I'm looking at the right deck, right?
Yeah, it's
they have Sabrina.
Yeah, there's the Sabrina right there. Now, much to the dismay of our top player, there is a copy of Leaf here as well, so they get to go ahead and swap that around at least.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I feel like I'm watching multiple moments where this Sabrina is going to give them some trouble. However, now they're able to leaf out. They are in a position to get Cyrus, though, which is not ideal.
Well, and that's an interesting question of where does the Dialga energy go first? It's appealing to put the Dialga energy on the full health Arceus, but putting it on your damaged Arceus makes an opposing copy of Cyrus a lot less detrimental to you.
Yeah. There you go. Powering Arceus on the bench. Palkia in the active spot has the one energy on it. We don't know the rest of their cards, but they'd be loving to flip some heads on a Misty right here. Even still, they could be in some trouble depending on how many bench Pokemon their opponents have.
Waiting to see here what our water player is doing. That Origin form Palkia looks a lot less good in these games where you lead on your regular Palkia, because following up that
Yeah.
non-EX that's weaker once they clear your EX means they have a pretty easy time winning the game, only needing to deal a total 270 points.
We have another Palkia. We're going to leaf into one of the Origin form Palkias right here. Give us some time.
Yep, and this builds a lot of time too. Without a copy of Cyrus, getting through 100 or 240 HP is a lot different than needing to get through 270 to win the game.
Just looking at our deck lists here.
Some folks in chat asking, are there going to be more pack codes for people watching the stream? Yes, we'll be giving some out before our semifinals, before our finals, and after the finals as well. So make sure you're hanging out if you want a chance to get a freebie.
We've got a Shaman, got a Rocky Helmet. We've got a lot of nice things here, it feels like.
Yep, the
Pokeball
Shaman
gives
is
us
especially
other
nice here. Going to get to cleanse this chip shot damage off the Arceus on the back line here. I assume you even put the third energy on the Dialga this turn, and then you have two Arceus with 2 energy. You have your Dialga ready to start attacking for 100, and I think we're going to be heading to a game 3.
Yeah, I think so, right? Feels like a good start. They're going to just retreat. Okay. They're getting really aggressive right here. So they're going for a retreat into... Nope.
No, yeah, I think retreating is very, very wrong in this instance.
Well, it gives you the KO on Origin form, and it puts you in a position to
draw Cyrus, I suppose.
Yeah, so I guess
I suppose if they build, I just don't see how our top player wins if you take it slow from here, because you have multiple things built up. You take your first knockout with Dialga, you take your second knockout with Dialga, and then the Palkia in the back could only clear one of your things with its big blast, and the Arceus comes in and mops up afterwards.
Okay. Manaphy. Yeah. You could leaf into Manaphy at some point. Do they have multiple leafs in their deck? I'm guessing they have 2. Yeah, they have 2.
Leaf into Manaphy would have been very good for our top. I guess it still clears in 1. I think our Palkia player's in a tough spot regardless.
Mars, always tempting.
There's essentially 3 attackers on the bottom side of the board here for our Dialga player, and they're each threatening a really good amount of damage at this point.
Feels like they're in a great spot here, taking this first point. Now, obviously, the Palkia player can give up a second point. So they could put Manaphy in right now. They could put Palkia in. They go for the Manaphy.
So with the Manaphy up, I guess you only need... They need a single heads on Misty to attack twice with the EX Palkia. Because this gets it to 4. Next turn they attach to 5. That's a really interesting place to cape.
Irida. Okay.
I feel like I would want to cape the Palkia EX so it can survive a Rocky Helmet plus an Arceus hit.
They have 2 capes.
They could just have a second one. That's fair.
So they have 2 capes. They've got the energy on Palkia. They could be looking for a Misty's here.
To crack in for 100, clean this out.
And now with 1 energy on it, they only need to place 1 energy on it to retreat. We also don't know. They could have their other leaf. They've only used 1 leaf, correct?
Yep. We need a cape plus a Misty Heads here. And you have 2 turns to get the Misty Heads to be able to win this game for our top player.
Other Palkia.
If they
Other
don't have another
Manape.
cape, the cape on the back one is truly baffling. Okay,
They
the other
do.
cape.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Do they have Misty? They've got the energy on Origin form right here.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so if they
Oh,
hit,
they can Cyrus.
if they leaf next turn, they
Yeah.
can put up Origin Form Palkia and hit heads to clear the
Oh, that's
arcades.
right. Yeah, heads would actually take it.
Yep. Oh, never mind. There's a shaman. There's a shaman.
Yeah, but still. Yeah, it's pretty big.
Although
They have Mars here.
I suppose the Palkia Origin Form Palkia with the cape technically survives a hit, but the Giovanni is sitting here, so that's not going to be the case.
Uh-huh. Yeah, they're looking for Mars. I mean, they're getting rid of 2 for 1. Something. We'll never know if they gave them something they really wanted or not, right?
Yep. That's one of those spots where it's as good as you want it to be in your mind, Spriggles.
Yeah. 130 damage onto Palkia. They're going to need
4 Misty Heads. 3 Misty Heads? 4 Misty. They need 4 Misty Heads to not. They only need 2 Misty Heads to tie.
Wait. Okay.
They could draw the game. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, this is an optimal play, right? Because you're losing otherwise.
Yeah, I think so.
So, for people who aren't familiar with how ties work in Pokemon Pocket, there's 2 conditions. Did a player obtain 3 points? In this case, both players did. And then, does either player have bench Pokemon remaining? And in this case, they both did.
Yeah.
In my heart and my mind, Spraggles, they didn't have that Misty, and the Mars drew them into it.
I would like to believe that as well. I think we all would like to believe that. We all would like to believe that every Mars that is played is bad, and every Misty is the only reason you lose games. Otherwise, you'd outplay your opponents every time. For sure.
So as we head on in here to game 3, but potentially not the last game, because
Right.
one player needs to win 2 games in order to move on to the next round.
Here we go. Energy advantage to our bottom player, but they do not have Dialga. However, not a bad start here with Skarmory.
Just to correct some confusion, because players are very confused and even confidently confused and wrong. If you have 4 points and your opponent only has 3 points, that does not change whether or not it's a tie. The only tiebreaker is if players have bench Pokemon, and if they both have bench Pokemon, it's a draw no matter how many they both have.
Your chatters are sometimes confidently wrong. I've never had that happen.
God, never once? That's amazing.
No, I actually never before. This is really cool to hear. Wow. If this wins the game, I'm going to eat my hand right now. Oh, thank goodness. I actually liked having 2 hands. Oof. That was scary.
Spraggles had to threaten his hand there because he felt like he has influenced far too many turn 1 Misty coins today, and he would feel bad if he did it further.
You are fully right. As we are looking at a nice start here, they're going to be able to attack with Skarmory. This giant cape means they're swinging for 50 damage every time.
Yep, and this is what you put the Skarmory in your deck to do, right? Is get out here extra aggressive.
Yeah, I think one nice thing about having this in the deck too, as opposed to some of the decks that don't run another option, is it lowers the likelihood of you first turning Arceus only, right? So you just have a higher likelihood of maybe grabbing a basic that's not so terrible right at the start. We've got a couple of Pokeballs on the side of our water deck here.
Looking to
Now
see
the water deck is down 1 game, correct? It's it needs to win 2 in a row.
Is that accurate? I thought they won the first one.
Oh, did the water deck win the first one?
No,
No, I can't remember.
now you're gonna make me go look. We have.
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
You're right. I should be better. Um. Oh, I gotta refresh my bracket real quick.
Well, oh, the water deck won.
Yeah,
Well, that's what the chat's telling
I was
me.
pretty sure the water deck won the first one.
Okay, great.
Okay. Yeah.
Fantastic.
So we had a win into a draw. So
Fair
the
enough.
water deck needs to win one more, and the metal deck needs to win two more. And at some point, I'm gonna put game wins for the players on the overlay for next time.
One day.
One day.
That does take a lot. It's a lot because the matches go really fast.
Yeah.
Another 50. Palkia taking a lot of damage right here. Irida can save him a bit. Yep. There it is.
That's a big save here, being able to take an extra shot. We see the second energy going on the Palkia, kind of implying that they might be retreating it before it goes down fully.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of retreating, I wonder if because that's a play that's on the table, I wonder if we'll see the Skarmory back out and put energy on the Arceus to get that going ahead of time next.
Yeah.
A lot of choices here for our bottom player. Even just, do they leaf out the Skarmory or spend the energy off of it? I think I'd be inclined to spend the energy so I get the Professor's Research turning this turn.
Yeah, I think so. Skarmory's done a pretty good job. You could give it a break. Pokeball. Cape. Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, the Arceus can survive a huge dimensional storm.
That's assuming it doesn't take any chip shots first, though. And
Yep,
we're not charging up. Okay.
Okay.
There's no Cyrus in hand for our bottom player yet. So if this Palkia tries to head back to the bench, it will be safe in the back.
Irida in the active spot. They stay.
Okay. Well, I mean, our top player has a copy of Sabrina, right? So this is the downside to this Skarmory. If there's a Sabrina, they can Sabrina up one of these other two, and then the what's it called finishes the Skarmory off. Which is another reason to have pulled it out last turn.
Interesting. And now they would have to put an Arceus here because it's the only thing that could survive it.
Yep. Because
holy moly.
Because they put the cape on the Arceus instead of saving it for the Dialga, so the Dialga can't go up. So they're... Yeah, I think they're realizing the bind they've put themselves in at this point.
I guess they can Sabrina and slow this a little bit. They could Sabrina and retreat. Yeah. I like this play. I mean, yeah. Now you're in this weird spot though. That Skarmory is always hanging out on 10 unless you get Shaman, right?
Yep. And I think this is part of why, we haven't seen a lot of Skarmory in these Dialga decks is once you give up this first knockout point, you're in a bad way from there because they only need to clear one of your EXs.
This is nice though, because now if you do Sabrina, Arceus comes in, but they're able to retreat with Leaf, put one more energy on Dialga, and end it.
Yeah, the Sabrina putting up the Manaphy might have been a misstep here for our water player up top.
Yeah,
giving up that first knockout point. Yep.
Here's the Sabrina. You put in Arceus. It survives.
We're gonna be heading to a game 4 here. It looks like.
Unless do they have potion? Even they need 2 potions. They don't have either.
Yep.
Yeah, and now you're kind of wondering as the water player, you're like, man, they were pretty excited to do that.
Yeah, there was no thinking about that. They just clicked it right away.
They were ready for it.
So are we switching then? Or are we just making them have it? They have 2 copies of Leaf. Yeah, I think you're committed at this point.
Yeah. They already Sabrina, so if they try to retreat here, yeah. Yep. I mean, really close, obviously, really close, but they've got the checkmate on the other side. Leaf right into enough energy to deal the damage right here.
Yep.
They also have Mars, which they could play. They love to play that card.
Yep, we are heading to a game 4 here. 1 game win for each side and a draw means we've got one more to settle it out and find out which of these two players and decks is going to be meeting a Rampardos deck in the finals here today. Our top 4 being 2 Rampardos, the Origin form Palkia, and then this Dialga Arceus, the deck to beat.
Man, you got to give it up. This has been a great series between these two. Also, heading to that draw, that was really well played by the Arceus Dialga player right there, just looking for their perfect line to victory. Really, really nice stuff.
Yeah, they
coming in from the chat. You should hide the bottom player's hand. We're on a delay. We're not giving information out.
I mean, I just assumed because they were playing Mars, they wanted to play on hard mode, so we'd give the top player an advantage.
Yeah. Can you imagine? We're just like the other players like listening to all like us go through every single possibility. They could use Geo here because they haven't.
They're just not used to the level of technology we have, Spriggles. We have a lot of computers involved to make all this happen.
There is a lot of technology behind the scenes.
All right, we have a potentially ideal start for our top player here heading into our 4th game. We have a Manaphy. The question is, do they have Palkia and Origin form Palkia to power up in the back? That's only 1 basic.
Only 1. It's not terrible. It's not perfect either. You Misty right here.
That's right. You just hit 4 heads and we can wrap this last one up real quick.
Oof. Don't say things like that.
See, I don't threaten to eat my hand. I want it. I want it real bad, Spriggles.
You know that I still would have had to eat my hand. It's kind of on the table. All right, so Palkia powered up 1 energy. We have Dialga here, and we have Leaf. This actually is a pretty solid start for them. They can power Dialga right here, and now they can kind of hang out here like, oh, I'm not. Do I have Leaf? Do I not? I don't even know.
Yep.
And next turn, they're able to use it.
I'm really excited to see how this game plays out because I feel like we've had like some kind of limp draws on both sides, and now we have not perfect starts for either player, but like these decks are doing what they're interested in doing here.
The chat is saying, say no to cannibalism. Is it cannibalism if you eat your own hand? Come on.
Asking the important philosophical questions of our time.
Well, we're in the top 4 at this point, Jeff. If people don't walk away from this learning something, then we haven't done our jobs.
So, second Palkia is a really good draw for our top player here. They might have preferred Origin form Palkia over it, but they're going to get to charge up 2 things towards Dimensional Storm simultaneously, which is a really big deal, it feels like.
Dialga putting the Rocky Helm on. So if either of these Palkias deal some damage, they are going to take some damage in return. And that does put them in that annoying spot, right? Where if they don't have Cape, that damage is huge because you can't Irida after the Rocky Helm has hit, and that puts you in range to be KO'd by Arceus with a full bench.
Yep. And now on our water player's side, they have to kind of stop and think, do I give up this Manaphy point? Because if I give up this Manaphy point, locking out either of my EXs is a game win for the bottom player. So this is a big decision where they spend their energy and how they retreat this turn.
Yeah. And I guess a lot of it's going to just, depend on what you have in your hand as well. Like, do you have the capes? Do you have the ability to make this happen? We have 1 cape. We have 2 capes.
Not all heroes wear capes, Spriggles, but these Palkias certainly do.
Yes, they absolutely do, as both of them are going to be dangerously close to storming in a dimensional way. 2 dimensional storms, when they collide together, they say it becomes a crimson storm. I don't know. That's what I've heard. I swear to you. That's what I've heard.
So at this point for our bottom player, I would assume you're kind of apprehensive about playing out more Pokemon because of the threat of Cyrus after your bench is going to take some chip shot damage here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see like energy on Dialga plus power up the Arceus we already have.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the tough thing, right? If you put other Arceus down, it's a 1-shot. Other Dialga is a 1-shot. We already have one and it's a 1-shot.
Chat letting me know, by the way, Spriggles, it is referred to as auto-cannibalism when you eat yourself.
Yeah, okay, so it's not just cannibalism.
You're special kind of cannibal. That's what I knew in my heart.
I knew I wasn't just regular old cannibal.
So a thought here that I think we see our player pausing on is it is somewhat appealing to put Arceus up and get the clear with No, that can't be right. I was saying maybe it's appealing to get the clear with the Arceus because then they can't knock you out next turn.
Yeah, well, it's true, right? That's what they're going for here.
What? No.
Oh!
What? No. Oh no. Oh no. They brain farted after 9 hours. You've all done that, chat. I've done that so many times where you're like, I'm setting up this line and then I'm gonna attack and then someone commented it was impressive that Spraggles and I were still giving cohesive commentary after 9 hours. These players have been playing for almost 9 hours. It is people greatly underestimate the marathon aspect of these tournaments.
It's not easy to play at a high level,
Wait.
make it all the way through to the end. We're going to see how this goes. It's not done,
but it's a little scuffed here. It's a little bit scuffed.
Okay. Yeah, we're just kind of looking through our options right now. They need to get rid of this Palkia, and then they need to get rid of that Manaphy. They have Cyrus for it. You hate to see it. I mean, you really hate to see it. And yeah, I have seen, this is not the first time, Jeff, that we've been very deep in a tournament and seen misplays very, very deep because these players are going for a long time. We do some damage. Palkia sits at 40.
Yeah, and at this point,
Sabrina wins the game. Wait, no, they have to retreat first.
No, they have to retreat first. So I think you just put the energy on your back Palkia and you slash to take the knockout with the lead.
They go Leaf.
Yeah, I guess you don't have to give it up here. You can slash with this one and it's still all pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Because even if they Cyrus you next turn, you could just put an energy and retreat back to this one again.
Yeah. 2 points. I think it's good to go. I mean, I'm excited to see a Palkia this deep in the tournament because I do think the Dialga Arceus kind of runs into a super unfortunate situation with Lucario Rampardos.
Yeah, that's true. The Palkia deck will be a much more interesting finals, I think, than because the Rampardos deck is pretty polarized in favor of Rampardos against the Dialga deck.
It's so easy to make a small mistake like that. I have done that very simple brain fart like 10,000 times. You just you forget, you're like, oh, and then I'll power my Dialga for next turn. And then you look up and you go, wait, I forgot it needed the one right now. Oh, and it's so hard because there's, you're stressed. This is like, you're very deep in a big tournament. It's hard.
Yeah, this is round. It's past just the time. This is round 12. These players are playing today, and someone else pointing out that our bottom players' cards are in Italian, so there is a chance that they are in Europe somewhere, which would mean they are currently playing at about 2 or 3:30 a.m. depending on where they are at.
That's when European players want to play. To be fair, they want to be playing late at night. We're going to attack with Metallic Turbo. We're going to power the Arceus on the bench. That's just it, yeah.
Yep, the Crimson Storm, as Spraggles would say, is coming in for the smashing win. We are heading to our finals. And speaking of brain farts after a long day, we're going to throw to a break here real quick as our players get situated for the finals and we get recording for competitive integrity purposes. And I'm going to throw to the BRB screen, and there's going to be codes up on the screen to start. But those codes were already used from last round. So I'm going to put the Heidi thing up, and then behind the Heidi thing, I'm going to load new codes in. So when they reveal, they will be new. But the ones up immediately, don't struggle or quick to try and get them because you'll be wasting your time. We'll be right back, gamers. Don't go anywhere. Finals are coming up here. We're going to have codes before and after for some extra pack giveaways if you haven't gotten one yet. BRB.
Grand Finals, baby. Let's go. All right, everybody, here we are, the grand finals of the Hooglandia Spraggles Open. This is our second one. We had our first one with Space Time Smackdown. Now here in triumphant light, we are back with an even bigger prize pool than before. Almost 900 players competing for their share of $1,000 in cash and prizing, and we are down to our final two. It has been a crazy day. It is now Lucario Rampardos versus that Palkia and Origin form Palkia. Jeff, here we are.
I am super excited to be here. Like Sprago said, we had almost 900 people. I'd like to shout out to all of our competitors that played in this tournament, sharing their screens all throughout the course of the day so we could bring you this awesome coverage. I'd like to say thank you to our handful of judges and coverage people helping us record these matches so we can bring you endless streams of games without lots of downtime. And I'd love to give an extra special thank you to my wonderful wife who managed not only all 900 of these players as our tournament organizer, but also our own 3 children out and about around our house upstairs while I was doing a broadcast here today. I think without further ado, we should dive on into the finals and crown ourselves the champion of the second ever Hooglandia Spraggles tournament. It's the Misty versus the Fighting Gamers. You've got your champion, I've got mine. Let's go ahead and dive on in, shall we?
Here we go. Slashu is our player representing the Philippines and the water deck. And then we have, I believe it is Tushi. They are representing France and they are our fighting deck. We are watching from their perspective right here. Riolu in the active spot.
You know what's more important than that Riolu in the active spot, Spraggles? There's a fossil in their hand. I feel like that has been the make or break in most of the games that we have watched with this deck is, do they have a way to get this Rampardos online early?
Yeah, and they actually have a really solid hand in front of them. They have another Riolu, that's a Lucario, another fossil. So things are looking pretty good for them right here. As one fossil.
Are there any copies of X Speed or Leaf for our fighting player?
There is. We have an X speed and no Leaf. So they do have the option of using this X speed and making some really big plays.
So the X speed would be a huge draw here because that Cranidos hits for 50 for 1 energy. So if they find that X speed next turn, they can clear this Manaphy after it only gets to activate 1 time.
Yeah, Manaphy able to put energy on Origin form and the Palkia here. So pretty solid start. As we see, we get Cyrus, not exactly what Jeff was looking for right there. With a second fossil out, they could keep it or they could decide to make another Rampardos. They do right away go for 2 Cranidos.
Yeah, and this second round of energy for our Manaphy player is a really big deal. It's the difference between having 2 fully set up Pokemon and not.
Yeah, this was huge. Manaphy surviving 1 turn. Massive right here. They also have the Origin form Palkia here, which is another single point that they can give away right now. The Pokeball gives them an option to grab another Pokemon and place it on the bench, but I don't think they're going to be looking to do that here. I could be wrong, however.
I think you're probably right. A long term, having more Pokemon on the bench exposes them to things like a Sabrina, which I assume our fighting player has access to. An ideal setup here is exactly what we see for this Manaphy player. They're going to accelerate more energy here, I would imagine. They'll move into the Origin form Palkia. Once that gets cleared, they'll hopefully close the game out with that Dimensional Storm in the back, with the big question mark for our fighting player being, does Rampardos show up? And if so, how many of them?
Yeah, because Rampardos can be a real difference maker. It will be able to take down Palkia in 1 hit, as well as Origin form Palkia, but that EX going down in 1 hit is massive. Of course, we do have Capes on the side of our water deck, so it would be able to withstand that if they were able to cape up. We have 2 Lucarios, however, so that makes it really interesting. If we can get both Lucarios online, that's huge. Here comes Professor. Okay. In a way, very good, because they got comms with the Sudowoodo.
So
if they didn't get comms, that would be kind of a rough draw. But getting comms right here means they have the opportunity to grab Rampardos. They don't need to do it this very second, but they can get Rampardos next turn.
Yeah, and we see the long pause here on where they want to move to, and I expect, like Spragle said, we're gonna see them wait on it because they actually don't want to evolve this turn. because both Cranidos and a Rampardos that takes 50 are going to die in one to a heads from the origin form Palkia in this spot. So you want to see, okay, where does their coin go? And you want to commit your stage 2 after the coin has happened.
Interesting. We see Manaphy hit the bench here. Not what I expected. I did not expect Manaphy would get out there.
Yeah, it feels like the pause last turn was them thinking about that, and I'm curious to see that they decided to deploy it this turn now after the fact.
A heads here is very nice for them. They do pick up this KO. A tails, they do not, and they get the heads. So they are going to be 1-1 right here. Now, there are no 2 points that they're able to take on the side of this fighting deck. That's different for the water deck. Obviously, that Palkia can give them a game win. Riolu heading back to the active spot.
Yeah, and here's the Rampardos, but the tough part is that Palkia in the back is charged up and ready to go. And this is kind of the squeeze that I think is making this origin form Palkia likely become the premier Manaphy deck in the metagame. Is you're like, okay, you need time to figure out how to beat this EX Palkia, but the origin form Palkia is going to pressure you so you don't have any time to assemble that.
Yeah. Now they're thinking, how am I going to handle this? They can comms the Sudowoodo, which would give them a very likely, or give them a good shot, I should say, at getting Lucario here.
Yeah, the lack of energy on our fighting players' side, typically not problematic because a lot of other things attack for cheap, but in this instance, it's going to be a real struggle.
Interesting. It gave them Marshadow. Now that is very interesting because Marshadow does KO this Palkia unless we can cape the Palkia. Professors is now going to be searching the deck for our water player. If they cape right here, they take Riolu and they do not go down to this Marshadow KO, this Marshadow Revenge.
Well, so the cape doesn't even really matter, right? Because you're getting your second point as the top player regardless of what this coin is. And then if they Marshadow your single pointer, that also doesn't matter because they're only on 1 point. And then the Palkia finishes. They have the cape too, so they just like have it all. But even without the cape, I think this is basically checkmate because we're getting second point here, and then nothing on the fighting spot side survives that dimensional storm the following turn.
Yeah, I guess they had to put in Cranidos last turn, didn't they? They just had to put it in and get Rampardos. Even still, they were in trouble, but that would at least give them the ability to KO Palkia, and they just did not have that ability at all last turn. Yep. So it's over.
They get to take this point with the Rampardos, but this is going to 100, and even if it was at a full 150, the Dimensional Storm still does that amount. It looks like game 1 of our finals here is going to be going over to our Palkia player up top.
Well, you know, this deck has seen some really exciting finishes this week, and I kind of heard rumblings of it heading into the weekend here in our big tournament. I know I was playing it on stream maybe yesterday or the day before, kind of checking it out, and it felt like that Origin form was a really strong, like, version of this deck. It was a little stronger than Vaporeon, a little stronger than having Drudagon or something like that. It almost feels like a Drud that can attack.
I've never been a Vaporeon believer in these Manaphy shells, and I think the innovation of what we've talked about a few times in a few different decks today, where you go one knockout point, EX, and these Manaphy decks have really struggled to find a good one knockout point. People have tried things like Abomasnow, and it's not quite had nearly as much success. And really, just the motto of our current metagame is basic Pokemon are great. Essentially, we see the Arceus Dialga deck is all basics, and this Origin form Palkia is like, well, what if we just had a good basic one knockout point Pokemon?
Here we have a start. Energy advantage over to our fighting deck. Manaphy start for our water deck. We're going to see what they can get going here. Obviously, we have no way for this to KO the Manaphy in one turn here. Sabrina, Pokeball. Could grab us possibly Riolu, and it does. It could grab Marshadow as well. And they're going to be able to start swinging here.
Okay, first energy advantage for our fighting player. A big deal here, especially when they have the Lucario teed up. If there's not a cape in hand for our Manaphy player or an Irida, it's going to go down next turn.
Yeah. And we do have a lot of what we're looking for. We do have the cape as well. He's going to bring him up to 50. This is a really good start for our water deck.
If you're drawing it up as the water player, literally the only difference is you Misty on 1 and get to Manaphy a turn sooner. I'll Misty on 2. That's fine. We'll settle for that.
Let's see what this provides.
Nothing.
And it's a miss. To be fair, they're in an amazing spot without this. That would just be, that would just be a disgusting way to end this tournament. But we do have Lucario. We actually have 2 Lucarios here.
And this, you know, the last game felt kind of close in spots because they had that fossil Pokemon early. And I bet, as my kind of metagame called shot, that we're gonna see this fighting deck fall off a little bit as we move forward in this metagame because of this deck that we're seeing them play against here in the finals.
Yeah, it's a really solid water deck. Water just has so many options right now too, you know, with this Irida. It's just so powerful. And this is a great this is a great addition. Like Origin Form, Palkia, I think a lot of people were wondering how much the Origin Form cards would affect the meta. And this one seems to have a really nice spot in this deck.
Yeah, it's a card that I personally was very wrong about. It was the last card that I opened from the latest expansion. I was like, oh, it doesn't matter because that card's not very good. And it is really showing how different the power level needs to be for something when it's a 1-pointer versus an EX in these games.
Yeah, here we go. No fossil. I mean, you can comms your Rampardos here, but you have this unfortunate thing is when you comms your Rampardos, later, if you ever possibly need it, you don't get it.
And they're only 50% to find something useful, right? Like their deck right now is, I guess another Sudowoodo is kind of useful. There's a Sudowoodo, a Marshadow.
They only have one Pseudo-Wudo in their deck.
So it's 50%. It's a Riolu and a Marshadow are the live hits, and there's just another Cranidos and another Rampardos as things to hit potentially.
Yeah. I think they're recognizing just without grabbing one of these fossils, they're in a lot of trouble here. And they're thinking, do we send in Lucario? Do we send in Rampardos? I don't have the fossil. I don't have Riolu. What do we do here?
Sending in Lucario seems nonsense to me because you're only in 1 in 4 good hits. Like you need to keep the Lucarios that way if you find Riolu. Yeah, I mean that was the worst possible, yeah.
Yeah, I mean other Rampardos would feel pretty bad.
But other Rampardos, you like still have your full fossil line at least.
Agreed. All right. I mean, this just feels like we're in a really rough spot for our fighting deck.
Man. Love it. Very rude Sabrina here.
This is huge. Heads is just insane here. Wow.
We're done.
Yeah. Massive. I mean, they don't have another basic. They don't have anything.
I feel like I need to make one of those Scooby-Doo memes where they're ripping the head off the villain and it's Orange Form Palkia into Executor. Watching this game play out. There's a fossil, but I think it's probably too little too late, yeah?
I would say so, but I mean, I guess they're thinking like, is there any line here? There is not.
I mean, you're definitely playing it out. If they hit Tails, you can get to Rampardos before they can clear you. But that Rampardos is no longer is no longer clearing Palkia in one because you don't have Lucario. So I guess your line is they hit Tails and you draw Riolu next turn, right?
Yeah.
The start of maybe a line.
Yeah, there's the heads. Sudowoodo is down.
Yeah, I think
this is guaranteed game. As long as they just retreat, into the Palkia and they end it. They're looking for something. It doesn't. Yeah. Nothing they can do really here. We put down Riolu. We attack. They're just playing through it. The water deck wins without hitting a Misty, by the way, Jeff. It did not hit a Misty.
Yep. And they bricked on the only Misty, right? And they had the fighting player had first energy advantage this game too, right?
Yep. There you have it. Huge win. Slashu from the Philippines with the Palkia Origin Form Palkia, a deck that you and I talked about right at the start of the day. Like, hey, this actually might do something in the tournament. It wasn't a huge part of our tournament, right? It was, let me see. This deck was only 4% of the tournament, 4.5% of the tournament.
Yep.
And it ended up making it all the way to the end and winning the whole thing. Huge congratulations to our champion, the second champion of our series, that is Slashu.
Awesome. Fantastic. Appreciate everybody that was here watching the broadcast all day. It looks like we were even marginally more efficient than last time. We covered 13 rounds in 9 hours as opposed to 9.5. You'll love to see it. We've got 20 more 12-hour pack codes on our way out the door. And we're gonna throw those up. Appreciate everybody that was here. Make sure you're subscribed on Spraggle's and mine YouTube channels for lots more Pokemon Pocket content coming up. We're both gonna be making lots and lots as we continue to watch this metagame develop. Peace, folks.
Bye, everybody. Love you. See you next time.